So you will be asked if you want to stay or leave. So I hope most of you will be with us here. This is a Zoom webinar that I will talk about. That there will be no video capturing in this Zoom. So it's only us, the panelists, and the speakers. So there will be no face capturing or recording in this event. Okay. Yeah. So as I said, we are from the Center for the Science of Learning and Technology, SLATE, from University of Bergen. SLATE is a center, is an R&D learning science center, and we actually contribute to the international and national competence development. We have a lot of disciplines and teams to focus on, and many researchers are working in learning analytics, big and small data, artificial intelligence, learning and technology, and also creativity. And you are very welcome to visit our website, slate.uib.no, to know more about our projects, about our people, and about our news. We will be also creating a newsletter maybe soon. So it will be a good idea if you sign up in this newsletter soon, so you get further updates and information. And this event is one of our outreach, like one of our strategies for the outreach of SLATE and also University of Bergen. So yeah, talking about the symposium, we are really very happy. We are really very delighted to have 360. Until now, I'm getting more registrations. So I think we reached 370, coming from more than 62, 63 countries. Of course, because of the time zones difference, I don't think that we will have all of these participants with us, but because this symposium is 7 hours long, so I think some of you will stay with us, and the others will also join us later. So yeah, and like when I looked, I saw that we have the most participants are from Norway, because we actually disseminated that very well. And also we tried to reach the whole world. So the second country to have more people from was USA, and also many people from Europe and even Africa. We are really very happy, and Asia, as well as Australia too. Yeah. Okay, so we have great speakers, really. We are very happy to have stars with us, and really most of them, or all of them, are very well known in the field. We also try to get different opinions, different perspectives to give us their input and their perspective on the field, and to inform us about what do they think. So we'll have nice panels with every two of these speakers. And so with us, we have today, starting by Winne, and then Abelardo Pardo, and then after that a panel, and then we will have Selwyn and Janja Komljenovic, and also we have Prof Prinsloo and Lesley Gourlay in the last session. I will now talk about the program. So we started now at 8:15 till 8:30 as a brief introduction and a little bit of guidance for this symposium. Session 1 will be about learning analytics supporting feedback to students with Winne and also Abelardo Pardo. And then session 2, the future of data-driven applications in supporting learning in higher education. And that will be around 2 hours with Selwyn and Janja. And in session 3 will be about datification and whether it really informs learning. And that would be about also 2 hours, but plus 15 minutes just to wrap up and close with Prof Prinsloo and Lesley Gourlay. Yeah. So we have this hashtag in Twitter. We used that in the previous symposium because we actually did a face-to-face symposium in 2019. We plan to do another one in 2020, but because of the corona, we postponed that till this one. So today it's virtual, and you can use this hashtag. And I already started tweeting, so maybe you can just check the previous symposium pictures, or even tweet if you want to highlight something from this event. So streaming today will be in a Zoom webinar. It's not Zoom meetings. So there's a difference. It's actually some new information, even for me. But with the Zoom webinar, we have different functionality and feature, which is Q&A, chatting and inviting people and panelists. Like imagine you are in a conference where there is a stage and people are just sitting in the big room and watching us. So it's something like that. So I will give some hints about how to for the participants to interact and engage in this symposium. So you will see an icon called Q&A, and this is for questions and answers. So you can ask a question about each talk, about each speech. So most likely we will see if we could take the questions inside each speech, but we plan actually to bring most of the questions in the panel. So in the first panel between Abelardo and Phil and the others, and session 2, session 3, like that. We also got some questions from the web form, so we will follow that as well. Okay, the second thing is raising your hand. So you can raise your hand, and this is, we can, of course, if the time allows, and if in the case at that moment allows, we can invite you to talk. So we can allow you to talk and like ask or intervene or give us your opinion. Especially this function will be very doable inside or at the moment of the panel. So yeah, that is possible, but without camera starting video. This is not possible with the Zoom webinar. So I asked about it, the Zoom support, and they told me it's not possible. It's only audio. And of course, we have the function chat. So the chat is will be available to just write, comment, or if you have any issue. Yeah. Yeah, we also have with us a technical support, Martin Heitman. He is also very helpful, will be very helpful in case we face some problem, which could happen. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now starting in the first session. So the first session, we are very happy to have with us Professor Phil, and the session will be about learning analytics supporting feedback to students. Phil, I will invite him now as a panelist, and then I will introduce him. Just give me a second. Yeah. Yeah. So now we have Phil with us, and yeah, you can switch. Yes, we can see you. Hi. Yes, great. I will welcome Phil, and Phil is actually a professor of education at Simon Fraser University from Canada. I know it's around 11 p.m. there. So we are happy to have you here with us. Phil is very well known in the field of self-regulated learning and the metacognition and also learning analytics. Today's Phil's speech will be about designing serviceable learning analytics. Very interesting title. We are very happy to have you here with us, Phil. I will now stop sharing my screen. You have 30 minutes, around 30 minutes. I might just alert you 2-3 minutes before the 30 minutes close to finish. So just like to let you know. So I just stopped sharing my screen. Can you start sharing your screen just to check? Yeah, perfect.
Okay, and if I can get the, there we go. So I hope you're now seeing my title slide.
We see the notes now.
The notes. Okay.
I mean the presenter view.
How's that?
Yes. Now it works.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, Phil. So the floor is yours. I will stop my video and mute myself. And yeah, we're looking to hearing your presentation.
All right. Let me just position all these windows here. Thank you very much for inviting me to do this. I'm really quite eager to share this idea. What I want to stress is that this is very much an evolutionary process. So I've given this the subtitle of a how-to guide. That's a little bit presumptuous on my part, and I'm looking forward to some of the comments that we'll be having. Um, so I thought we'd begin with a little bit of a virtual visit so that everybody might have an idea where I am if you don't know. I'm just showing you here a map of the world with British Columbia and pointing at the general area in British Columbia where I live. Then here's a picture of our beautiful city, Vancouver, taken on one of our sunny days. We also have some quite cloudy and foggy days. You're looking due north here across the main part of the city. This is a picture of my university from an aerial view, and I'm living in this municipality called Belcarra, where that star appears. And this is an old picture, but this is what it looked like from my desk as I look out across the deck and a little bay that we see. This afternoon, we had a bright sunny day. So I'd like to invite you all to come visit us when we're all able to do that. And I look forward to also visiting you in Norway at some future time. I thought I would let people know that I'm not going to be giving a kind of classical learning analytics talk where you're going to see some of these bewitching methods and dashboards and captivating visualizations. That's not what I'm talking about, and I hope that's not a sad message for you. What I want to begin with are a couple of basic preliminaries. Mohammed introduced me as someone who works in the area of self-regulated learning, and I want to introduce that concept for those of you that might not be familiar with it, give you a quick sense of what I mean by serviceable learning analytics, and take up a question about where learning analytics come from. So I have a very active view of the learner who is a self-regulating learner. And I should mention that my slides are populated with lots of words. I know that's not a good practice in some respects, but I think it's a useful way to provide something that can be shared later when you don't have the audio track accompanying it. So self-regulating learners, I think, engage in a variety of basic activities. They scan the environment in which they're working, both the external environment and the internal conditions that are in their working memory about knowledge and motivation. And the idea here is to build up a catalog of what you have to work with as a learner for a task that you're about to approach. And in that context, self-regulating learners frame goals, and based on those goals, develop a plan about selecting the information that they'll work with and patterning those operations, learning tactics and strategies to approach that goal. Then they get to the business of working on the task itself, applying those operations. And as that work proceeds, they engage in monitoring both the operations themselves and the products that those operations create. It's a very dynamic environment in which the learner is oscillating back and forth between working on the task, thinking about how they're working on the task, thinking about whether there should be some adjustments, possibly going back to look in the environment to see if there are resources that might be tapped or constraints they didn't realize, examining their own knowledge and motivation and affect, going back and forth between all of these conditions. And when the task is finally over, or when the learner gives up, which does sometimes happen, they contemplate whether there should be major adaptations to what they've done in those preceding activities. And they may re-enter the task with a fresh view, or they may make plans for the future, what long ago in the learning science literature was called forward-reaching transfer by David Perkins and Gabby Solomon. So what do I mean by serviceable learning analytics? They fulfill their functions. And as you're seeing unfolding on this screen, learning analytics are often very complex. And I'm aiming for something that's quite a bit more, shall we say, familiar. This isn't our Labrador, but we did have a dog that would have fit in our dishwasher that looked quite a bit like this. And what I'm going to try to do is express how I think we should help learners move from the complexities of what learning analytics are built on and how they're formed and what they might suggest about learning to something that's really as friendly as this nice puppy. And where do learning analytics come from? And I like very much a quote that Simon Knight and Simon Buckingham-Shum developed. And it starts with the fact that learning analytics derive from data. And there's an important consequence of this, which is that raw data is an oxymoron. Data are not really raw. We collect data because we're interested in representing particular constructs in a theory. And I'm citing a book here that actually has this title, Raw Data is an Oxymoron. And what Knight and Buckingham-Shum describe is this challenge that we have about moving from theory and analytics, from clicks to constructs in a principled way. And I'm going to try to lay out the framework of what I think would be that principal way. So let's look at the movement from clicks to constructs. And I want to do this in the context of a software system that my team and I have been working on for a very long time. And once I've illustrated some of the activities that learners engage, then I want to talk about the constructs that are represented as learners work in this system. So the clicks are what happens when learners engage with information. Learning is really focused on the information that's presented to a learner in the environment and the information that learners know already, prior knowledge, and what they construct out of those raw materials. And the way they do that, what we observe when we watch learners learn, is they select information to highlight it. They write notes, they review notes or websites or pages. They create terms for a glossary. All of the kinds of things you'd list on an observation schedule if you were hovering over a learner's shoulder, working online or in a class collaborative group, whatever the setting might be. And I'm just going to show you some of the elements of this end-study software in screenshots where I'm using the activities of the learner as the clicks that Buckingham-Shum and Simon talked about. So what we're looking at here is the main view, what we call the study view. And what I'm illustrating is that the learner has selected some information about outgassing for comments, and that automatically brings up this pop-up menu where the learner can pick something to do with this information, highlight it, for example, or create a note. This learner is going to create a note, and they're going to pick a particular form for a note that I'm calling an explore note. So let's see what happens after that. Here is the window that opens when the learner selects explore note. And what you see is that it has a couple of features. Up in this area here, we're describing a schema or framework for the information that's going to be recorded. There are opportunities for the learner to give tags to this note and the selection. Here is the information they selected. Let me just get a highlighter going here, or a laser, I mean. I can get my, there. And then they fill in this, as much of this as they choose, about a project they're working on, what the topic is for this note, what they think might need some more research about it, what the parts of outgassing are, if it has parts, are there different kinds of outgassing, are there cause and effect relations, and so forth. This note provides a schema for the learner to conceptualize the information about outgassing, and the learner can record whatever she or he wishes in that note. Here, what we have is a case where the learner has made a selection of the term solar wind and wants to put this in a glossary. So we have a term form for this note. It's taggable again. The project gets identified. There could be some synonyms for solar wind, flare, for example, if the learner thought that solar flares were equivalent to wind, and another framework or schema to describe this information. So we're giving the learner some scaffolding in terms of these forms, which, by the way, are totally configurable. They can have text fields, sliders, checklists of radio buttons or checkboxes, and so on. You can make up your own schema. So we see the learner make that selection, open up the term note, and then we're going on to show some tagging. So the learner now has selected some other information here in this text about main belt comments. It pops up this window. And the learner is going to choose that they want to tag this information. And the learner is able to choose from a list of tags they've already created or that an instructor or researcher has provided. And that tag will end up, after they select it, right up here as a chiclet sitting above that field. So what EndStudy does is it records all of this information, the selection the learner's making, the URL where that selection is made, the tag they've applied, any text they write, if they were, for example, to reference some other website that's about this main belt idea. All of that information gets logged in two databases we have sitting on the server. And here's one other case where the learner is reviewing a note to illustrate what goes on in this area here, the sidebar. Every time the learner creates a selection or a note, we call that an artifact. It's literally handmade. And all of those artifacts get cataloged over here in the sidebar. And the learner can review any particular note just by clicking on one of these elements in the sidebar, such as a term or an untitled note or a note about details of comments. So the learners click that untitled note, and there appears that window where they can look over the information and edit that note if they choose to do that. So there is a catalog of the clicks. Now the question is, how can we move from clicks to constructs? The important part of connecting theory that we have as learning scientists to the behaviors we observe learners. And I want to introduce three models. Those of you that have been reading many of my writings may find these rather familiar. They're the only three models I really know well, so I keep harping on them. I want to talk about what a learner copes with in a learning task, a smart set of cognitive operations, and AEIOUs that introduce both some practicality and theory. And as I walk through this, I'm going to refer back to the screenshots that I was showing just before about the learner engaging with information in the EndStudy software system. So copes is a set of facets that you can use to characterize what a task is composed of. There's some conditions that the task has, the factors that the learner conceptualizes as having some bearing on the work they're doing. And I've given some examples here. Some of these are the external conditions, and some of them in the italics are internal conditions in the learner's working memory or mind. Operations are ways in which learners manipulate information. They can be both cognitive and behavioral. For example, moving a window around to expose certain information would be a behavioral action. And I've listed a few of these, monitoring and rehearsing. I'm going to elaborate those in the SMART set. Products, every operation has a product of some kind. For example, the text that I selected to be highlighted in that environment, the term that was created, the explanation note that I created. And as I'm working, I also, as a learner, have perceptions about my operations. Are they very effortful? Are they going fast or slow? Are they complete? Am I creating products that I think fill out the task that I'm working on? And these last two, I want to start with standards before I go to evaluation. Standards are the features that define a quality product. For example, is every field in a note form have some information in it? Or does the text omit some information? And so I think I should select it and tag it. I want to investigate this further. In other words, to fill in that omitted information. And when we, as a learner, use these standards, we make an evaluation. We judge the match about, do products conform to the standards? And there are a variety of things that could be evaluated: cognitive load, my confidence in my learning, whether I am understanding better than before, whether some information needs investigating, and so on. And so I use this as a checklist to think about what learners look for and give thought about when they're working through their tasks, how a learner copes with a task. Let's dig into the operations a little bit. The first letter mnemonic here, SMART, stands for, the first of them is search. Now we think about search, you plug some word into Google, or you, in the old days, looked up something in the card catalog in the paper-based basement of a library. What search really means, though, is that you're identifying standards needed to recognize a result. For example, that some information is knowledge. Oh, I know what outgassing is. I know what eccentricity means for orbits. There also can be standards for the knowledge that you need to assemble with new information. If you're talking about a cause and effect relationship, you could be searching for the effect of a cause. You can have standards for a task. For example, have I identified all the conditions I think are relevant? Am I concerned that there's something that I'm missing? I can have standards for tactics and strategies that are available. Some are too difficult to use or too slow to accomplish what I need to in the time available. And I can search for sources of information through help by asking a peer or the internet. Monitoring is another critical operation, comparing the properties of and attributes of conditions and operations and products to standards. And monitoring results in a classification. That's the product of that operation. Assembling is just a generic way of putting information together. Rich Mayer talks about structuring, organizing, and integrating information. Those are particular forms of assemblies. Building a schema, for example, is another assembly. And so when you put those together, you are assembling information to create a larger unit. Rehearsing, we all know what this is. This is just saying things over again mentally, whether you do that in a kind of verbal way or reintegrating an image in your mind. And translating is another really generic kind of operation. It re-expresses information in a different form. It could be in the same media, like paraphrasing text, or it could be changing the media, actually graphing a quadratic expression, for example. And while it's not absolutely complete, I think that this set of 5 operations does a pretty good job of capturing most of what learners do when they operate on information. And I want to emphasize that the activity itself, monitoring, assembling, and so on, each of these operations creates a product. For monitoring, it's a classification. This is or it is not complete. This is or is not interesting. Assembling, the product is a larger structure of information that has some particular organization. And the last model, AEIOU, I used to sing rather badly, I must say, in a choir. And our choir master told us that when you're singing, of course, you never want to land and stick to the consonants. There's not much music happening in the consonants. The vowels give the richness to music. And the vowels here give a bit of richness to the ways that learners conceptualize learning about its practicality and the theory the learner has. So I've mixed together here a collection of things that describe mostly motivation. Attribution, this comes from Bernie Weiner's theory. The learner is asking, what explains why a product has the evaluation it does? Why did I do well? Why did I struggle? And Weiner conceptualized 3 major properties: where the cause was, internal to me or external in the world, how stable it was, and how controllable it was. And what was particularly useful about Weiner's theory of attributions as a motivational approach to thinking about learning is that when the learner had certain attributions for the products generated in a task, there were predictable emotions. If I work hard, put in a lot of effort, and succeed, I can take pride. If I work hard and fail miserably, I might attribute that to my ability and feel badly about that. Efficacy, expectation, and this one down here, outcome, come from Al Bandura's social learning theory. And the efficacy expectation is estimating, can I do this? Do I have the skill? And the outcome expectation is, do I know what the skill is supposed to create? What are the characteristics of the outcome or the product? And the last one is a term that's borrowed from practically every theory of motivation. There are different terms about the incentive. What's the value in this activity that I'm working on? And by some magic calculus, all of this information gets integrated into a utility. In other words, what's the overall status of attributions and efficacy expectations, incentives, and outcome expectations? So for example, if I'm highlighting some information in a text, do I attribute this? Oh, I have to highlight this because the author italicized this information. The author says it's important, so I need to do it. That's external locus. It's dependable because I can identify italics. And I get to control whether I want to do it or not. And my emotion is usually rather bland at that point because it's such a well-practiced skill. So I have a very high efficacy expectation, but the incentive is kind of low. And I know exactly what the product looks like. It's a colored bit of text. Does it have much utility? Well, undergraduates' behavior would tell you they think it has a tremendous utility. Okay, so what I want to do now is assemble all of these operations, or all of these models. I'm going to start with COPES, the conditions, operations, products, evaluations, and standards, the facets of a task. And the operations then are elaborated into these 5: searching, monitoring, assembling, and rehearsing. And in the conditions for thinking about engaging in a task, the question is, for efficacy, can I carry out the operations? The outcome expectation, do I know what the product should be when I carry out those operations? And what's the incentive for getting engaged in the task? So there's the efficacy expectation about operations, the outcome expectation about the product, and the incentive, which is an evaluation about the entire task. And as I conceptualize that and look at the evaluations, I ask, why did it turn out that way? Was I lucky, which means it's not dependable? Or was it my ability that I was in control of, that's internal to me? So I'm pretty sure I can do this again, and I can be confident, that's a kind of emotion, or ready to tackle similar sorts of tasks. And then with that evaluation, there's an update to the conditions about the task. So as I'm working through a complex task, like researching a thesis or trying to prove a geometric theorem, I cycle through these activities. And that's the view about tasks. Okay, let's talk about stepping towards serviceable learning analytics. With this backdrop about the clicks that are in NStudy, all the data that we can collect, and the models that characterize what those data mean to me. So back to this notion about self-regulated learning. I conceptualize self-regulated learning, SRL, as a program of experimental research. It's about me as a learner. I have hypotheses. For example, what products does a particular tactic or strategy generate? The outcome expectation. Am I skilled to perform that operation? Efficacy. So if you look along the lines of this slide, what you see are terms that really characterize self-regulated learning as if you're designing an experiment about learning. They're hypotheses, they're operational definitions about which tactic is appropriate. If the conditions are such and such, then which kinds of operations should I use? How do I perform that operation? What do I do in the NStudy environment or whatever the tools are that I have available to carry out that strategy? What's my experimental design? What factors do I need to conceptualize that play a role in affecting whether I can do what I think I want to do, whether I know well enough what I should be accomplishing, whether there will be resources available to me if I need some help, and so forth. I should have a question as an experimenter. Did I implement my treatment, my learning tactics and strategies as intended? What are my standards for those operations? What about the effect sizes? Is the product acceptable? So we have the standards for the products. And remember, the products can be products for the task itself, that I actually get the quadratic expression graphed, and also products that describe how I think I'm performing my learning activities. Did I execute my strategy efficiently? Was it frustrating for me because it went too slow and it was uncertain? And that brings to mind notions about risks and payoffs for engaging in these tasks. What are the incentives? And importantly, we should think as well about the disincentives. And finally, what's the theory behind all of this? How do I explain the results? There's the attributions that Winne talked about. where I explain the results, for example, in terms of ability and effort to practice something like an if-then relationship between when the conditions are like this in my learning world, then I should apply this strategy. If the conditions are different, I do something else. And just like a good learning scientist, having run a single experiment, you want to ask, is that adaptation worth it? Should I rerun the experiment exactly as before, replicate it? Should I make some small changes to what that experiment was about to try to improve it? So that's my view about self-regulated learning. It's experimental research where the sample size is me, just one. And each of these is a topic for learning analytics. So how can we think about these models as a set of lenses for thinking about learning analytics? First, I think we need to operationally define constructs as tools that learners use as they're learning. Each tool, the clicks and the clicks to construct notion, generates trace data about constructs. So for example, when a learner selects some information to tag it investigate, they've monitored that information, made a judgment that there's other information that they think they need for some standard they have for performing that task. They've called on a tactic, which is offload onto the external world a tag called investigate, so that when I get done with reading this material, I can find all that stuff I need to look up. That's the sort of activity that's going on in operationally defining the constructs. And they're in terms of the way that I am using the tool in the software. So the second step then is to design mirror analytics, just so the learner can keep track of what they do. We've discovered that when you ask learners what they do when they learn, they have rather incomplete and inaccurate memories. Remember, what we want to do here, though, in these mirror analytics is make them not that complicated diagram of the dishwasher, but something more homey, more convenient, a little more receptive, like this dishwasher picture. Then we want to talk about key relationships. And when the sample size is n equals me and the data are of these sorts, we're interested in conditional probabilities. What's the probability that I should perform certain operations under certain conditions? Am I sensitive to the conditions? What are the standards that I apply under certain conditions? Should I modulate goals, and in what ways when the conditions change? What's the conditional probability of a product resulting when I carry out certain operations? Is the tactic productive? So I have this table here showing the typical 4 cells in a confusion matrix, where what we want to find out is, if a trace appears in the learning environment, do I learn it or not? And similarly, we shouldn't forget the other possibility. If I don't leave a trace, there isn't any evidence the software gathers that I was engaged in particular learning activities. Do I learn it or not? We should keep in mind all 4 of those cells. And finally, what's the probability that I make certain evaluations? Remember, the conditions keep updating every time I engage in operations and produce products. So when do I do the evaluation? What evaluation do I produce? These are, I think, the fundamental statistics we should be trying to describe in our learning analytics. And patterns, here's a string of events that we record in the log. We make a transition matrix. So for example, A to B, put a tally here, go back to B. D is the next event, put a tally here. So you keep cycling counterclockwise to produce this transition matrix, and you can literally make a picture of a learning strategy. And that correspondence between the matrix representation and the elements of that pictograph over there are just coming up now in terms of these little colored circles. So you can show people how they engage in what they do through the operations that are recorded as clicks in an in-study environment. Then we can visualize adaptations and ask a couple of important questions. Oops, sorry, one went too fast. Are the events patterned? Do I have a strategy? Are partitions, the green parts, similar? We can think about like geometric congruency. And do events evolve? Am I making adaptations? So using those kinds of conditional probability descriptions and that transition matrix literally displayed as a picture, we can describe how this works for learners. Then I think we should be leveraging big data so that we log all of this information. We cluster and sort on those key relationships. We cluster learners by their patterns. And then we do a little sort. What we say is, these learners are just like me, except they're doing one thing a little bit different, and they're learning a little bit better, or they're a little bit happier, or they're a little bit more efficient. So recommend to me what my peers are doing in this one little difference. So for example, if we go back to this picture, you might say, don't do so much B to D, do B to C. And you express that in the terms of the tools that are in NStudy. And finally, after recommending that adaptation, rinsing and repeating, doing multiple experiments, we want to scaffold a programmatic program of research for the learner over time, because learning to learn takes time like learning any other skill. So in summary, what do we need to do? We need to improve theory, always improving theory, recognizing that the theory drives the data we gather. We have another challenge to think about engineering tools that will translate the constructs into the clicks. One of the things that I think need to work on is identifying what, since it's the content that learners work with that are the triggers for choosing a tool. A big gap that we have at the present is being able to identify in text and diagrams and other contexts what these content triggers are. Then we provide, and this is what makes learning or analytics serviceable. We describe how to adapt using the tool in the software, and we give nudges in terms of attributions and efficacy expectations and so forth, so that we can scaffold all of that work. In short, what I think would make learning analytics serviceable is describing what learners do when they work with tools to learn, rather than saying, for example, try to find the main idea, because those standards are a little bit too vague, and what you do with it when you find it is unspecified. Thank you very much. And following Abelardo's presentation, my favorite end of talk cartoon. There you have it.
Thank you, Phil. Very nice talk and very informative to us. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to answer the questions, but I saw 3 questions that we might bring to the panel just after Abelardo's talk, and then we will bring all these questions to the panelists. Yeah. If you may just stop sharing your screen.
Yep. There we go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will keep you here in the panel, Phil. You can turn off your camera.
That's okay. I'm wide awake now, so it's
yeah. Okay. I'm now inviting Abelardo. It was a great talk. Thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Abelardo. Yeah, welcome, Abelardo. So our next speaker is Abelardo Pardo. Abelardo is a professor and dean of programs at UNISA from Australia, STEM, and he has excellent publications that examine the areas of learning analytics and personalized feedback. His speech today will be about fostering adoption of personalized feedback in higher education. We're really looking forward to listening and seeing what you have, Abelardo, for us. So you have 30 minutes from now, and after that you will be in a panel with Phil, and then we bring all the questions together. Thank you. You may share your screen.
Okay, hopefully you're looking at my slides, and I'm going to need a little bit of help to confirm that you're looking at the right screen on the presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So Thank you, first of all, to the organizers, Mohammed and Barbara, for giving me the opportunity to participate in this event. It is a bit of a difficult gig coming immediately after Phil Winne. The good news, though, is that I think what I'm going to be talking about will be a good complement to what Phil talked. The bad news is that, yeah, coming after Phil is a tough gig, so I'm probably not going to be able to match the level of quality of the presentation, but we'll see. Interestingly enough, while I was listening to Phil, I also included a few slides just to give you an idea of what is it that we're talking about here. As you know, I'm broadcasting right now from Australia, and typically what people think when they think about Australia is first the usual place with the Opera House and that beautiful bridge. So no, I'm not there. The second place they typically think about is the Australian Tennis Open or the Formula One Grand Prix. No, I'm not there either. I'm actually sitting here in this city, which is in the center, south center of Australia, Adelaide, beautiful city. And just to give you a bit of a glimpse of what the type of things we enjoy, we have around 25 kilometers of beaches bordering the city. And this picture was taken last Friday. So just to make you a little bit envious. Beautiful place, and it's just walking distance from the city. Very quickly also to give you a bit of context, as you may know, I'm a member of the C3L lab, or the Center for Change and Complexity in Learning. And we have a lot of activities and a lot of research initiatives, but the big umbrella that contains all of them is exploring this really interesting area of how human and artificial cognition understand each other and complement each other. And the other thing that I like about the lab is that we tend to focus a lot on practical applications. Now, the reason why I was saying before that I think this talk may complement nicely Phil's talk is because Phil mentioned the concept of going from clicks to constructs. What I'm going to pick up is a construct and try to highlight the difficulties of promoting adoption of that click to construct journey. And the construct that I'm going to be picking is feedback. And there is a reason for that. Sometimes when we describe or when we discuss with other researchers or practitioners about learning analytics, one of the difficulties we typically find is the need to focus on a specific to create or to make a change or to improve certain elements of a learning experience, or depends on who you talk, they'll be looking for impact. So talking about clicks to constructs is a little bit too abstract, and we have found that sometimes it's very useful to say, all right, let's focus in one construct. We chose feedback a while ago, and from this point of view, this talk is going to be similar to the one that Phil presented because it's a work that we've been refining for quite some time now. With feedback, one of the advantages we have found is that pretty much every instructor out there understands the concept. Pretty much everyone is also aware of the challenges of providing feedback. But it is also an advantage to realize that there's quite a lot of theory and quite a lot of studies that portray feedback as a positive or a potentially positive effect or possible or an attribute, if you will, or aspect of a learning experience with a lot of potential for a positive impact. Things may not go always right, but at least the potential is there. Now, what I'm going to do afterwards is, or immediately, is try to share with you a bit of a map, because the other challenge that we usually encounter when we talk to other researchers is that we more or less all understand the concept of learning analytics and what we're trying to do with data. But then when it comes down to conveying these to other people or conveying these to other practitioners, then things start to get complicated. And the emotion or the thought that crosses my mind when I'm in those conversations is that we are lost. We somehow lose the connection between what we're trying to achieve and all these areas about data and indicators and models and predictions. So what I'm sharing with you now is a map. It's basically a map. A map we put together over the last few years. We've been curating with a lot of workshops and a lot of feedback from a lot of people. And the purpose of this map is very modest, actually. There's nothing else shattered in there. Everybody more or less can relate to the boxes in there. But it's basically a tool to foster a common place for discussion. Try to identify what are the bits of pieces we're talking about. And when we are discussing a specific issue, where is that situated in the overall scheme of things? So this is the first map that I'm going to show you. And then the second part of the talk is going to be about how do we traverse this map when we socialize it with lots of other people. So in a sense, this is a bit of a change in scenario from the previous talk, because what we're going to be discussing is, all right, let's agree that feedback is a good thing. Personalized feedback is a good thing. I can picture my students receiving very detailed suggestions, kind of like similar to a coach talking to them. That has to be good if done properly, obviously. But how do I get to that from the idea of collecting data? So the model you have in front of you tries to capture the main elements of this ecosystem. We start with a design. The design probably has to be deployed in certain platforms or in certain contexts that has some constraints. That box on the right with boxes 3, 4, and 5 is the LMS, or a learning environment with instructors and learners interacting and sharing activities. That would be the place where the tool that Phil just described would sit. We are assuming that from that box, there is a comprehensive data capture process that combines not only things that happen mediated by technology, but we could also combine it with self-reports or even instructor notes, observations. I detected that that team is performing very well, or I detected that that student is struggling. So everything is somewhat collected. As any other model, the one that you're seeing in front of you is obviously an abstraction, a simplification, if you will. So we are assuming that we collect all that data and it's put in a place called database, which for those that are proficient in technology, it has some sort of complexity. And we hear things about data lakes and data warehouses. But bottom line, the idea is that we put all that information in there. Then we look at box number 7, and typically what happens, we go back to that repository and we start analyzing. And this connects straightforward with what Phil just described, right? Is trying to make these constructs, try to make sense, the sense-making phase. And then usually, if you go to box number 8, throughout a report, then is when the interesting things start to happen, which is maybe that report is informing certain changes in the design, the learning experience is going to change the next edition, or perhaps that report in box number 8 is actually informing actions, which is what we would fit the provision of personalized feedback. Those actions would be, let me address certain subcohort of students that have certain pattern of or certain strategy, and provide them some sort of suggestions or prompt some sort of conversation with them. So again, if we look at this map or model, whatever you want to call it, there's nothing intrinsically different in there. What we have seen in the past is this model is very useful to start discussing with different stakeholders group. How do we start deploying these type of operations or these type of elements at scale? You might have realized that I left on purpose boxes 10 and 11, because another thing we learned over this journey is that just handling the model without those boxes 10 and 11, it's already powerful enough, right? It goes back to this insight, producing this insight, going from clicks to constructs. As an addition, you may have a much more sophisticated environment in which you have collected data previously. That data has been used or has been processed by an expert in statistics or modeling, and you have a predictive model. And then with that predictive model, maybe you can report and anticipate certain actions that may happen or certain patterns that the students will embark on. But the main point here is that without boxes 10 and 11, there's still quite a lot of elements in this ecosystem that are worth considering. Another big advantage of this model that appears fairly simple to begin with is that it frames the discussions it helps frame the discussions along the lines of, oh, I'm talking now about what kind of analysis would be desirable, or we're talking about the latest flavor of database that should be done in there, or perhaps it's an issue with data capturing in that learning environment where the learning experience is being enacted. It is some sort of a map, or if you will, another term that will appear a little bit farther down the presentation, a boundary object, an object that we can share across different stakeholders to shape the discussion and guide each other. Because one of the things that is, again, a blessing and a curse for learning analytics is that it requires a lot of lenses and a lot of different approaches, which is fantastic because you get the expertise from different angles, but at the same time, it's complex to articulate collaboration. What I'm showing you here now is, again, another simplification of the type of stakeholders group that we identify. This is by no means a comprehensive categorization of everybody typically involved in a learning analytics, but what we are trying to capture here is, okay, suppose that you are excited because your tools are working, you are detecting all those behaviors and strategies that Phil referred to, for example. What is the next step? How do you make it popular? How do you make it so that your institution embraces that at a scale or a bit more comprehensively? And this is the rest of my talk, basically to try to connect these two bits and pieces to say, we have something exciting, We have the potential to create a positive impact on the learning experience of the students, providing these personalized messages. How do I convince, or how do I articulate that so that my institution takes that and makes it widespread, adopted across the whole institution? So this is what you're looking at now, is what we consider the stakeholders group. And we did a somewhat arbitrary differentiation on the left between leaders and management personnel that are thinking in terms more of operational processes and a little bit about strategic directions. But then at the bottom, the groups typically of academic developers, statistical experts, IT experts, and then instructors. Some of them are the ones that are willing to try new tools, which we call the champions. These people are the ones that sometimes are a bit more prone or a bit more inclined towards innovation. So that's the first distinction that we wanted to flag in here. Then another thing that is probably worth doing is, all right, let's consider three of those groups: the academic developers and instructors, the statisticians, or those with expertise in statistics, and those with expertise on IT. Where would you place them in this map? Where are these people typically sitting in their conceptualization of learning analytics? So this is one possible answer to that question. Academic designers and instructors definitely are around boxes number 1 and 2. The design constraints, they definitely play a key role in the learning environment, deploying the experience. And then typically they engage with the reports. They are waiting for that information that comes from those tools, those insights. And then they typically start planning actions. So that would be the places in this ecosystem where the academic developers and academic instructors would sit. If you bring in the statisticians, or the people with expertise in statistics, will definitely sit around those boxes, the last ones that I mentioned, prediction and previous data, because those would be the people that would create these predictive models. But they will also have to have something to say about the analysis processes, right? They are the ones that will be in charge of extracting from the database the relevant data and apply the relevant algorithms, and at the end of the day, producing a report and probably connect that report with action. So we have there another set of areas where these people would see. And by the way, this is not the correct answer by any means. It's just an exercise to try to mix the two things, the stakeholder groups and these elements of this map, to try to navigate a learning analytics experience. IT experts, or those with expertise in technology, well, they clearly are around the areas such as the database, the learning environment, because usually a lot of data capture requires expertise in that area. But they would also probably have interaction with the type of report that comes out of those analyses, because it requires some sort of tech support, and sometimes the actions as well, because deploying these actions will require support. Now, one potential consequence of this exercise is to realize that box number 9, the actions, is actually a very good meeting point for those three groups to discuss, actions and reports. And this is something we have seen that is very effective when you try to scale, or you try to convince additional members of your institution about the use of learning analytics. What kind of insights are possible to obtain? How those insights can be affecting the quality of a learning experience. We're talking box number 8, reporting, and box number 9, actions or reports or insights. So what we did after using a little bit this map is try to analyze the different approaches that we have seen when an institution is trying to push the adoption of learning analytics. Now, a paper that was published about 2 or 3 years ago already did a study about how institutions approach this adoption, and 2 patterns emerge: the top-down approach and the bottom-up approach. I'm going to give you a quick summary of both of them, and then elaborate a bit more what kind of elements we identified that would be good to combine, so that we bypass the potential malfunctions, the things to avoid, as you see there, and also mitigate the risk. So the top-down approach, the main thing is, in the institutions, this is something that is led strongly from the leadership team. Is someone at a higher level, it could be a dean or a vice chancellor or someone, DVC academic, some role, and all of you that are now currently in educational institutions, especially in higher education, you will have that person in mind. That is the person or the team of people that say, yeah, this is the vision, this is where we're going to be heading, let's do it, right? Sometimes it's clearly articulated, not always, but let's assume it is a clearly articulated goal and access to institutional capacity. Let's put together some resources to do that. However, what we have seen in our studies is that those resources sometimes don't take into account the need to build staff awareness and shared understanding. And this goes back to this map that we discussed before. So two big pitfalls that we have identified in this top-down approach is that usually learning analytics is sometimes presented as a technical solution. And it's not a technical solution. It's a technical solution for certain things, but it's an educational problem. We should be thinking in terms of what makes sense educationally, not so much into the technology side. So we've seen some institutions to put a lot of emphasis on describing the data lake or the cloud infrastructure to store the data. That, don't get me wrong, it's important, but it is one part of the overall context. Another of the pitfalls that we have identified in those institutions that are following this top-down approach is that sometimes it is very difficult to avoid one unit owning the problem and the rest of units just being perceived as the clients. Like, for example, maybe it's the tech support, or maybe it's the academic developer unit, or maybe is, I don't know, some other unit. We have seen this pattern emerging in this top-down approach. The sense of ownership is too much leaning into one single unit. Whereas, as I mentioned before, the blessing and the curse with learning analytics is that it requires equal contribution from different disciplines, and typically those disciplines are in different structural units. The risk here is, we have seen this happening in some institutions, very small uptake and very difficult to see the impact. So even though upper management leaders, they have this idea, they want to push it, maybe there is quite a lot of resources allocated to the IT or technological side, but then the other stakeholders are somewhat ignored or not properly brought on board, or not integrated adequately into the idea. And we've seen some institutions with the top-down approach that this thing doesn't work. The other alternative that we see in other institutions is bottom-up. And bottom-up is when these alliances emerge organically among independent institutional units. And some of you might have seen already this in some institutions where 2 or 3 academic developers or instructors that get excited, they read some scientific literature, they attend a couple of conferences, seminars like this one, and say, oh yeah, I know what we're trying to do here. I think it's going to be a good thing if I use data to personalize this feedback message to my students. Let's do it. But at the end of the day, these are very isolated type of activities. It's not an institutional approach. And sometimes these people have very limited resources. And typically leadership is not aware of that. Like all of a sudden you have a very skillful person doing or solving a learning analytics problem in an institution that the rest of the institution is not aware of it. And typically what happens is these people, they have difficulties gaining access to infrastructure or the right data or things like that. Things to avoid in this approach is the lack of a strategy prevents these initiatives to scale. So all of a sudden they grow organically, but there is no vision. There is no direct next steps to bring that to the whole institution. And sometimes these small initiatives diverge, like someone is focusing on, I don't know, maybe using the tool that Phil just presented, and some others are much more interested in something else. And they either not talk to each other, or they don't share resources, or they diverge and they lose focus. Now, the risk here is that these pockets of innovation don't have the right visibility. They may be solving some problems at the local level very efficiently or very effectively. Maybe the students are totally thrilled that they are receiving these personalized messages, right? But then, and this is something that I've seen myself, students move to the next course or to the next year, and then they start thinking, wait a second, why am I not getting the same type of support that I was getting last year? Well, because it was an organical solution that appeared. It is only a couple of instructors. You move on to a next course or to a next level. Nothing is happening there. Institution is not aware of anything. Therefore, we leave the students with no rational explanation of why am I getting this on the previous year and not this one, or the other way around. So in this case, typically what happens is you have academic developers and instructors that are excited about it. You have a subset of them that is even more excited about it, what we call the champions. They feel a little bit alone, and there is nothing that resonates with them. And even in some cases, again, these are generalizations, but it gives you an idea of the type of things we found in that study is IT support is scarce because it's not part of the institutional vision. Now, with these 3 elements, the map that you see there at the bottom, and these 2 approaches, bottom up, top down, we started thinking about how to frame this problem in a way that addresses all these limitations. And we started to think about this model for institutional adoption that we call a SPARK. This picture, I think, tries to capture all the elements. Let's start with the left side of the picture. What we are proposing here is that in order to address the lack of connection between the vision that may emanate from leaders and management and the small academics or small pockets of innovation, there has to be a place where they meet. It's what we call the commons. These commons, they have to emerge. And the other thing that we have seen in some examples in institutions is that these commons produce certain tension, like the leadership and management teams and perhaps the technical services, they want to move in a certain direction with a very precise set of steps, but academic developers or similar or instructors are not totally on board with that vision. And there are tensions in there. These tensions, I think, they are intrinsic to the process of creating that common view. And this is why we also try to push a bit more on that map that I showed you before, because different people will look at different elements of that ecosystem and try to articulate a common vision around those elements. Once we agree that these productive tensions have to emerge, they have to be there, and it has to be a place where we can exchange the different elements that take part on the solution, we propose these 3 steps of identifying first the problem we're trying to solve. And let me put it in the context of the example that we're going to unpack a little bit more. We agreed that the provision of personalized feedback would be a good thing for students. So that's the problem we are trying to address. We need then to deploy the analytics. So what do we need for that? What kind of data would be good collecting? How do we put that analytics as part of the design? What kind of learning designs do we have? And are they conducive to that type of analysis? And then start thinking a bit of a more formal approach, deploying pilots and research and evidence, and come back to the coordinators and said, look, there seems to be a correlation between those students that receive those personalized messages and a slight increase in engagement, or maybe in academic performance. Some of them may be more direct than others, those correlations or those associations. Now, these 3 steps that I just mentioned, they have to be hand in hand with 2 things. At the top, we have the systems mapping. Systems mapping, what it means is that, remember, we're trying to solve institutional adoption. So it's not enough just to support a subset of champions that are playing around with a pilot in their courses. It is a matter of mapping into our existing infrastructure, make it a institutionally wide system that is going to support additional courses or additional experiences following the same pattern and addressing the same problem. And at the bottom, what we need to identify is this knowledge translation and scale. As soon as these pilots are successful, you deploy the research, you see the evidence, this is clearly a way to go. All of a sudden, the vision of including personalized feedback is part of our strategy as an institution. We need to translate that and scale it and start identifying what are the right courses, what is the right infrastructure, how are we going to bring on board additional academics, additional developers, properly staffed, etc. Final part of the presentation. This is again repurposing or restating the elements. It's crucial to identify the problem at a very high level. In the example that I'm using for this presentation, we are assuming that the institution has identified and is totally and absolutely convinced that the provision of personal feedback during learning experience is a good thing. This is a bit of a problem. How do we do that? Let's try to address that. We start then doing the system mappings. We need to say, okay, what kind of learning designs, how do we support those things? What kind of activities are we going to capture? Do we have a video server? Does engagement with video make sense? Or perhaps it's with text, like Phil just presented in the previous presentation. What kind of algorithms are going to have in hand? What kind of indicators are we going to need? If we have the video engagement, probably some statistics about video engagement, but we may have also some institutional information about students that also comes from the student services unit. We need to consider that. And start doing that mapping, that system mapping, to say, okay, what kind of actions do we have in mind? What kind of predictive models are we going to use, if any at all? What kind of algorithms do we have that in place? All these elements start providing the scaffolding needed to combine this vision from leaders and managers, but also this uptake, gradual uptake based on evidence following research and pilots. So let me try to then bring everything together and convey to you what we have in mind in terms of what needs to change, if you will, or how to promote or foster this institutional adoption. I think part of it could be summarized by these slides. This emergence of the commons, this crucial element where we meet and discuss the different bits and pieces, the predictive model, the infrastructure to store data, the data access governance, ethics and privacy concerns, providing actions to the learners, connection with the design. Instead of doing it hierarchically, what we are proposing here is more of a network of equals around these boundary objects. Let me tell you a little bit what I mean by that. So let's go back to the concept of personalized feedback. We agree that personalized feedback promotes success, academic success. So we may have in this network first around that concept, management, leaders, and academic developers forging a common view of that. Does it make sense institutionally? Does it make sense to be supported? Does it make sense to the courses we're teaching? Does it make sense from the point of view of the overall experience, student experience? Then within that network, we can move to other elements, other boundary objects to discuss. If we agree that's the way to go, let's discuss now what kind of analytics elements do we have in the designs? Are we capturing things? Are we relying on recorded lectures? How often do we have simulations? How often do we have maybe clinical labs? Can we capture data from clinical labs? Talk to the champions, talk to the academic developers to see if those elements in designs make sense. Then a key element in the discussion, another boundary object to discuss in this network is these reports and actions, what kind of insights we would like to have and what kind of actions. And as you can see in the context of personalized feedback, actions would be, all right, how often do we connect with the students? How often do we give them that guidance, those suggestions? How are those suggestions going to reach the students? Maybe there is a Uni app, and therefore IT experts should be on board because that Uni app needs to probably talk to some other system there to make sure that those personalized messages reach to the right people in the right time. So the boundary object in this case would be reports and actions, and we would bring other elements of that network to discuss. So in a sense, what we are proposing here is using that map to start unpacking these elements and then overlay on top of that a much more networked approach among institutions to unpack the complexity of each one of them. Another example, the research results. If we put in motion pilots, how are we going to design these pilots? How are we going to make sure that these pilots are going to give us the right insight to move forward or to change our approach? And we will engage different stakeholders group around that object. And the final one is the scaling, right? Once we have that evidence, once everything seems to point to the fact that, yeah, things seem to be working, our pilots seem to be providing us with the type of indicators that we feel comfortable with. Those indicators are aligned with the vision that was conveyed from the leaders and management. Now we have to start thinking about the whole institution approach, what kind of computational infrastructure is needed. IT experts probably play a role in there, academic developers as well, and discuss the next step to really achieve institutional adoption. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. I think I'm at the edge of the half an hour, 1 minute later, just to give you their very quick sentences about the conclusions. Personalized feedback clearly has a positive effect in learning. We haven't delved into the details on how to perceive how to deploy personalized feedback. And some of you may know that we have worked in the past, similar to what Phil discussed, with a tool that helps us in that process, but only solves part of it, which is on task. But it was a very good tool or a very good element to start unpacking these issues that I share with you today, the need for a map, the need for these models that lay out there these elements that are a bit more precise. Where do we start? Do we need a predictive model? We need to identify these elements. We need to identify then the stakeholders group a bit more explicitly, and this may change to for your institution. Top-down and bottom-up approaches have risks and have proven not to be effective in the past, so it's good to know about them. It is good also to try to frame a relationship that is more about these productive tensions and works more like a network of shared ownership. And then the other thing that we are proposing here that we have seen is effective is identify these boundary objects, these things that are a common ground for discussions. And those boundary objects may shift depending on the stages you are discussing. And the final one, it's very useful, this type of model that we have discussed to maintain that vision, but at the same time connect that vision to these pilots that are then the seed that will eventually evolve into comprehensive institutional adoption. I'm going to leave it here. I hope this was useful or at least prompted enough questions to then move to the next stage of the event.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Abelardo. Very interesting approach, and I know maybe it has taken a lot of time to reach to that level, maybe a lot of research to reach that. Yeah, thank you. And now we'll move to getting questions, and if any of the participants would like to speak out, that will be possible here. Of course, we have some questions. We have from the web form, we have from here. So I will try to just ask a question to both of you and Phil. So you can unmute yourself. And so we got a question a couple of days ago from Oulu University from Finland, saying that how can we foster personalized feedback in collaborative learning, like at this stage, and how can learning analytics help with that? Phil, if you want to start, or Abelardo, it's possible. Yeah.
Okay, I'll throw out a few things.
Yeah.
First, I think it's important to help the collaborators understand how they have collaborated, in what particular ways. As I mentioned in my talk, sometimes people misconstrue the ways in which they actually have behaved. So accurate mirror analytics about the character of collaboration, I think, would be a start for that. And then secondly, we of course need lots of data to examine relationships under different conditions. So for instance, Mohammed, you and I might be collaborating quite effectively when we're working over Zoom. But if we're trying to do something on a whiteboard, maybe I'm writing too sloppily or too quickly. So I think that it would be important to, for example, take advantage of collaboration activities we might be able to observe in MOOC-like systems, so that we could get enough contextualization to figure out how different environments have influence on the ways in which different collaborators are working, so that we can show those collaborators how they're working, and then offer little nudges along with explanations about why we think those nudges might be helpful.
Thank you. Abelardo, do you have any comment on that?
No, nothing further. I think I agree with what Phil said. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We got a question for you, Abelardo, saying that I'm Yelena, graduating PhD student in STEM from Mauson campus, and my question is that what the model that you presented will be suitable in indigenous context?
Wow, that's actually it's a very good question. Like with any other model, what this is presenting is basically a simplification, right? There is a lot of details in these boxes that make them a simplified approach or a simplified view of reality. I guess to answer your question, it would depend on how we unpack those elements, and if we detect that some of them are specifically missing in the context of indigenous, in the indigenous context. Things that come to mind right now in terms of, and probably connects with what the previous question, right? The way people interact, the way people share their knowledge, the way people, all sorts of elements that you envisage that may affect that context, they definitely need to be taken into account. And going back to your question, may render the model not as accurate or not as useful as you may think. So like with any other model, right? It's based on a subset of the reality, simplified, and put in a way that at least helps engaging in a conversation. But that conversation may lead to the conclusion that, yeah, in my context, like the one you are referring, Jelena, which is the indigenous context, is not a suitable model, or there are elements that are missing, or there are elements that are much more complex than what we have in there. So in a sense, it's a bit of a trade-off. It's a simplified model that may apply to a subset of activities out there, but at the same time is equally probable that it doesn't apply to some others.
Thank you. We got a question from Professor Sanna. She's asking Phil, is motivation as a phenomenon in COPE's framework possible to be traced with learning analytics?
Definitely. The simple answer is I believe every behavior is motivated. So the question then is, what is the character of the motivation with respect to how the learner is feeling about what they're doing and the circumstances in which they're working? And how does, as I mentioned in that diagram, when there's feedback from having made an evaluation to updating the conditions in the cycles of engagement, what does that motivational stance imply for updating the conditions which sets the stage for the next bit of engagement? So the short answer is absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, thank you. We have another question, and then maybe we will bring in Mohammed Sakar to talk. A question from Angeliki Tikaveli saying that as a learner is also a user, and user experience is also involved in the learning experience. How do you marry human-computer interaction theories with learning theories in the design and evaluation process?
As best as it's possible to do that. I mean, you can't ignore the HCI literature, but there's an extremely challenging trade-off. The trade-off is to get data about how learners behave while they're learning. You have to have them do something. And sometimes doing something is unnatural or unwanted. So I don't know exactly what the right balance is. It probably is very individual from learner to learner and under different conditions. So I think there's a huge opportunity for an HCI perspective and the user experience perspective to be brought into the field of learning analytics. Because if learners aren't going to use the tools that generate the data, we're not going to have anything to generate learning analytics with.
Okay.
Yeah, the way I see the answer to the question, I see like overlapping theories, right? The part of the two theories that overlap is when you identify those elements of a technology mediation aspect that need to be simple, that need to facilitate the user achieving the objective, right? And if that is overlapping with the learning objective, then clearly those two are related and those two complement each other. At the same time, though, there might be aspects that do not necessarily overlap. And this goes back to what Phil is suggesting, right? If we have in our mind how to support better learners during the learning experience, it may not be, certain aspects are not related at all with human-computer interaction. It's more about the mental processes, the build, how knowledge gets built in the mind of the learner, or how students or learners interact with each other outside of a technology platform. So to me, the way it is that, yep, there are definitely places where they overlap as long as they have the same lens or focus. You can immediately identify things where technology or HCI and learning may diverge. There is quite a lot of techniques and literature to capture the attention of the user, right? And try to maintain that attention. If that attention is focused in a place that is not along the lines of the learning objectives or the learning strategies, then you begin to see how these two theories start drifting apart, right? So if I was a researcher in the area, I think what I would tell myself is you need to be mindful that these two theories or these two groups of theories overlap in certain areas, but they may be opposite in certain others. And in this case, I would personally think that the educational theories are much more relevant, because at the end of the day, what we want is a successful learning experience, which of course, with a smooth human-computer interaction, but a successful learning experience.
Thank you, Phil and Abelardo. I will invite Mohammed Sakar, who wants to speak out. So Mohammed, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed, and thank you, Pardo and Winne, for these fantastic presentations. My question is a little bit one step back. There is learning analytics that just emerged almost 1 or 2 decades after the last big learning theory has been developed. And the problem is, almost 2 or 3 decades, we haven't seen any that major progress in learning theories. And with learning analytics, we see data at the resolution of a single second. Sometimes the multimodal data that we collect even captures fractions of the second. And there is, I would say, tension or strain many times between what we get in the data or what the data says or what the data captures actually and the learning theory that have been developed as I said, 3 decades ago, and there is not so much things to guide of how to interpret that or how to fit that into the theory. My question is, hasn't it been time to develop learning analytics informed theories or theories informed by the data of learning analytics? What do you think?
I'd like to answer that with a resounding yes, because the opportunity to gather much more intense data across so many more participants in learning activities, across a broader spectrum of learning activities, is what's offered in the technologically supported world that we now have. So I expect that there will be a lot of improvement in the, as you phrased it, the old learning theories. And I'm hoping that we can even imagine some new constructs that might suggest new data that we'd want to gather, which may play a role in generating even more potent learning analytics.
If I may add a couple of things. In my view, if you look at the evolution of the field over the last decade, and if you check, for example, the papers submitted to the international conference, but also the papers submitted to the journal, in the last probably couple of years, there's been, as far as I can tell, or as far as I perceive, a significant increase of papers tackling that problem you just mentioned, which is how can learning analytics experiments or initiatives can be theory informed and the other way around. And to me, that's a bit of a shift, right? At the beginning of the first contributions in this field, there was not such a strong connection. Theory is something that, yeah, we knew it was there, but we were not ready, perhaps, to mix the two things. Whereas right now, I keep seeing more and more publications where there's quite a lot of drive from self-regulated learning, activity theory, and the connections are much more explicit in the research, much more obvious in the experiments. And I begin to see also a lot of discussions on how to do this much more systematically and how to move the community a bit more along that direction of becoming like the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, thank you. We have Amy, because her question is a bit too long, so I invited her to come in. Amy, you may unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, thank you, Mohammed, for helping me. So I think my question is mainly for Phil. I am at Baylor University in Waco, Texas, and I'm interested in self-regulated learning and learning analytics. And part of the research that I've been working on lately has been discerning affective and emotional traces in LMS data of students with self-regulated learning. And I found a lot in the literature that discusses help-seeking behavior as one example of affect in self-regulated learning. But when you examine help-seeking behavior in, for example, discussion boards, there's also the flip side of that, which is help-offering behavior. And so my question for Phil is, how would you classify the help-offering behavior? Is that also an element of self-regulated learning, or have we slipped into co-regulation in that instance?
That's a slippery slope kind of a question. It's certainly an opportunity for self-regulation, because in help offering, there's also information given in the response that comes after that help is offered. There's typically just conversationally, oh, I didn't understand that, which is a signal that what I might have offered as the help has been received, understood, filled the gap, etc. Co-regulation, I know I'm going to get into some difficulty here. I keep struggling with this concept in this sense. I firmly believe that regulation is an individual phenomenon, but I also firmly believe it's tightly coupled to context, which includes the social context. And so depending on the time window you use for your observations and the theoretical lens you adopt to characterize your data, you get this tight oscillation connection going back and forth. And I'm perfectly comfortable to refer to that as co-regulation with certain lenses about the data, and to simultaneously to call it self-regulation. So I think it's more a matter of the theoretical framework you want to use to try to interpret what you're observing as to whether it's self or tightly coupled, completely interactive co, or totally co because you're looking at a group. I hope that was vague enough to get me out of the hot water I usually get in.
Good. Okay, thanks, Amy. We have a question from our colleague Gabor. I hope he's doing okay. So yeah, the question is that is there any advice how to bridge interdisciplinary and interprofessional differences among stakeholders of learning analytics? According to his experience, not talking the same language can seriously limit the cooperation needed for successful and effective learning analytics deployment. Most likely, this is questions for you, Abelardo, about your framework. Yeah, what do you think?
Yep, absolutely. Very, very good question. And I'm glad to see in that question the term talking the same language, because this is what we have seen also in our experience when you try to dive into bringing elements from the same institutions together. My first advice would be focus on a specific construct, right? Rather than saying, oh yeah, we're going to adopt learning analytics because it's good and it's going to improve things. Let's go ahead and do it. That's when you leave a lot of elements to be populated by different vocabularies and different approaches. It helps a lot to focus on a specific construct. It could be feedback, it could be student engagement, it could be retention, it could be something specific. And use that construct as the safe harbor. When you start detecting that groups are beginning to diverge, come back and say, let's make an effort, all of us, to connect all the things we're discussing here with that construct. So let me give you an example. Say, for example, we are discussing the type of reports that would be that would make sense and how those reports get created. I can envision a conversation getting deep on how these reports would need to be generated technically, right? And talking about concepts and elements of technical nature, or how a data lake is constructed or integrated, or how the access is managed for instructors, or what are the policies to grant access and things like that. At the end of the day, the difficulty is differentiating the elements of the conversation that need to happen at a deeper level, and separate them from where is that contributing to the overall vision. So these reports are useful. These reports need to be delivered, identify the stakeholders, stick to that construct, stick to that vision. Something similar happens when we start talking about what would be an adequate design to foster this type of paradigm using learning analytics to help the learners, right? And we run the risk of getting deep down into discussions with highly sophisticated pedagogical constructs. We run the risk of instructors not really understanding what we're talking about, or technologists really losing the grasp of what we are discussing here. Again, bringing them back to the construct. How is that related to the construct we're trying to address? If it is too far removed, then it's something that needs to be carved out, and then think in terms of a local group, let's say the academic developers, and then bring back to the group a proposal that still connects with that construct and still makes sense. So that would be one element that that would help a lot to reduce that potential divergence. And it connects, and I think it's the reason why we put that element of the commons, create that commons, that space or that framework where we identify we are diverging, we need to come back. Let's identify why is this need for the construct, how does that connect, and articulate it to the rest of the stakeholder groups.
If I might just chime in there, I found asking this question sometimes helpful to discover a little bit about the language commonalities and differences. The question is, what kind of solution do you think would not work? And the result of that question is a collection of the constructs and perspectives and so on, that it gives you some purchase on the way in which the person to whom you're talking is conceptualizing what they're doing. The question you might want to ask is, what do you think would be a good solution? Is why they're asking you to help, and they don't have the answer to that question. So ask them something that they might be able to give an answer to. What wouldn't work?
Yeah, thanks, Abelardo and Phil. I think there's a question maybe close to also what I was thinking of, is that how can we design learning analytics dashboards? I mean, bringing in measuring the self-regulated learning through Learning Analytics dashboard. And here, the question by Verle Newman, he said that maybe he got, or she got, apologize for that, they have like students and they never use the dashboard. Seems like the students forgot about it. So what can we do about learning analytics dashboards when maybe measuring self-regulated learning or monitoring? That's one thing. Or the other thing is about when feedback and maybe, yeah, seeing something from the dashboard to see where is the feedback getting from or what is happening. So what do you think, Phil? And after that, we see smiling.
I'm going to hand this off to Abelardo because he's had direct experience with this.
Yes, Abelardo.
All right, I'll take a crack at it, and I have to start with a disclaimer. I'm somewhat biased in this topic because I went down that path of using the dashboard, right? A few years back, I remember getting excited about all this information we're collecting, and I thought this is fantastic. And the first thought that crossed my mind was students are probably interested on seeing this that I'm seeing, right? And together with some colleagues, we implemented those dashboards, and we follow a little bit the situation that Gourlay has discussed, which is then we ask the students, what do you do with the dashboard? And some of them say, yeah, I look at it a little bit, but it's not telling me much. And then we realized that dashboard is basically just showing something. It's very passive, right? It's very terse, if you will. And we tend to also underestimate the complexity of interpreting exactly what that dashboard is telling you. So those are two elements to consider. And the third one, which is much more basic, right? People will go to that page and check that information if they find it really, really valuable. So that led us then to start exploring, all right, what if instead of a dashboard, you have a much more comprehensive set of suggestions or tips or prompts for reflection. So it's a little bit the difference between, if you allow me the analogy, although it's not perfect, but being on one of these training meals, right, where you're doing exercise and you have the dashboard in front of you that tells you how many calories you are burning and the speed and things like that, or having a personal trainer that is suggesting you the next exercises you should do to strengthen certain muscles, so things like that, or it gauges a little better your motivation and suggests you the type of things that you'll be much more inclined to do. So in a sense, I guess, I don't think we should get too obsessed with dashboards. I'm not saying they're all useless, but it's yet one more element out there that may or may not work. And we need to go back to the learners and we need to ask them, is this providing value to you? And if not, why is the case? If the student forgets about the dashboard, it's because it's not providing additional value. They're probably fine with it. And start to identify where is that value proposition for students that they perceive that, yeah, something else is helping them. So in my experience, like I said, I didn't get much traction from the dashboards. I did get a bit more traction, or I saw a deeper value or a bigger value given to the students when we moved to more specific personalized feedback. So yeah.
That's exactly the message that I was trying to get across about describing learning in terms of what the learner does. Abelardo was saying, the personal coach there saying, you know, your foot's at a 5-degree angle. If you got it straight, you'd be more comfortable and run faster. I'll give you an example that I don't know that it's the best example, but there's some reviews that suggest that students highlighting is not a very effective learning technique. But I think that those studies have missed the point. They haven't asked the question, if you highlight something, do you change the likelihood that you can remember it? And we have an unpublished study in our lab that says you're about twice as likely to remember something you highlight compared to something you don't. Now that still leaves the question of how do you figure out what you should be highlighting as a learner if you want to double your odds of remembering that information. Whether you can present that information in a dashboard is one question. It gets to the HCI question we were entertaining a little bit before. But I think if you can suggest to learners, here's a relatively easy thing, you do it all the time. If you can just find the right things to highlight, you'll be in better position to remember what you might need to remember. And that was why I suggested a next step for us in the learning analytics community and elsewhere is being able to automatically help students identify the information that they should be applying operations to.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just like also wondering about like, can we consider dashboard as a serviceable learning analytics like output of yeah. It could be that transferring or converting the learning analytics processes into feedback, like understanding and realizing these information to become as constructive feedback. But at the same time, would the dashboard fit as a serviceable learning analytics?
Most dashboards are a start, but they don't go on to describe what to do. For example, if you're 70% towards completing the assignment, what you were doing in that 70% productive, and should you change it for the remaining 30%? Most dashboards don't have that information because most of the data gathering instruments haven't been intensive enough, fine-grained enough to describe the learning activities. Like, are you making notes? Are you making particular kinds of notes? Are you reviewing notes? Those kinds of things are what I think are going to be the keys to extending the power of dashboards to interest learners in thinking about their learning.
Yeah. Okay. We still have some questions here. However, maybe you can take only one. So I will just read it because I haven't read it before. So from Hakun Eriksson, thank you for both talks. However, these describe general models applicable overall across subject matters. Specific subjects can have identified specific construct student that struggle with. So, for example, David Toll's work on how successful mathematics students understand a mathematical problem can be both a process and an object at the same time. For example, one third as a process of dividing or as the object, one third of something with less successful students struggle with. How would you engage with these insights through learning analytics and institutional level?
Okay, I can take a first crack at it, Phil, if you want.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's a very good question, Hakun. I guess I would start by saying, and I know everybody knows this, right? But learning is highly contextual. So, and this is what makes it so darn difficult. And that's what also sets it apart from other problems. Context plays a huge role, a huge effect, much more than any other problems if you think of it. What you're describing there is a different level of granularity. If you're talking to the specific context of mathematical courses and to the specific topic of handling fractions and to the specific topic of understanding what is a fraction, you have in there basically identify a mental process that students have to go through to build their understanding of that concept. How learning analytics can help in there? Well, we first have a few solutions already existing, which is what we call intelligent tutoring systems. And these are systems that focus on one specific context. And they would focus, for example, in fractions. And even they delimit the year, let's say around year 10 or year 12, or between years 8 and 12, something like that. Fractions probably too late for year 12. But anyway, you get my idea, right? Those systems, they go a bit more direct to the point. Rather than gathering learning analytics to provide insights, these usually contain a model of the body of knowledge, a model of the student understanding, and a model of suggestions and tips. So in a sense, it's a bit complementary. When you go all the way down to the detail of how students understand fractions, then you're probably better off trying to model those elements rather than just rely on learning analytics. The trade-off in my head is more along the lines of there is some common elements when students are navigating or going through a learning experience. And those elements, if we capture data about those elements, we may be able to gain insights. And you're right, they are generic insights. The deeper you go into specifics, the less mileage you'll get from a generic analytics approach, and probably the closer you get to a specific intelligent tutoring systems. Now, the trade-off though is an intelligent tutoring system that is very powerful to support students understanding fractions will probably not be of no use helping students understanding complex numbers. You need another intelligent tutoring system that has a different model for those type of concepts and different understandings. Whereas detecting anomalies, detecting a high rate of engagement with mistakes, for example. Those would be generic aspects that will flag to an expert there is something going on, the models, the mental models that the students have with these concepts are not working, they need support. So the way I see it is a bit of a trade-off. If you want something very specific to tackle a specific problem, then you're better off designing a tutoring system, an intelligent tutoring system. Whereas if you want to do something a bit more generic about learning, learning analytics may be helpful.
Do we have, if I can just add to that, I think that the first job is conceptualizing what kind of information as a learning scientist you'd like to have so that you could understand what the learner is doing and perhaps where the learner is going astray. For instance, in fractions, what the research literature suggests is that it's rather a lot of cognitive load for learners to think about fractions as portions of a whole. And it lightens the cognitive load if they conceptualize fractions as counting units. I have a third here, another third. I have 4 of those thirds, rather than I have 1/3 more than a whole. So thinking about what the way in which you want to represent the information to the learner and the way in which you want the learner to interact with it, how are you going to have them demonstrate to you what they're doing? In other words, you have to design your instrument to get the data to compute a learning analytic that might provide some benefit to help the learner become a better learner.
Yeah, excellent, Phil and Abelardo. We are really very, very happy to have you here with us. And it's now time to take a 10 minutes break, and then we move to session 2. Thank you, Phil, for being here with us, and thank you, Abelardo, for also being here with us. You are also very welcome to stay here, but I know, Phil, it's too late now for you.
Yeah, 1 o'clock here, so I'm about ready for bed.
No, we really, really appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you, Abelardo. So now for our participants, we'll have 10 minutes, around 10 minutes break. And so we will come back at 10:15 Oslo time, or the others timing here, as you can see. Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello, Janja and Neil. Barbara will moderate this session, but yeah, I will be here. Thank you for being here. Yes.
Okay, it's time to start again. We're welcoming you to the second session of our seminar, Supporting Learning in Higher Education through Learning Analytics. And I'm absolutely thrilled with our two speakers, Neil Selwyn and Janja Komljenovic. And we will start with Neil, and he's going to give us his thoughts on the futures of data-driven higher education and what we might do about them. Please, Neil.
Thanks very much, Barbara. I just want to check that, first of all, you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Perfect. And then the second thing I'm going to attempt to do, because I'm not the most technological person in the world, is share my screen. Great. So you can see the slides. Not that the slides are very important, but it's just a way of kind of distracting from what it is that I'm doing. So are we sharing? Seemingly not. How about that?
Yes.
Perfect.
Is that looking good? Perfect. All right. Excellent. Well, thanks ever so much for inviting me. It's lovely to be here. I made the mistake of listening to the previous session. I don't say that because I didn't enjoy it, but I just didn't understand very much of it at all. It sounded fascinating if you know a lot about learning analytics. But I'm not a learning analytics expert. I'm not a data scientist. So I'm a little bit concerned that I'm a little bit out of sorts here. But I think if anything, this session will give a nice kind of counterpart to the previous session from Phil and Abelardo. And in many ways, I guess myself and Janja are kind of putting an alternate perspective on this whole area of learning analytics and data-driven education. And I guess one thing I'd like you to do is to think about what you're doing when you do learning analytics, but also think about what other people think you are doing when you're doing learning analytics. And I think myself and Janja are going to provide that second perspective. So there are three key words in my title, which are quite deliberate, actually. So I'll just go through them. First of all is this idea of futures plural. Now, the future or futures are unknowable, but one of the great things about thinking about the futures of data-driven higher education is to make us think more carefully about what we're doing in the present. So I'm not going to predict what I think is going to happen in 5, 10, 50 years' time, but I'm going to think about what we might want to do next in terms of getting us to think about what we need to do now. The second keyword is this idea of data-driven. So I'm not talking specifically about learning analytics, but I think everything I'm going to say does relate directly to learning analytics. But I think learning analytics is part of a larger constellation of data-driven technologies which are coming into education. So if we want to make sense of learning analytics, we need to think about data-driven technologies in general. And the third keyword is this idea of education. I'm not talking about learning or supporting learning or learners, because I think most data-driven technology in education doesn't really relate to learning, but it relates to education in its broader sense. Teachers, pedagogies, institutions, societies, politics, culture. So I'm not going to give you many insights into learning. That's what the previous session was about, but I do want to think a little bit more broadly. So that's the title. I think the bare bones of what I'm going to try and say in the next 30, 35 minutes really just follows these four sort of points. The first thing I'd like to really get across is I think learning analytics and any form of data-driven education is a profoundly radical proposition. This isn't just a technical exercise of kind of adding data science around the edges of higher education. Instead, I think this is a really radical reconfiguration of higher education practice and higher education provision. And we need to take learning analytics and data-driven education really seriously, but really radically. And I think that's why so many people are really excited about this field. The flip side is, secondly, I'd like to make the argument, I think data-driven education is actually a really dangerous proposition as well, for all the reasons that I guess lots of you watching will get very excited about the reconfigurations that are possible through data-driven education. There are just as many reasons, I think, to be concerned, if not outright critical. And the third contention then is because of this tension between the radical possibilities and the dangerous probabilities, this idea that data-driven education, I think, is political, and we need to see it as a political action. This is a contested space, a site of struggle. And I think primarily any use of data-driven technologies in education is a question of values. What do we want higher education to be? What do we think higher education should be? What is higher education for? And then my final argument, and hopefully this is something we can do throughout this day, is think very, very carefully about what we're trying to achieve here when we do apply data-driven technologies to any aspect of education. So whether you're a data scientist developing a data-driven technology, whether you're a higher education administrator procuring a data-driven technology, whether you're a university teacher just thinking about taking a data-driven technology into your practice, these are big decisions to be making. And I think these are things that we really need to think carefully about and then act accordingly to our values and our principles and what we're trying to achieve with these uses of technology. So, I mean, that's the basics of what I want to try and talk about over the next 30 minutes. Let's crack on with the first idea. And this is the more positive side of things, glass half empty, glass half full. I think data-driven education is profoundly radical. I really think we need to see it as a really kind of profound challenge or change, or lots of people like to talk about transformation, but a reconfiguration of what higher education is. And I think it really helps to see what we're trying to do with data-driven education and learning analytics in terms of how it fits with wider logics which are coming to play on higher education. And there are 4 logics which I think I'm particularly interested in at the moment. And these are some things you're probably familiar with in terms of the top line titles, but it's worth thinking about the implications of each of these in turn. So I guess the first of all is this idea of personalization, which you hear a lot about. The idea of using digital technologies and learning analytics to arrange education and teaching and learning in particular around the different needs and interests and circumstances of individuals. And it's, as I say, it's really interesting to think about why this is a radical shift. In one sense, you can argue that personalization is just talking about customization of content, but I think in essence, it's actually about using technology to support individuals to make decisions about their learning. And that's a lot of what Brian and Abelardo were talking about in the previous session. The idea about using technologies such as learning analytics, for example, to support self-regulated learning, where the learner reflects on their learning behaviors and changes their subsequent behaviors accordingly. And so I think this is a really, really radical thing to be doing in higher education. The implications of this is a system of higher education that's primarily focused around the needs and the demands of the student. More significantly, though, I think this really implies reconfiguring the needs, the forms of higher education provision around the customer, the student as a customer. And these ideas of convenience and flexibility, and all these promises that we see about personalized learning are fundamentally reconfiguring higher education around the individual student and the individual learner. And this leads to a whole range of promises around the university as a service provider. People talk about the Netflixing of lectures, the University of Uber, the University of Me. But the kind of logic of having data-driven education is a profoundly personalized and individualized notion of higher education. And that's really radical. And that's in contrast to this idea of massified, institutional-led higher education. The second logic is this idea of datafication. Of course, we're talking all the time about data, but the whole premise of data-driven education and learning analytics draws upon this idea that universities are now places where massive amounts of data are now being generated and systematically collected in order to make sense of the people within the institution and the things that these people are doing. Now, universities, of course, have always had data. They've always used data. They've always been places where things have been recorded and monitored and tracked. But a key part of the promise of datafication is this idea that digital technologies now proliferate our university environments, and they're producing masses of data and masses of trace data during their uses. And so I think the kind of radical promise of datafication is this idea that we can take this kind of ambient data that's being generated in the background through technology use and turn it into vast amounts of information about human behavior. So we can track, collect, and analyze everything that's done. And of course, as was hinted in the previous session, the excitement here is the fact that this data is generated at scale, that it's circulated at speed and processed on a continual real-time basis. People were talking about knowing every microsecond of what a learner or a student is doing. And the radical promise here then is what Dave Beer refers to as the data gaze. And this is the promise that we can know things that would otherwise be fundamentally unknowable. I think that's one of the key logics of learning analytics. The promise of inherently speedy, accessible, revealing, panoramic, prophetic and smart ways of knowing and smart ways of acting through the analysis of data. And again, that's in stark contrast, I think, to previous logics of massified higher education. So all of these things, data, personalization, these are radical things to be doing. The third logic I think we really do need to think carefully about is this idea of platformatization. And this is the idea of reorganizing higher education in light of the increased dominance of software platforms. Now, we're all working through platforms. I'm presenting this through Zoom meetings. We all use specific learning management systems, and we're all beholden to large corporate platforms as well, such as Google and Microsoft Teams. And all of this is leading to a platformatization of higher education and university systems, where these big software platforms and these big software systems are key intermediaries in the organization of everything we do in higher education. They structure the actions of students, they structure the actions of teachers by capturing processes through preset interfaces and protocols and pre-programmed responses. Now, universities are not unique in this. We live in a platform society, as Jose Van Dyke and other people remind us. Uber is a key way that we now travel. Airbnb is now a key way that we actually stay when we're not at home. But higher education, I think, is a really interesting way to think about how these logics are coming to play. And in some ways, the radical promise of platformatization is not that we all now do things through individual platforms, but all of these platforms are now increasingly joined up and interact seamlessly, particularly education-specific platforms like the learning management system, seamlessly interacting or interfacing with a platform like Zoom or YouTube or Facebook. And so we have a big internet infrastructure system where we're now increasingly accessing higher education through. And I think this really is radically changing the promise of the university. We shouldn't talk about the digital university, we should talk about the platform university and run along different lines. So it's run by different actors and run by different interests. And there's a dominance of these large multinational platforms with their networked effects. So we're not talking about the same type of digital education that we were talking about even 5 years ago. And I think the fourth radical promise, which is really interesting to think about, is this idea of automation and data-driven automations. And I think a lot of the learning analytics software that we're interested in is just part of this wider shift to the automated classroom and this rise of automated decision-making. Recommender systems and personalized learning systems being the most obvious in terms of recommending what learners do next. But we were seeing this throughout most aspects of teaching and learning, from learning analytics systems and facial detection systems that can monitor emotion and engagement and affect and motivation of students. We've got learning automated assessment tools, automated essay grading software, chatbots that can give support, pedagogical agents, a whole bunch of technologies which are promising to sometimes take the human out of the loop, sometimes keep the human on top of the loop, and sometimes keep humans in the loop, but all the while helping teachers in particular doing a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of the drudge work, a lot of the kind of routine, mundane teaching work can now be done and free teachers up to do kind of more high level teaching skills. So there's so much going on, I think, with data-driven education. We really need to see it as a kind of very serious, very radical transformation of how universities and how higher education takes place. Which leads me to my second point, which is why I think this is actually also a very dangerous proposition. Now, I don't mean dangerous in terms of bad. It's really interesting to go back to Michel Foucault's idea that we're not talking about things being bad, but we are talking about things being dangerous, which, as he says, is not exactly the same thing. If things are dangerous, then we always have something to do. So in some ways, I'd like to see data-driven education, not as a completely evil thing, but as a dangerous thing that's incredibly powerful. You might like to liken it to something like plutonium. not something that can be used and harnessed for great good, but also something we perhaps need to be a little bit circumspect or wary or perhaps even critical about. And I think there are a few areas of points of concern that are beginning to kind of raise up through the education literature, which is really important, I think, for the data-driven education community and the learning analytics community to take on board. These might not be things you agree with, but these are reasons that higher learning analytics is beginning to get pushback and beginning to attract criticism, which in some ways is an indication that the field is maturing. Now, this first point of concern, this idea of individualization, which I think I've spelled wrong on the slide there, so apologies for that. A lot of people have problems with the idea of personalization. Personalization to a lot of people is nothing less than or nothing more than mass customization. When we talk about personalization, there's very little that's personal about it. It's very much about fitting individual students to fit with this massed goal of where we want to go. And particularly this idea of nudging students' decision-making fits with this wider logic of the nudge, the behavioral economics idea of manipulating student decision-making to reach a kind of designated end goal. Now, this in some ways is seen to be a way of kind of making sure that students kind of learn or do the things that they're supposed to do. But it reconfigures the whole point of, or the whole idea of teaching and learning very much as a kind of digitally enabled, individualized pursuit. And it's also this idea of education as a very individualized activity and a very individualized benefit as well. So data-driven education tends to focus on the individual learner and their individual behaviors and works on that very kind of micro basis of the individual, which privileges a very particular type of learner. Those who are already well educated, those who are well resourced, those who are actually well positioned to make decisions and act upon them. What Tressie Macmillan Cotton refers to as the roaming autodidact. These are the learners, I think, that data-driven education really works for: the agile, the nomadic, the flexible, the mobile, the hyper-privileged type of student. But on the flip side, these forms of individualization, and we know this, disadvantage many other types of students, those that can't afford to be quite so nimble and quite so agile. So, I mean, that's one big concern, that we're entering a kind of a model of education which is very based around individualization, individual interests, education as a kind of private concern, and education that really kind of advantages those individuals that have the resources to act in individualized ways. The second concern is this whole area of bias and the ways that data-driven education fit or don't fit with the social context of higher education. There's a lot of concern about data-driven education leading to new forms of misrepresentation and discrimination of what it is that students are doing, but also who it is that students are. Now, this is quite a contentious issue in a whole bunch of areas of artificial intelligence and automated decision-making. And these are arguments I'm sure that a lot of you will be very familiar with. But I wanted to stress here that we're not talking about statistical bias or underrepresentation or variance or the way that data scientists talk about the bias. We're talking about societal bias, these issues of fairness and harm and discrimination. And so this isn't just a case of arguing that we need to have better training data sets or we need to have more nuanced algorithms. Social bias is a lot more than this and fundamentally unavoidable when we put data-driven technologies into social contexts. And so the argument here is that every aspect of an algorithmic system is the result of programming and design decisions, and therefore can contain bias and does contain bias. And these biases include the decisions that are made about how you conceive about a learning task or a teaching task, how you codify how you conceive those tasks, as well as also how you model the choices that people might make. And then these systems are used in the very kind of messy social settings and institutional settings of universities that are chock full of human judgments, human discretions, and human biases. And so all told, any data-driven system and any algorithmic model is going to be shaped by a bunch of subjective judgments, interpretations, and discretionary decisions along the way. So any data-driven education technology, any data-driven learning analytics technology is likely to exacerbate the existing inequalities of the university systems that it's used within. So I think the point of concern here is that data is never neutral or objective, because people are never neutral or objective. And something like learning analytics is fundamentally based around data about people, and it's data that's generated by people and data that's then used by people. And so in this respect, the biases and the misrepresentations and these issues of the harms that can result from data-driven education, I think really need to be taken seriously. And in particular, the social contexts of the universities that these technologies are being used in. So if we think about the university, it's not just this kind of neutral context where learners are free to make decisions and have agency. These are profoundly messy contexts. So if you think about the massified higher education system that we work in and the realities of the universities that we work in, these are high volume, high throughput systems based around standardized assessment, standardized testing, low contact time, very non-personalized. In terms of working in these universities, there's lots of concern over precariety of labor. So the teacher, for example, may be an adjunct that's working in 4 different institutions. Students are under a huge amount of pressure and not necessarily even completely focused on their studies. They may have 1, 2, 3 part-time jobs. They may have caring responsibilities. They may have all sorts of other things going on. So any perfect learning analytics system is coming into a very imperfect social situation, social setting, which is profoundly shaping how it's engaged with and how it's used. And all of this can lead to inequalities and disadvantages. The third point of concern is this idea of pedagogy. It's really interesting to think about data-driven education in terms of pedagogic design and pedagogic implications. We talk so much about learners and students, we tend to think less about pedagogy. But there are a whole range of concerns that are beginning to be raised about the pedagogies that arise from the increased use of data-driven technologies in classrooms. You're probably familiar with this idea of people teaching to the data point or learning to the data point. We've always been concerned about teachers teaching to the test. Well, now there's concerns about teachers teaching to the algorithm, and also students working to trigger or game the system, to please the system, to trigger the data systems where they can. There's also concerns about the reductiveness of the data point. Teaching and learning are fundamentally really complex processes, and there are lots of grey, unexplainable areas that you cannot capture in data. And if there are many aspects of teaching and learning that you cannot capture in data, they cannot be kind of harnessed by even the most sophisticated data-driven education system. And last of all is this idea of pedagogies being pivoted towards surveillance pedagogy. This data and its outputs, these analytics and these dashboards are not just accessible to individual learners, they're accessible to teachers, they're accessible to university authorities, they're accessible to all sorts of people. And so there's concern that data-driven education lends itself to surveillance, more specifically this idea of dataveillance. And the idea of collecting as much data as possible has consequences. This data is reused and reused, it's circulated and recirculated. And in many ways, there's concerns that data-driven education lends itself to what Sean Bain refers to as structures of distrust. And if you look at the current concerns around online exam proctoring, the use of technologies such as ProctorU and Proctero, and the real concerns that are being raised about these surveillance pedagogies of using these systems, I think we can see where people are coming from. And then the final 2 points, I guess, will also be familiar to you, but are worth unpacking in a little bit more detail. There are big concerns about what data-driven education does to the teacher. I don't think that any of these technologies are going to replace teachers, but they're certainly going to deplace teachers. And I think there are some real concerns about the deprofessionalization and the de-skilling of teachers by the increased use of data-driven technologies. And in particular, this idea of technologies perhaps diminishing the professional expertise and judgment of teachers and diminishing the autonomy of teachers. I'm not convinced by this argument that data-driven education will support teachers and lift them up to higher order teaching and learning. I think there's slippage between being guided by technologies and actually being directed by technology, being advised what to do and being told what to do. And a lot of higher education classroom contexts, we can see there is slippage from data-driven, from being data-led to being data-driven. And this idea that data-driven and datafied technologies lead to new forms of social knowledge and new social orders in the classroom. And there's slippage from what's seen to be counting as social knowledge in the classroom, from being led by teaching expertise and pedagogic expertise of the professional human teacher to what the system actually says. And although I don't think data-driven education is going to replace completely professional expert judgment, you can see this slippage where people, teachers and students and administrators begin to place more faith and more store in the analytics, and then suddenly begin to expect the analytics to reconfigure what it means to be learning, what it means to be engaged, what it means to be motivated, and all these things, all these promises that data offers to tell us. If we have systems which are supposedly telling us more than a teacher could ever know, then people will defer to the expertise of the system rather than the expertise of the teacher. And I think there are concerns there about the displaced autonomy of teachers to actually act against what the system says. And last of all is this area, which I'm sure Janja is going to talk about a lot more, but it is worth saying very briefly that education technology is big business. There's very big reasons that technology companies and venture capitalist funding and kind of the private sector are getting interested in this area of data-driven education and learning analytics in particular. There's a huge amount of money being invested in this area, and there's a huge amount of money to be made. And in the area of learning analytics, particularly, we need to think about the way that the technologies correspond with this idea of the data economy. Data being a huge source of third-party profit and third-party exploitation. And so we're beginning to see concerns raised about the ways that these big platform providers deal with data, particularly where the data goes beyond the university, beyond the learner, beyond the teacher, beyond the institution, where data goes above the institution to third parties. And this whole idea of the data economy, I think, is really worth taking seriously. And this idea of data as extraction, being extracted from students, being extracted from institutions, and being then party to this wider data economy. So Janja is talking about data rentierism, but I think it's really important to think much more carefully about this idea of the data economy. And also to think more carefully about the way that data-driven education is part of this wider impetus towards the corporate reform of higher education. This idea that we can reform universities as institutions along the lines of business, market-driven logics of increased efficiencies, increased running universities and classrooms along business-driven lines through the promotion of data-driven learning, personalized learning, and the rest of it. And there's this idea that we are beginning to kind of cede control over how classrooms are organized, how learning is set up, how teaching takes place, to the views and the ideas and the imperatives of the private corporations which are providing these platforms, that are providing these technologies. And I think this is a big concern when we're talking about public education. And so even the UN International Commission on the Futures of Education is raising concerns about the ways in which digital platforms provided by private companies are kind of redefining the ways in which we imagine teaching and learning and pedagogy, particularly the relations between students and teachers. Now, this isn't to say that there isn't room for reimagining higher education and that private sector hasn't got a place to play in reimagining higher education, but there is an idea that we're allowing these imperatives in kind of through the back door with the technologies that we use. Now, all of this brings me on to the third point, which I think is the most interesting point, that we really need to see everything that we do then with these technologies as political action. You may not agree with anything I've just said over the past 15 minutes in that second area of the talk, but these are things that are being raised. And I think these are things that are being raised in a way that makes data-driven education in 2021 a really contested space. Not everybody agrees that having more data-driven technologies in education is a good thing. A lot of people do, but a lot of people don't. And all of the concerns I've just raised, I think, are things that we don't normally talk about when we talk about learning analytics. These are things to do with power and control, issues of disadvantage, issues of injustice. And I think we really need to think much more carefully about the political contexts of higher education, that all of these technologies and all of these products and all of these practices are located within. I think it's really important for everyone here to recognize this is a contested space. Not everyone is happy with having more technology in education. Not everyone is happy for having more data in education for very understandable reasons. And I think there's a set of tensions that we need to think about when we think about learning analytics. And actually a set of values and a set of, agendas which you may or may not agree with. And I think from what I've just said in terms of the radical promise and the dangerous promise, there are at least 4 tensions that it's worth thinking about. Where do you actually fit and where do you sit in terms of these debates and these struggles? This, first of all, is this tension between individualization and collectivity. I think, as I've tried to argue, I think the use of data-driven technologies in education are increasingly imbued with values of hyper-individualization of engagement. So the question here is this something you agree with? Is this something you're comfortable with? Is this something you want to push back on? Secondly, is this idea of inclusivity and exclusivity. I think the use of these technologies, the increase of use of these technologies will persistently advantage certain types of students over others, particularly those that are well-resourced, well-educated, that are otherwise unencumbered with other kind of duties and other kind of imperatives. Those are the types of student that generally tend to be advantaged by the increased use of these technologies. Again, is this something we're happy with? Is this something we're comfortable with? Are these values that we're adhere to? Or are these things that we want to push back on? The idea of the tension between the commercial and the commons. A lot of people have no problem at all with increased leadership from commercial and private sector interests and the agendas of the corporate sector. But is this something that we're happy with? Is this something that we want to promote through our own work? Is this something we want to push back on? And last of all, the tensions between automation and autonomy. A lot of people are actually, I think, quite keen to take teachers out of the loop. A lot of people think that teachers don't do necessarily a very good job in higher education. And again, a lot of people are quite happy with standard automations of key teaching and learning processes. But again, are these values that we necessarily want to pursue in our own work, or are these things we want to push back on? I'm not setting these up as straw men. I'm not trying to preach that one thing's right and one thing's wrong. And I think a lot of people genuinely are happy to have more individualized, more commercialized, more automated systems. They see this as fairer. They see this as less biased. They see this as more efficient. But these are all value judgments. There's no such thing as the technology being neutral. So I just want to say that I think we need to think about these shifts, and we need to think about these values, and we need to think about the politics that are inherent in these shifts, and either own them and say, yep, this is what we're trying to do here, this is our values, or push back against them and realize that some other people will push back against them. So all of this leads me to the final point that I think any further use of data-driven education is something we need to think really carefully about. As I said at the beginning, whether you're a producer of these systems, whether you're developing these systems, whether you're procuring these systems, or whether you're thinking about using these systems in your own teaching and learning, these are big decisions to be making. These are not just technical decisions, but these are decisions about values. What do we want to do with higher education? What do you think higher education should be? What do you think higher education is about? And then we need to kind of accordingly act with these values. Now, this is where the futures come in. Where do we want to go with all of this? And I think there are at least 4 different things which are coming out of the data-driven education literature that I'm reading at the moment in terms of people's responses to seeing data-driven education and seeing learning analytics in this kind of radical, dangerous political mode. And it's interesting to think where we might want to go with this. Now, I'm sure a lot of people watching this are thinking, this is just all absolute rubbish. This is not my problem. I'm a data scientist. I'm a learning scientist. I'm not a social worker. I'm not an activist. Numbers and technology are neutral. Myself and my colleagues are aware of the limits of what we're doing. We know that data are not fully representative. We know that classrooms are messy. We're not trying to overpromise what we do here. It's possibly vendors or people selling these things that are hyping things up. you know, I haven't got a problem here. These systems might be flawed and biased and imperfect, but yes, so are teachers, so are universities. And, you know, in many ways, our technologies are better than doing things the current way of doing things. And you often hear people make this response, I'm not political. But I think, personally, saying I'm not political is a political response in itself. And I think in some ways, I'm not happy about divorcing the things that I do with technology in my teaching from my own values and politics. So I think if you do have this, it's not my problem response, there is reasons to push back against that. I do work a little bit with learning analytics people, and I know that there is a great interest in this second type of response for the futures of learning analytics. And this is this idea of taking on the idea of ethics and fairness and accountability and transparency. And this is something which is kind of really becoming popular in all sorts of data and automated decision-making and areas of AI. And there are many ways that we can begin to think about more ethical approaches to learning analytics. There, you know, you can white box systems, you can have algorithmic transparency, you can talk about algorithmic accountability. And in many ways, this is a really interesting way of thinking about learning analytics and data-driven education, and it's a really good first step. But again, there are reasons that people push back against this, and it's really interesting to think about why there's pushback against ethics in data-driven education. There's a lot of technology-related ethics washing at the moment. The idea that ethics frameworks and ethic boards are just being raised by big companies to no great effort, other than really to just avoid regulation. There's concerns that ethics codes don't really ever lead to any serious change in terms of making technology use more fair or more just. And also this concern that putting things in terms of ethics fundamentally distracts you from issues of power and politics. It's not really about ethics and morals. A lot of what I've said, I think, is about politics and power. And so in some ways, ethics is a bit of a comfortable way of kind of pushing a lot of more problematic aspects of what we're doing with data-driven education to one side. So I'm much more interested in these final two aspects. And these don't tend to get talked about so much in the data-driven education space, but I'm really interested to think a little bit more carefully about this. And hopefully Yanni will have things to say about this as well. There is a big or an emerging interest in this idea of analytics for social good, or data-driven education for social good. And this is the idea that while never capable of providing perfect solutions, we can think about data science being used to improve certain circumstances. And I think this is a bit more of an interesting way of thinking about where we might want to go in the future, engaging with more nuanced kind of engagement with the social issues and the political issues which I ranged. But there are issues with this as well. It's very easy to talk about social good in a very vague way, in a way that just is very ill-defined. A lot of people just argue that you'll know social good when you see it. And it's also very easy to slip into very broad sweeping statements that, you know, poverty is bad or staying enrolled on a university courses are good. And so I think in some ways, it's also interesting to think beyond this idea of using just data-driven education for social good, and perhaps think about more radical uses of data, and particularly the idea that data is not necessarily used to inform any different action, but can be used in a much more kind of antagonistic way. This idea of agnostic analytics I'm really interested in, using data for avowedly political purposes. And I think this is a really kind of radical way to finish with, this idea of arguing that perhaps data can never be liberatory or empowering. It's actually always going to be used to harm. And in that respect, we can help marginalized groups and minoritized groups use data to kind of push back and fight back against injustice. But there's a whole range of different ways you might want to think about going in the future. I don't think we should just say that we're not political, that technology is neutral. I'm not convinced that data ethics and fairness and accountability and transparency are the way forward. There's, I think, some benefit in thinking in a very more careful way about analytics for social good, but also this idea of using data for avowedly political purposes, I think, does have some power as well. But all of this just goes to show, I think, that data-driven education and learning analytics are profoundly contested spaces. Now, I said at the beginning, I think this is a good thing. This shows that your area is becoming more prominent, becoming more important, and because of this, it's getting more pushback and more criticism. And I think for this field to advance, it's really important to bring different sides together, people like Janja and myself, together with people like Abelardo and Brian, and actually talk with each other, bring these different perspectives together, make our concerns and our disagreements a proper site of conversation. And this, I think, is possibly the most kind of obvious way to go forward in the future, is to really take time now to think about where we all want to be going next with this technology. And I'm not trying to preach that there's one right way and we should all be kind of very publicly minded and, you know, thinking about collective and disadvantage and social justice. These are political issues. There's no right answer. But I think it is a question of thinking more about the values of what it is we're trying to do with data-driven education, what it is we're trying to achieve, and where we think data and data science may have a role in trying to reach those values and achieve those things that we're trying to achieve. But if nothing else, you take nothing else from what I've just said, I think it's really important to recognize that not everybody thinks in the same way about learning analytics. Not everyone thinks in the same way about data-driven education. And so I think it's a really healthy thing to see data and learning analytics as a topic of disagreement, and now start talking a lot more openly about these differences and about these disagreements. So I'll thank you there. I'll hand it over to Janja, and I'm sure that we'll have a lot of interesting conversation. That's where I'd like to happen next. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you so very much, Neil. In my excitement to hear what you had to say, I forgot to introduce you properly. And just so people know that he's a distinguished professor of research professor at Monash University. And as you can understand, he's a leading researcher in the area of digital education, and he asks these really hard and interesting questions. And he has a couple of really good books on should robots replace teachers, AI in the future of education, and Education and Technology, Key Issues and Debates, both recent publications that are worth reading. Okay, I think we have time for one question. Jenny, I'll take your question when we come, because I think it's a longer discussion. But I'll take Gabor's right now, and he's asking how governance models of universities can handle this digitalization challenge, and what is the added value of university education in this digital world. The content, experts, professional communities are available outside of universities, so why should a motivated and self-regulated learner even go to a university in this digital age?
That's a really good question, and actually taps into, I think, one of the main issues here. A lot of what we're debating about is not about technology, it's about the politics of higher education. And I think a lot of people quite passionately believe that we don't need the types of universities that we have at the moment. And in some ways, technology is a way of completely reinventing higher education. So people like Peter Thiel, for example, arguing that, you know, you just don't need to go to college anymore. And I think that is a very, I was going to say valid argument. I don't agree with it at all, but I think it's really interesting to actually think about the technologies that we're talking about in these terms. This is why data-driven education and learning analytics are radical, because the end logic of this is you don't need to go to a university anymore. You can learn for yourself. And as the questioner says, a highly motivated, self-regulated learner could probably get a much better education than they could from lots of universities. But this profoundly then pushes back against the politics of public education. Why would we need a public education? What value is there in the learning in a collective manner? What value is there in the commons of public education? And this is where it's really interesting to think about the politics of what we're talking about here. Coming back to the idea of university governance, a lot of what I've been arguing is that I think a lot of university structures are the problem here. I'm not saying university governance is perfect. I think university governance is often a problem in itself. I think the hierarchies within a university and the institutionalization of a university could definitely be reformed along better lines. And a lot of the disadvantages and harms and injustices I pointed out are not necessarily caused by the technology. They're amplified by the technology, but they're fundamentally structural issues with higher education as a whole. So a lot of what both the critics and the proponents of data-driven education are arguing for is a profound restructuring and reimagining of higher education. Where we differ is where we actually put our values. Are we publicly minded and collectively minded and communally minded and social justice minded, or are we very individualized and efficiency minded and everything else? But it's really nice to say these things out in the open and not pretend that we all are happy with universities. It's just a technical issue of fitting the technology into the university. I think systematically there's a lot I'd love to change about universities and higher education, but I don't want to do away with them altogether. And I would hate it for everyone to be learning individually. because not everybody is able to do that. Not everyone's in the privileged position of learning like that. And that is an issue of democracy and fairness and everything else. But it's a great question, and it does open up this wider debate.
Okay, well, I think we'll return to this kind of question when we come back to the session afterwards. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce Janja Komljenovic, and we were very thrilled that she agreed to join us, even though maybe she didn't think she had this, perspective when we're talking about learning analytics. But as it connects very much with what Neil's taking, this more critical perspective, and I think her research, she's a lecturer in higher education at Lancaster University, and her research is focused on the political economy of higher education and higher educational markets. And she's especially interested in the relation between the digital economy and higher education sector in digitalization, datafication, and platformization. Here we come back to this, of universities. And I think that this is extremely relevant, and I'm so excited to hear what she has to say. So we give you the floor for the next 45 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you, Neil, for the excellent discussion. And I think that my talk quite neatly follows Neil's in terms of content and issues raised. I too obviously am not an expert in learning analytics, and indeed, as Neil said, I will provide a different view. So I will focus on the political economy of digitalized higher education, particularly via education technology, or as we call it, EdTech, which is indeed only one of the techs. So I will not address the potential use value, benefits, or particular traits of education technology or learning analytics, but I will discuss the underlying questions of value and monetization, power relations, and digital governance. So the points I will raise are, I think, highly relevant for this field, as you've just mentioned, Barbara, because learning analytics is a product of data intelligence in the education sector, and because ethical, socially just, and sustainable design, creation, and use of learning analytics are of interest to everyone, I hope at least. So let's start with digital higher education and EdTech as a whole, which are part of the so-called global digital economy more broadly. So I'm fully agreeing here with Neil that we should understand the dynamic that is happening in the digital higher education, also contextualized and situated in the digital economy more broadly. So I'll just start sharing my screen. Hopefully you can see that.
Perfect.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. All right. So I would say that almost all higher education, if not all, in the world is digitized. Huge majority is digitalized, and we are seeing increasing parts of digital higher education. So I think it's important to distinguish what's the difference between digitization, digitalization, and the digital itself. And here I like to lean on Book 10 Hicks' definition of the digital economy, where they say that it's that part of economic output derived solely or primarily from digital technologies with a business model based on digital goods and services specifically. So in this way, you could think about learning analytics as a real kind of product of the digital economy. I would argue that EdTech is a good proxy for the expansion of the digital economy in education. And obviously, when we think about the education technology, we think about the huge diversity of various digital products and services. And I quite like this mapping provided by Ancora. So they issue this annually, where they track the digital platforms present in the higher education sector, and they group it from digital kind of infrastructure and backbone to then different groups in the teaching and learning processes. Although I would argue that education technology is also present in other functions of universities, such as research management or managing of institutions. And even if we think about higher education more broadly, so various lifelong learning initiatives and parallel kind of services that are challenging universities as institutions. So when I say education technology, I have all of this diversity of products and services in mind. And indeed, EdTech industry is growing really fast. IBIS Capital reports that in early 2020, the global EdTech market was estimated to be worth just shy of $200 billion, and it has a high growth prediction. So it's predicted to grow around 15% per year, which is a lot. The current pandemic is seen as a catalyst for EdTech expansion. So there are predictions that the pandemic is expanding digitalization and digital forms of education by 5 to 10 years. And this is actually the same graph that Neil also showed, but it shows the fast expansion of particularly venture capital investment in education technology. But what I also think is quite interesting is that this investment in education technology, what's the logic behind it and where is it tapping in? And already in 2016, IBIS Capital said that education market was worth then over $5 trillion. And the comparison here is interesting because they said that this is 8 times the size of the software market and 3 times the size of the media and entertainment industry. So just to kind of put this into perspective and also what they compared education with. But yet education was only 2% digitized. That means that there was only 2% of the money spent on the digital products out of $5 trillion. Now, the situation in 2020 is that the digital share is 3.6% out of $6.3 trillion. And this, the percentage of all the money available globally in the sector is predicted to grow substantially. Increasingly, we also see the dynamic of EdTech specific companies growing in their value. Today, we have 25 EdTech unicorns. This means companies who are valued at more than $1 billion. HolonIQ curates a list, and out of those 25 unicorns, 10 of them had the last round of financing this year, and 8 of them last year in 2020. So we can see this kind of intensification also of the amounts of investment in those companies. So not only the number of companies, but also the size of the tickets that are put into individual products and services and companies. Quite importantly to notice also that out of 25, 9 are based in China and 14 in USA. 2 are in India and 1 is in Canada, but the huge competitors here are China and USA. So we see this kind of new geopolitical relations, and this is mimicking really the investment in the digital economy more broadly. So we see this kind of competition happening between these 2 global forces, and Europe is kind of trying to be the leader in kind of regulation and kind of civil and citizenship kind of point of view there. So not that much in products and investment, although that is the aim. Now, when we think about how the sector and particularly universities are digitalizing, obviously they use quite a huge diversity of products and services, but a lot, if not majority, of digitalization is happening through proprietary digital products and services that are then mediated by digital platforms. And as Neil, I see this as digital ecosystems because they are connected, enabling data flows. Jose Van Dijk talks about this as competitive cooperators. But if we see them as ecosystems, obviously there is coexistence of various kinds of of platforms. They might be open source, proprietary, free or monetized, where actors are users or producers and so on. But the idea is around leveraging complementarity. So they are a group of interdependent actors that jointly develop a set of complementary assets. And the promise there is that participating in this ecosystem will reap greater benefits and profits than working in the market alone. So this is from one of my recent papers where I've tried to kind of map different kind of monetization models when we think about various platforms present in universities. And there are different actors involved in creating them, owning them, and controlling them. And we can obviously see that some of them are developed by universities alone, where the investment is really more internal. So in-house developers, investment in in-house developers and infrastructures, or universities might use open source platforms that then they program themselves further. Or universities might be acting as digital users. So for example, employing virtual learning environment platforms like Blackboard, or research management systems like Pure, or even Amazon Alexa is spreading quite fast in the higher education sector, and so on. And in this case, universities would pay subscription fees, license fees, or any other type of fees, such as number of clicks or time spent on platforms, and so on. Universities also cooperate with companies like OPMs or MOOCs, and I think this was also mentioned in Q&A. And in this case, students and individuals would pay fees for access and or credentials, or employers would pay fees for recruitment, and so on. There's also cooperation with state agencies. So in the case of UK, JISC works with platform providers. JISC is a sectorial body responsible for digitalization of the sector, or even other state agencies have technical integration with these new platforms, such as is the case again in the UK between UCAS and Unibody. Unibody is a startup connecting student candidates with current students, and UCAS is the body through which students or potential students apply to universities. Or companies alone kind of offer complementary services to individuals directly, or they are in competition with universities and challenge them entirely. Companies might even work together and form commercial coalitions. So what is happening here and what is in common is that where there is monetization, so where there is sort of payment, it is in the form of various kinds of subscriptions, fees per click, per view, per time, per user, and so on. This is essentially rent and not a price. The second commonality is that these are all digital platforms, and I understand platforms as socio-technical intermediaries working with network effects. So the more users they have, the more value they have for the users. And I will come back to that later, but the owners have private control of all conditions of operation on these platforms. They also generate digital data and enable extraction of digital data. And digital data is quite interesting because it has zero marginal cost of reproduction, it's non-rivalry in consumption, and it's not really that valuable in its raw form. It only becomes valuable when it is aggregated, put together in large data sets, analyzed and turned into intelligence. So it's a very interesting concept that we have here. I would argue that there's really a lack of our knowledge about this dynamic, and there's lots of research on edtech in terms of teaching and learning on particular traits, but there's not that much research in terms of political economy of edtech. There is excellent emerging literature on the intersection of marketization and digitalization, including Neil's work, but I would say that it's mostly still kind of commodity centric, and that we haven't really gotten our head around these new forms of governance, of what is actually happening with the ownership and control. And I would argue that there is a new quality emerging here, which is different to commodification, and that is the process of assetization. So turning things into assets and not commodities. Now, what are assets? They come in many different forms and types. The basic distinction is between tangible and intangible assets. The international accounting standards say that an intangible asset is identifiable thing without physical substance. So but it has to be identifiable, so it has to have boundaries. It is controlled by the owner, so the entity who owns it, and it reaps future economic benefits. Now I will spend a few minutes just to discuss the difference between commodities and assets, just because we are so familiar with thinking through commodification in higher education, but not through assetization. So I think it's worthwhile spending a little bit of time here. So the first difference is about the ownership rights. When we buy and sell a commodity, there is a transfer of ownership rights for paying the price. So, you know, if you buy a product, imagine if you buy a coat, you can do whatever you want with the coat. You can cut it, burn it, change it, or even if you pay for a service as a commodity, you kind of control what happens with that service. But if you pay rent for an asset, the ownership stays with the asset owner, and as a user, you only get rights for access and usage. Think about, for example, paying subscription for Netflix or any kind of software and so on. You can't really change that particular asset, you don't own it. And in the case of digital assets, the owners also have rights over any kind of copies, derivatives, and so on. Think about intellectual property rights. The second important difference is that in case of commodity exchange, that is the end of the relationship. So, you know, you pay a price, you buy something, and that's that. But in case of assets, that is only a start of the relationship. So you engage in a contractual relationship with the asset owner well into the future. The third important difference is that exactly around this realization of value in the future versus now. So in case of the market exchange of commodities, there is a value realization now for a price. And in case of paying rents perpetually into the future, it's well positioned into the future. Now here, this works around the expectations about future return on investment. And this becomes a very much political issue. As Neil said before, various actors come into power struggle around the particular imaginaries of particular kinds of future so that they can realize the value of their particular assets. So for example, you know, if learning analytic products are kind of potential very valuable assets, then we have to have a particular vision of what kind of higher education we have and not any alternative. You know, and I could come up with numerous examples. So it becomes a very important kind of work of the owners of assets to also make sure that their particular imaginary and vision of the future actually happens. The next difference is that as the commodity once used is gone, in the case of assets, it's reproducible form of zero marginal cost. Particularly, I'm talking about the digital assets here. So, you know, if we think about digital data as assets, they are kind of never used. We can kind of reuse them over and over again. There's also, assets are also working through the monopoly conditions. Now we can think here about natural assets such as land, for example, which when we talk about, you know, rentiership and assetization, we typically think of land. But in our case, we are talking about legally constructed monopolies. So digital platforms and data are created as monopolies through intellectual property rights, particularly copyright and patents. So they're created monopolies by law. And lastly, there's also the question here about the price or the cost. In the case of commodities, as value increases, demand decreases, and the other way around, as in typical supply and demand curves. And in case of assets, there's a different dynamic here where owners actually have much more power. So to some, so just to say that then value, obviously in case of assets, is realized in the form of rent, not a price. And what is of interest to us here is digital platforms and digital data as assets. Now, what do I mean when I say rentiership? This is the strategy for pursuing assets, which would be kind of similar as marketization for pursuing commodities. Rentiership can be defined as the appropriation of value through ownership and control rights. So basically, the owners are able to profit simply by owning and controlling particular assets. In case of digital data, we can think about data rentiership as the pursuit of innovation strategies which are designed to capture or extract value through ownership and control of data as an asset. And in case of platforms, it is about getting value through ownership and control of these platforms. And that includes the rights of access, all conditions of operation, as well as extraction of data. Most often we're talking about protection by copyrights. That is at least the case in data and most of platform kind of regulation. But platforms could also be partly protected through patents if the owners decide to sort of file patents. Software license, therefore, terms of use become a key governing mechanism to govern relations between platform owners and platform users. Okay, so now if all of this is kind of happening in the digital economy more broadly and then also in higher education, what kind of possible implications do we have for the higher education sector? So first, I would say that we notice changing financial and value circuits. And let's think first about monetary rents. So perhaps, I'm not really sure that this is the best example here, but universities are increasingly spending more and more money on paying various kinds of rents. An example I gave here is from academic publishing, where they were obviously paying for academic publishing before, but there is a change that academic publishers also became now data intelligence businesses. So in the UK, we can see that the average subscription to academic journals among only Russell Group universities was 4 million a year in 2018, but there is a steep cost rise of 90% in just 4 years. Overall, in the UK, universities spent over 1 billion on subscriptions. And we can also see monopoly tendencies here because 90% of that 1 billion was spent with 5 companies only and 40% only on one company, Elsevier. And Elsevier, quite interestingly, kind of calls itself now a data intelligence business that had a transition from the print kind of publications to then offer various kinds of analytics. And now they say that they don't only offer analytics anymore, but suggestions to users on what to do. So it's already kind of calculating the future and then materializing it through suggestions. Not much is known on spending on monetary rents, just basically how much the sector spends on paying various kinds of subscriptions. So obviously not only for academic publishing, but think about all the software licenses, all the apps, student apps, and so on. But there is a clear move, obviously, from purchasing goods and services in the old form as commodities to paying for access, license, or service, and thus paying different rents. The big change here is that in Previously, when universities were paying for these goods and services as commodities, they had more control and rights. But now there is a change in power relations between these kind of asset owners and universities as users of assets. So institutions actually become rentees who pay rents to the asset owners and then have to negotiate the cost and basically conditions of this relationship. Platforms are also new nodes in digital education value chains and active agents in extending these value chains. So on the one hand, at the moment at least, what we see happening is that they extend the education market. So basically they enable institutions to reach new geographies or new students, new markets. They also enable institutions to extend the scope of education. So kind of offer new types and forms of various training, not only traditional degrees. And they also extend the diversity of actors in the digital ecology. So, you know, we have many different actors who are now working with universities or challenging universities altogether. And at the same time, this platform kind of organize all the conditions of operations, rules of the game, and quite often they are providers themselves. I would also like to raise the point about the so-called data rent. So what I discussed thus far is monetary rent, but as our institutions pay, you know, subscriptions, we as staff and students pay so-called data rent, as Jason Sadowski calls it, or indirect rent, as Langley and Leishon call it. But basically, this refers to all the digital traces that we as users leave behind when we engage with these digital platforms. And this would be, you know, content, basically everything we write on the virtual learning environment, or click through these platforms, and metadata such as our machine names, IP addresses, and so on. Now you could say that all of this really is personal data. Some of it is identifiable, some is not, but we produce it. Initially, in the beginning of kind of expansion of the digital economy, there was an expectation that digital data would be bought and sold, and that there would be these data markets created for raw data, and this didn't really happen as it was envisaged. So beyond, you know, the data brokerage business becoming a little bit bigger, but universities or even edtech companies don't really sell data directly that they extract. But there are many other different ways in which digital data that is extracted can be made valuable and then monetized. For example, it can be made valuable by optimizing current systems or inventing new services, modeling probabilities, various predictive analytics, profiling, targeting people, personal advertising, even political manipulation, managing people, and so on. And Maria Savona says that data is not rivalry in consumption because it can be used over and over again. So options are potentially limitless. Again, not much is known on data rents in higher education. And I would kind of question here if it is proprietary platforms who profit most from the business models emerging in this digital economy by owning and controlling the rights over platforms and extracted data. And on the other hand, universities seem to participate in the lower end of the value construction by keeping the rights over digital content, but not the kind of value coming out of extracted personal data, even though they are legally data controllers. So raw data is not rivalrous. What is rivalrous is processed data and the algorithms that allow data controllers to extract predictive value. That's what Katarina Pister argues. So if I come back to that point, the raw data is not valuable in itself, but only when it's aggregated and then analyzed. Then the question becomes, even if universities are data controllers and they have contracts with companies who are data processors, this is where the actual kind of aggregation and analysis then happens and where the value is extracted and constructed. This would also imply that what becomes valuable in digital education is the power over the direction of student and staff teaching, learning, and work patterns. And it's not only about power over calculating those predictions and so performing the future, but also about tailoring experience and nudging behavior per se. The second of 5 potential consequences are about nestedness of platforms and policies. And I propose kind of a view that we can simplify and think about 3 levels of integration of proprietary digital platforms into university digital infrastructures. And the first is integrating external platforms into a university digital infrastructure, enabling full data flows. So for example, these would be virtual learning environments, or learning experience platforms, even, you know, as I mentioned before, Amazon Alexas of the world, or Microsoft ecosystems and so on. In this case, the education institution, so university, would be the data controller, and the platform owner would be the data processor. However, while education institutions must ensure the data privacy and other legal requirements are safeguarded, end users, so staff and students, still become subject not only to their institutions' rules, but also the platform's terms of use. The second level of sort of integration is embeddedness of platforms, or what Nieborg and Helmond call nested platforms. So this would be an example where, for example, universities embed YouTube videos for viewing on their web pages, or Twitter widgets, or Facebook sort of buttons and so on. In such cases, these external platforms collect and process data on traffic through particular web pages of universities or particular parts of the infrastructure, but not all. And in this case, the terms of use and privacy policies of external platforms fully apply. And even us as users, if we want to read those, we are redirected to these external platforms. This second level also includes different kinds of limited connectedness through OPMs or MOOCs when they act as OPMs and so on. And finally, universities even act as external developers of other platforms. So for example, my university has a university web page on Facebook, and we even programmed our own tab on the Facebook. So we kind of develop the Facebook platform further. In this case, Facebook actually collects all the data and click through of everything what's happening on that university page. And any user becomes subject to Facebook's terms of use and rules. So in all of these cases, to the bigger or lesser extent, we as end users have to comply with university rules as well as that of external kind of platforms. And I wonder if each of us knows just how many terms of use are we liable to. I don't really, but I would imagine it's in tens, if not more. So what are the implications of this? If data is seen as an extension of self, what Salome Viljoen calls this dignitarian view, you know, based on which GDPR is also based, then the spaces where we are controlled extend from universities to private companies. And you could at least argue that in our personal lives, when we use Facebook for our personal purpose, we accept this kind of barter idea that for the use value, we give up our data. But in this case, we have no choice if we want to work at our university or study at our university. Now, what happens in these new spaces and is also a question, and where lies the accountability for what happens in those spaces, particularly around, you know, various kinds of analytics, including personalization that Neil mentioned before. Salome Viljoen argues that there is a big need for a relational view, so not only seeing the individual relationship in the sense of data privacy between us as users and universities or platforms, But when this analytic and calculation happens, we are always placed in groups with other people. So we come in relational kind of, we are put in relationships with other people that we don't have any control or choice over. So there is a need to kind of think about this data relationship, not only as an individual matter, but as a group matter. The third implication for the sector is what I call the rise of contractual governance of education. Now, on the one hand, obviously, we still have legislation around public higher education in most countries of the world that universities have to comply with. But at the same time, as universities become platformized, there is a rise of also contractual relations in the sector. So on the one hand, what we see here is that universities negotiate contracts with platforms that they use. You know, all the platforms that I mentioned before, digital infrastructures, apps, and so on. And here we can already see that universities are in different positions and that they have very different conditions of use and operation. So Courtney and all made a really interesting study in US when COVID happened and universities needed to move online for this kind of emergency pedagogy setting, just how different conditions they had to use different kind of platforms, including Zoom. Quite often these contracts are classed as commercially sensitive, so we don't really know what are the conditions of operation and what's really happening with the service and the data, and that I find quite problematic. The second aspect of that is individual kind of relationship with platforms through terms of use. Legally speaking, terms of use have a status of the contract. So every time we as end users kind of engage with platforms, we enter a contract with the platform owner. These are obviously, terms of use are obviously unilaterally issued by the platform owner, and we, if we want to use the service, don't have a choice whether we accept or not these particular conditions. Now, some people argue that terms of use are actually not limiting data collection and accumulation, but actually extending that. And finally, what we see increasingly happening also in the edtech world are mergers and acquisitions, which is quite typical in the digital economy. So at the point of data production, we cannot even imagine all of the potential future uses of our data and where it will end up. So there is really temporal and spatial black boxing of data production and future use. I've already mentioned the need for kind of horizontal governance here. And I would also ask, where is then the digital user agency in this case beyond data privacy? And I guess this point refers a little bit to what to Gabor's question from before about deinstitutionalization of higher education and what I then call reinstitutionalization. And I would like to raise 3 points here. Some authors argue that the biggest kind of effect of digitalizing higher education is so-called unbundling. So, you know, universities are cutting shorter their long courses. There are new kinds of alternative provisions through micro-credentials, stackable degrees, and so on. In some cases, these are offered in partnership between universities and companies, but also by other actors alone. And here we kind of see the movement towards new forms of recognizing such alternative provision. In case of the European higher education area, we already see the framework for micro-credentials being included in the European and then national qualification frameworks. Part of deinstitutionalization is also managing institutions by relying on externally produced data analytics of various sorts, either business analytics for managing institutions or learning analytics for teaching and learning processes and so on. But if universities are kind of giving or letting the power of this kind of data information being produced outside of institutions, it also has larger consequences on their decision making. And finally, we have a big rise of platforms that are offering various kinds of teaching and learning and training opportunities to individuals directly. So if we think about the investment in edtech, the investment in platforms targeting consumers directly is even bigger than investment in platforms targeting institutions. So all of this together, including with new rules and norms, kind of creates this alternative provision and verification of the dynamic and credentials there. The implications would be that teaching and learning becomes much more plural, dynamic, networked, not institutionalized in the way that we had thus far. And it works towards this idea of education as a service and just-in-time skills provision in one or the other setting. Finally, the last implication is just around, the monopolies, disruption, and innovation, because the discourse around edtech is that of disruption and innovation for the greater social good. But essentially, platforms are, by definition and by law, if they are assets, they are monopolies. And we talk about platform monopolies here because they cannot be controlled, changed, further innovated, and so on. But also market monopolies in the more geopolitical sense that I mentioned before. Very important here to note is also crossing the business lines of these platforms. So on the one hand, we have big giants present in the sector very intensely, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and so on, who work also in higher education or education, and obviously benefit from this spillover. But we also have education-specific platforms who want to work across business lines as well and not be only intermediaries. So they don't only intermediate between higher education actors, but also offer services themselves or structure markets. And we see this kind of expansive logic there happening too. Just to say that all of this is fairly new, really under-researched, and I'd like to mention the research project here that we just started in January with Sam Seller and Keen Birch around these issues. So watch this space. We are tackling exactly these questions and trying to understand new ways and forms of creating value in digital higher education through assetization, and we are looking at this through technical, legal, and financial dimensions. Quite importantly, we are not only following universities and companies, but also financial investors, because by making financial decisions, they are materializing particular kind of business models. And I would like to conclude here with just a few questions to the learning analytics community, especially if we think about learning analytics as being placed in the digital higher education more broadly. So, a few questions that I have are around ownership and control rights over data beyond data privacy. So if you think about the value of processed data and the outcomes of it, what kind of governance mechanisms would we like to see happening here? And this also relates to the question of use value of learning analytics in the light of its monetization. Obviously, this is a big part, the sort of commercialization of data intelligence is a big part of that. So who should profit from it? Should there be sort of sharing of future revenues? Or should there be some sort of more radical change towards data collection, democratic governance, and use for greater social good? If we want to have proper innovation, digital innovation, we do need data aggregation. But there's some excellent work out there, not only in education, but more broadly, thinking through this through like data syndicates and data lakes and so on, sort of more democratic ways of governing this. And from this view, what should then the relations be between participating actors, which is the state, so the legislation, universities, commercial providers of platforms, and end users? Most importantly here is what's the agency of not only students, but staff in this kind of data governance beyond data privacy. So thanks very much for your attention.
Wow, thank you very much for another very, very stimulating and interesting feedback. I'm going to take the privilege of controlling this question answering session for the next 30 minutes and ask a question, because you brought up exactly what I was thinking in your very last statement there, Janja, and that's about the agency. Because I was thinking, I mean, I've been in this following this, you know, educational technology for over 35 years as a young, you know, master's students through. And I don't think, and it's like, when you start out as a small company that wants to create a tool for using in education, I don't think you're thinking about all of these big implications. As an instructor, you're not thinking about all the political issues around, you're thinking about supporting collaboration between your students or giving them better feedback or something. So how do the little actors, I know many people in that startup companies, say in Norway, they're looking at a particular, you know, problem in education they'd like to help with, etc. So how do the little people, the learners and the individuals make sense of all these presentations? That maybe it's to both of you, because, you know, what do we do with all of this information? It's extremely, extremely interesting, but do we have any power? Do we have any arguments we can use to our institutions, etc.? Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Barbara. So Neil already started, I guess, thinking through this before, suggesting that various kind of views should be brought together when we think critically around these questions. But I would also say that what I think is really important is that universities become competent in thinking through those issues as decision makers. So not only sort of trying to, you know, they're quite, and rightly so, they want a service, they want an honest, fair service, you know, that does the job and that complies with the law. But the legal issues, the legal frameworks that are there do not kind of properly address the holistic problematic of digital platforms. So I think it's universities' responsibilities that they learn about this and become competent when they think about the use of digital technology. You know, so not only is a particular one platform compliant with GDPR, you know, in Europe, but the whole kind of digital ecologies that we use, what does that mean for us? You know, what kind of relations are we in? How can we make sure that our constituents, students and staff get an actual say in what happens with this data? Potentially come together and think about alternative ways of data aggregation and analysis and use. So that would be the first step. The second step, I guess, would be to start these discussions with communities within the higher education sector. You know, how many academics and students actually think about these issues? So we need to start promoting sort of the questioning, or at least realization around these issues, so that people can think about it and address it. And then thirdly, you know, properly kind of establish or update the governance of institutions to actually include these constituents. And that doesn't only mean, you know, a few students or staff in university senate or, you know, one student participating in purchasing one platform, but actually thinking through these bigger issues. And finally, I would say, hopefully international sectorial collaboration, because platforms work globally, these digital ecosystems work globally. So can higher education sectors, national sectors and universities come together to think, you know, about these bigger implications and just what they could do together?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going, Neil, do you have an answer or do you want to respond as well?
Yeah, I was kind of backtracking a little bit. It was really interesting that you framed EdTech in terms of solving problems, and just this idea of solutionism, I think, is a really interesting thing to push back on, and it kind of fits with what Janja was saying. But if I was an EdTech little person, I would be desperately keen not to see teaching and learning in terms of problems that only I can solve with technology and that only I can see. If you're the first person to notice this problem, it's probably not a problem. And if it's a genuine problem, you're definitely not the first person to be dealing with it. So I think Janja's right. You've really got to work from the get-go with the people who are already addressing the problem, the teachers, the learners, the communities that are already dealing with these issues, and work to support these communities and actually kind of addressing the issue. And I love this idea of design justice, and there's other kind of pushes towards respectful design. But if I was working as an EdTech producer or a learning analytics producer, that's definitely the thing I'd be working at. I'm often baffled by what the problem is that EdTech is setting out to solve. Genuinely useful EdTech is stuff that's produced from the bottom up with communities that are already working in higher education, and then it's hopefully then, I mean, EdTech companies are trying to make a profit. That's what they're trying to do, but actually that might help them make more of a profit, so everyone's a winner.
No, I agree with you there. And I mean, we have this discussion within the technology enhanced learning community that the things that are developed by researchers that are, you know, thoughtfully thought out, etc., never make it to the market. This was part of the problem in the European Union in their previous funding of technology enhanced learning as a research area, is that they couldn't show impact. So as the little person helping to start this kind of, you know, and these developing these kinds of technologies together with the instructors and the learners and things like that, they just don't make it out. Angeliki had a question that's sort of related to this. She said, according to your opinions, what should the profile of decision makers be, that ones that make these decisions in higher education? Is there a profile? How can we get this education to them? How can they be informed in this? Is it, you know, inside the education of digital leadership, that kind of issue? Do you know if those kinds of things are being addressed in those educations?
Well, it's interesting that the questioner pitches it as my opinion, and it is just my opinion. And I think this is a place where you have to have lots of opinions. And this is what I was trying to get at before, that these are just conversations. There's no right answer. And it's great to actually talk about opinions and values and disagreeing. One of the things I think that baffles me again about education technology, particularly in higher education, is the end user or the consumer or the person actually is always the administrator. It's never the teacher or the learner. These things are sold to institutions and administrators and managers who are kind of up at kind of 5 levels above what goes on in classrooms. It would be great, again, for decision makers and purchasers and procurers to actually kind of be at the classroom level if we're selling things to teachers and learners. So this idea of democratic procurement, I think, is really, really interesting. If my university suddenly purchases a different learning management system, it completely alters the character and the nature of everything that takes place in that university. So the people deciding on who's going to be purchasing or producing the next learning management system, shouldn't be my managers or my leaders. They should be the people who are actually using it. So yeah, sell to teachers and learners, allow teachers and learners to make decisions about procurement, and make procurement a democratic process and a process of a consultation and debate as well. You know, there are other flavors are available.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Can I just add something?
Yes.
Sorry. It's really interesting that staff and academics are often portrayed as problematic,
Yes.
you know, and kind of like blocking the innovation and so on, instead of actually honestly kind of listening and seeing how they can contribute and what the problems are. But I agree with you fully. But what I would just add here, I still think that there is this kind of broader, thorough thinking in the sector that needs to happen as well. So not only to stay at this kind of, you know, use and potential value and data privacy issues, but also more broadly, the kind of what kind of value creation of data aggregation we want, what's the relationship between these different actors and so forth. So I think there's a need for this kind of strategic thinking also that's happening also in the other sectors in the digital economy. So, you know, we can learn from other sectors, work with other sectors. I guess healthcare would be the most kind of close comes to the education sector, but seeing, you know, what are the learnings there, what's the dynamic there, and kind of have this more profound think through the digital higher education more specifically. So not just, you know, I guess this needs to be sort of integrated and parallel processes at the same time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to Jenny. She had a number of comments in the questions, and maybe you could put your questions together and ask our panel.
Hi, so this is Jenny Coim, and I'm a chemistry professor at the University of South Alabama in Mobile, Alabama, in the United States. So it's very early here. So if you can't hear me, just say so, because I'm a little tired. But this talk has been so wonderful. So in fact, the whole conference has. So I'm very glad that I took the time to join very early in the morning. I wanted to say, first of all, that I came on for a particular specific talk, and that was, excuse me for forgetting the name of the presenter, but it was, why is data-driven education a radical proposition? And because as an analytical chemist, the data has always made sense to me. But even among other chemists and physicists, they beg me to explain it to them. I explain it to them because my background is chemometrics, which is actually chemical statistics. So I just don't get why other people don't understand it. Plus I have a double degree in science education and chemistry. So I really don't get it. And that's a true question. Like, how can we make people understand that this stuff is important? I'm very mixed race. I suppose I must look white to many people in the US. But I'm saying that my concern comes from my heart, and I really care about everyone, and people here find that very awkward.
Yeah, does anyone want to tackle Jenny's questions? What this data in chemistry at least makes a lot of sense in many fields. Why can't it make sense in learning field?
Because learning is unquantifiable. It's really interesting listening to Brian and Alberto talk earlier, when they were saying it just doesn't, I forget what the phrase was. It's such a darn thing. It's very difficult to make sense of. There are so many grey areas in teaching and learning. We do not have a learning theory which explains how learning takes place. We do not really know how pedagogy. A lot of it is just so intangible and qualitative in a way that you cannot quantify teaching and learning perfectly, and you can't even do it imperfectly. So I would be quite concerned if people were taking teaching and learning at face value. The slippage is where I think learning analytics folk who are developing these things know perfectly well the limits of the products that they're developing, and they know that this shouldn't be taken as kind of verbatim gospel truth, and this is going to make everybody learn properly. But there is slippage then when it enters an institution and becomes used in a classroom, and people do begin taking it at face value. So I think it's much learning analytics community, if they can kind of push to make learning analytics be seen as a kind of fuzzy indicator, as just a kind of guide, as just a sort of, it's something at the side which might push you in one direction or the other, but is never going to give you a complete answer. But unfortunately, universities are so time pressured and looking for a solution that people will leap on any dashboard or indicator or recommend a system that promises to kind of give you the full answer. But I think chemistry is very fuzzy as well. There's no kind of perfect data set there I'd answer. But teaching and learning is such a fundamentally human relational process that's inquantifiable that I don't think there can ever be an analytics system that could kind of satisfactorily measure, indicate, track, or monitor.
Okay, thank you very much. Tessie, you have a question. I thought you could ask it yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the great presentations and the conversations here. I'm enjoying those so much. Yes, I have a question for Tanya. Yes, considering these intricacies that you have described with the political economy of the higher education sector, I was wondering if this distinction that we make between universities being the controllers and ed tech companies as being the processors is still relevant, especially when we talk about responsibilities, control, accountability, power. I was wondering if you think that the distinction is still important, or if it's the case that edtech companies are in practice becoming both the controllers and the processors.
Thanks very much, Tessie. I think that's an excellent question. I think that this distinction is mostly legal in the current limits of the frameworks around data privacy. And in this case, data, we are still our data owners legally, owners of our own personal data, although we don't control them. Universities are technically controllers and therefore should be able to determine what the data processors can do. Now, we should also know that GDPR, which is most advanced in the world, so also other frameworks around data privacy, address identifiable personal data. So they don't address de-identified personal data, which probably majority of metadata actually falls in, and where most of the value also comes from. So in this case, these frameworks are obviously not ideal because they don't regulate quite a big share of the data. They also only regulate this kind of vertical relationship, and they don't limit this kind of, let's say, value pursuit, particularly when it's in the so-called legitimate business interest of the data controller. So universities have quite big sort of space to share even personally identifiable data with companies for various kind of purposes, especially if it's in their legitimate kind of business interest. So I think that there's a distinction between the kind of legal differentiation of these categories and practical application of these categories. And I would in practical terms, I would agree with you entirely. I think that the bigger control actually lies with the proprietary platform owners, but legally, this is how things are sorted for the data privacy question. I think the problem is also that the legal framework doesn't really address the data value question in this sense. And then, this kind of horizontal democratic need to discuss the data value question. And this is where just the current frameworks fall short.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Jan Dolan. I'd like to give Jan the floor. Just a second to find it before me. Okay, there you go, Jan.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for very interesting talks. I was when I'm listening to the debate and also the talks, I feel that they are very much concerning the idea about and also this kind of everyday notion of learning analytics as learning as individualization, personalization, which often also then ends up in this debate about consumerism. But learning analytics is more than that, and of course they have been doing kind of ways of learning analytics for a long time in terms of, let's say, academic analytics and so on. So I was thinking that, depending on the unit of analysis and the purpose, there are other things that are interesting, on institutional levels in which they kind of compare data from various institutions for decision making at the national level. You have study programs, courses, which feeds up to let's say at the university levels, and you also can, of course, do analytics of data based on let's say models of learning. So it really depends also, what you are looking for, the unit of analysis. So, but the discussion here about personalization and consumerism, I guess, that's easy to think about in terms of the kind of the everyday notion of learning analytics, what we want to use it for. Then also, of course, becomes the most potent one commercially. and that's the easiest way to kind of sell it into the institutions and so on. So that's my question. You know, there are also other ways to see learning analytics and how it's been used over the years.
No, I would agree. And I think my colleagues in learning analytics are kind of coming to the conclusion that the learner is not really the person that uses the analytics at all. If anything, it's teacher analytics, or as you say, academic analytics, institutional analytics. And of course, you can use data and analytics at any particular level. And a lot of universities are investing very heavily in business intelligence systems as well. So, I mean, it's interesting then that the focus of particularly the academic focus, and as you say, the commercial focus is on learning and learners and students, because as you say, that's what sells and that's where the market is. So I think that's a problem, isn't it? I mean, if the technologies are being used in ways that don't necessarily lend themselves to talking about learning and talking about learners, but they're at this other level of either teachers or institutions, either maybe we have to pivot our attention and actually develop or spend more time developing teacher analytics, which are pedagogically sound and pedagogically designed and based around supporting the teacher rather than destabilizing the teacher. That would be interesting. So a kind of proper form of teaching analytics. Or as you say, focus it much more on the institutional level. But my fear is that what we call learning analytics and what in the lab people are interested in kind of looking at, you know, self-regulated learning, et cetera, is actually being used and taken up at a much more kind of institutional level. So yeah, maybe the focus needs a bit more nuance, but you're right. I think there are different forms of analytics, but the conversation and the market is very much focused on helping individuals learn better, which, as I said to the previous answer, is kind of intangible. So it's a kind of a promise that can never really be fulfilled.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll move on. There's some questions in the question and answers that seem more like comments than questions. So we'll go on to Gabor. The floor is yours.
Oh, hello. Thanks. So a very interesting discussion and talk. Thank you very much. So I was just wondering, in this brave new digital world, what is the output of universities and how to measure that output? Because if we want to monetize the performance of universities, then we have to be clear about that, right? And yeah, I'm just wondering, what is your perspective on this, especially in all the reports which forecast that, you know, transferable and soft skills training are going to be far more important in the future than they are now. And basically these kind of trainings should be in the heart of university education for a very long time. So open discussions and self-reflection, all these skills are super important, but how to put the stamp of $1 on those skills. And also, like, the aims and objectives in this respect of different levels of the university hierarchy are elsewhere. So the aims and objectives of a teacher, a student, is pretty much different than the aims and objectives of a manager of the organization. So I'm just wondering, what do you think about this? Thanks.
This is great, because this is where it comes down to values about what we think higher education is and what we think higher education is for. So I'm not a vice chancellor. So I would argue, do we have to measure the output of higher education? Do we have to monetize the output of higher education? And there is value for learning's sake, or there is value for having kind of public education for a democratic purpose, you know, having a democratic society, helping people function at a high level as citizens, this kind of Deweyan notion of what education could be for. I think the university could play a really important role in having more democratic, more cohesive societies. Our societies are not in a particularly good state at the moment. So maybe there's value for having education which fulfills those roles. And work-based skills and work-based training maybe are best handled by the workplace and by the private sector. So I would possibly say, yeah, we don't have to monetize higher education. We don't have to measure it. But then I'm not in charge of a university and I don't have to keep it running. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Håkon Mellon, Eriksson, he asked specifically to Janja, are you implying that there should be an educational data VAT?
Sorry, educational data what?
Value added tax.
So there are various kind of ideas of how best to manage value sharing in the digital economy, and this was one of the ideas discussed in other sectors as well. So I'm not suggesting that necessarily, because I'm not sure that this would in fact address the bigger kind of democratic issues that need to be discussed in terms of what the collected and extracted potential of extracted data actually is, and how it should be governed and what should be made with it. So I think that this is still ongoing. Finding the best solution is still ongoing. Personally, I'm not convinced that this would be the right way to go, but that's my personal opinion.
Okay. Felix, you had a question early on. Would you like to phrase it yourself here?
Thank you very much. And thank you for this thoughtful presentations and lectures. My question is, does the aim of using educational technology and learning analytics is only for making financial profit rather than social contribution? In a sense, whether they are more focusing on taking part rather than giving? This is my question.
I think a lot of particularly kind of university and academic learning analytics developers are genuinely trying to help support learners and help learning happen. I think that there is a slippage then between what goes on in the lab and then how it gets sold. And I think there is a disjuncture between the kind of the learning science community and the education data science community and how their products then get monetized and sold. And that's something I think that we need to be a little bit more careful about. I think one of the issues I have with even this pure version of learning analytics, where people are desperately trying to help learners learn better, is that learning analytics community possibly tend to see teaching and learning in terms of how they've experienced teaching and learning. So we have a lot of people who have a kind of engineering mindset or a maths background or a science background who've learned in a very particular way, where this idealization of the one-to-one tutor and self-regulated learning and, you know, learning being a very kind of quantifiable thing kind of makes sense because that's how they've learned and how they like to learn and how they've successfully learned. I'd be very interested to see what learning analytics would look like if it was developed by history researchers or poetics or archaeologists or people that are learning in the humanities or the arts or the social science. It does seem to be a little bit of a kind of a particular model of teaching and learning. So I don't doubt people's intentions. I don't think everyone is trying to make money and everyone's trying to profit. The learning analytics people I know are not doing that. But I'm interested in the way that learning and teaching is kind of imagined, even in the pure sense. I think that could possibly be expanded. And then there's the problem of what we do with the profiteers and the marketers, but that's another problem altogether.
Can I just add, I fully agree. I would also add that the problematic here for me is that social systems are open systems, and all of this kind of analytics, especially predictions, treated as a closed system. So it actually closes down the potential options of individuals, you know, and also these kind of more socially just future possibilities. So I think this is a really important question that needs to be thought about, especially in terms of how it's used, and that it needs to be more democratically used in particular aspects of it. So what was discussed before, not necessarily only the units of analysis, but also what kind of outputs of it, and just how this then becomes a political issue within institutions and in the sector more broadly.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Lisa Locke, you had a question. Neil, very much of, and both, or I think Neil at least, was talking very much about sort of supporting the individual. What about learning analytics to support collaboration and collaborative learning? Do you see any differences there or any things in that way?
I'm laughing because I have colleagues that are just doing a big research project on learning analytics for collaboration.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would like to think that collaboration is something, again, which is very relational, that's very kind of human focused. And if we want to support individuals to collaborate, I'm not sure that data analytics is the first place I'd start. There are lots of other, as Jana said, it's classrooms and learning is an open process, and collaboration is a very social process as well. So I'm very dubious about how data could kind of force collaboration to take place or support collaboration to take place. I think collaboration is much more of a relational thing. So, but I could be proved wrong, and this system could be the amazing bullet. But again, I'm really interested what the problem is that these learning analytics about collaboration are trying to solve. Are students not collaborating? Are they collaborating in the wrong way? Are they collaborating in ways that can't be measured? So I don't know, collaboration is something, I don't know, that maybe shouldn't be quantified or datafied, like love.
It's really interesting. Sorry, just that it's really interesting how often solutions are in search of the problems, indeed.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think on that we close this wonderful session, and I thank both our speakers very, very much. It was very interesting and stimulating, and we will take an hour break now and invite everybody back for our third session. It'll also be very exciting this afternoon. So back in 1 hour at 13:15 CET. Great. Thank you, Neil and Janja.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so back again from the lunch break. Some people have also joined us who were not in the morning session or in the one near before the lunch. So we are now here in the last session. Yeah, so yeah, this is session 3. This is the last session of today's symposium. And session 3 is about, does datification of education inform learning? We have 2 great speakers. I will invite them here now to the panel. 1 second. Yeah, so now they are here with me. So yeah, the first speaker is my dear friend and Professor Paul Prinsloo. Paul is a research professor in open and distance education from University of South Africa. Paul's expertise is in the fields of teaching and learning, student success in distance education context, ethical issues, analysis and use of student data and learning analytics, and etc. Paul's speech today is about the data imaginary in higher education and the nexus of surveillance and care. Yeah, and then after that, we will introduce Lesley too. Yeah, Paul, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mohammed. I'll start sharing my screen.
Just 1 second. I just want to remind the audience is that you can use the Q&A to ask questions. You may raise your hand if you want to be if you want your voice to be heard. I mean, you can ask the question live, and also you can use the chat to make comments. Also use the hashtag LANHE and Twitter to bring that to Twitter. So I will stop now sharing my screen. Paul, you may share yours, and you have like 35-40 minutes from now. I think that's enough time. Maybe we can take a couple of questions after that.
Can I just check whether you can see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen, and I will now mute myself. Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues. A special word of thanks to Barbara and Mohammed for the invitation. The title of my presentation is The Data Imaginary in Higher Education in the Nexus of Surveillance and Care. I see imaginaries as the stories we tell. And my question to you and to all of us this afternoon is, what stories are being told about student data in education? Who are telling these stories? Whose stories are not told? What stories are not told and why not? And what stories need to be told? From my reading of the literature, I think there's 3 narratives there. There's more, but there's 3 narratives that I want to focus on this afternoon in line with the title of this presentation. The first one is surveillance as care, that we need to collect, analyze, and use your data to improve the effectiveness and appropriateness of our pedagogies and student support. Then there is surveillance as control. We need to ensure the quality of our teaching and our reputation. Therefore, we need to collect your data. And then there's surveillance as compromise. Without collecting your data, we cannot ensure that you get what we promised and what you signed up for. And there may be more narratives, but these are 3 stories that I would like to come back to at the end of this presentation. So in this presentation, I would like us to focus on the data imaginary, the stories we tell and don't tell, and the stories we are told about what data can do and what specifically data analytics can do. I want to focus on 2 conceptual operations introduced by David Beer in his book, The Data Gaze, about the data imaginary, and the 2 conceptual operations are the data gaze on the one hand and the data frontier. I would like then to proceed to the 6 elements of this data imaginary, also in the work of David Beer, to look at the implications of this particular story, this particular imaginary, and then also to look at alternatives. Are there other stories that can and should also be told about data in higher education? This statement by David Beer I found to be very powerful. He says a new faith in data appears to have taken hold. It would seem as if only we had more data and more analytics, we would know more and waste less. And although the talk is often about the data, it is actually the analytics that are seen to be powerful in realizing their envisaged potential. So making this narrative, making this data imaginary possible is the data gaze, and the data gaze has a diamond tip used for cutting and chipping and tearing and opening up the spaces into which it can expand. So the data gaze is the overarching theme of data gazing upon us, and it has a particular and is informed by a particular data imaginary. And the data tip is using to cut, to chip, to tear, and open up spaces into which it can expand. So the power of data analytics is not so much in what it can do, but in what they promise. A social world where data analytics is the only solution. And I will come back to this narrative later on. So these imaginaries determine what stories are told about the future, how the future will be achieved and realized. And it's very important to also realize that these stories also exclude alternative visions and narratives. This data imaginary becomes normative, it becomes generative, it becomes self-legitimizing, and it has a sense of inevitability. And we heard this throughout the day, is can we talk back? Is there alternative ways of seeing student data and learning analytics? And the current data imaginary is self-legitimizing, and it has a sense of inevitability. The first conceptual operation that David Beer uses is the notion of the data gaze. Now, the notion of the gaze is not something new in the social sciences. It has long fascinated theorists and scholars. And this ranges from tourism studies, where there's mention of the tourist gaze. There's security studies with the gaze of the state. In feminism, we find the male gaze. In race and racism studies, we find the white gaze. In surveillance studies, we find the gaze of Big Brother. Post-colonial studies, we find the colonial gaze. Foucault introduced the medical gaze. And now in the context of the data imaginary, Beer introduces the data gaze. In the gaze's gaze, the gazee is reduced to an object. And so when captured in another's gaze, I see myself as the other sees me. And as such, I pass judgment on myself according to the criteria, the assumptions, and the intentions of the one who gazes upon me. And nothing illustrates this for me as the story about Saartjie Baartman, an indigenous South African woman that were taken to England and exhibited in the Piccadilly Circus in the year 1810. And she was exhibited, and for me, this image, when I think of the data gaze and what we do to our students and what we often experience ourselves when we are gazed upon, this resembles for me the data gaze as how it objectifies, how it commodifies, how it dehumanizes, how it colonizes and extracts value, and how it changes those gazed upon forever. The second conceptual operation that David Beer works is the notion of the data frontier. So data frontier are the edges, the thresholds, the limits of current data-led process. And he suggests it's at these edges or frontiers where the visions are the most active in trying to shove back those boundaries. Imagine for a moment that I tried to introduce data-led teaching at my institution. it is at that edge, it's at that boundary where I try to sell data-informed teaching and learning analytics to my institution, that the data gaze is at its most vivid and the data imaginary is its most explicit. So the data imaginary is being designed to reduce the resistances at these data frontiers and to create the gaps for the data gaze to occupy. Think for a moment back on the data gaze as the diamond tip of the data imaginary. So we're looking for a way to break open, to review, to find entrance so that we can occupy. David B. as well as Gourlay and Mejias work with the notion of data colonialism. And on the left, you find a beautiful article by Thatcher and colleagues published in 2016. And the gist of the proposal of data colonialism is that it reframes individuals, communities, and society according to the wishes of those who collect, analyze, and use the data. Data colonialism also reconstitutes the rules of and the languages in relationships. It gives us another language, and it determines who is included and excluded from these relationships. Data colonialism also creates and legitimizes new ways of explaining and talking about phenomena, giving us new vocabularies and make other ways of talking, other languages obsolete. And getting back to what Neil Selwyn shared with us, so if learning analytics becomes the vocabulary in which we talk about learning, then it makes other ways of talking about teaching and learning obsolete and almost impossible. And data colonialism extracts values and normalizes what is provided in exchange. Once embedded in the system, it becomes the language, and everyone speaks the language. So Beer proposes that the data frontier works with data colonialization in two ways. On the one hand, it's a move of data analytics into previously uncharted territories or new territories. Think for a moment of how learning analytics is moving into primary schools and preschool education. Think how multimodal learning analytics is moving into our emotions, our energy, our smiles, our eye tracking movements. So it's uncharted territories, and that is good news for data colonialism. It's uncharted territories. But the second point is it's also about the intensification, the enhancement, and the escalation of data analytics in areas where data analytics already has a presence. And the next quote by Gourlay and Mejias actually illustrates this beautifully. So the first aim of digital colonialism is to annex every point in space and every layer of life process to forms of tracking and control. So there will be no place for the learner to hide. We want to annex every space and every layer of their life. We want to track their mobile devices. We want to track them on campus. We want to have access to their Wi-Fi signals and their geolocation. Every point in space and every layer of life. And the second is to transform and influence behavior at every point so that this apparently shocking annexation of life to power comes to seem to be a natural future of the social domain. Beer specifically refers to how this data imaginary is sold, and Neil Selwyn earlier referred to these 6 characteristics. These analytic companies promise us speedy, accessible, revealing, panoramic, prophetic, and smart analytics. Let us see how that plays out. It's intelligence unleashed at the push of the button. In the light of the increasing volumes of nuanced and granular data from a variety of different sources, the data imaginary promises continuous real-time and speedy analysis with no delay between the event, the actor, and the action, generating the data and making sense, as well as automating processes and responses to the event, the action, and the actor. So the gap between data and sense making is therefore fast disappearing. And Lacan and Holmes talk about intelligence unleashed. So if you're wondering what your students are doing in the online class, just push the button. We can provide you with speedy, real-time analysis. We can unleash intelligence. This is from 2019. So this is what can real-time data do. And the author makes a distinction between prescriptive analytics and predictive. And the author proposes that prescriptive analytics is less fortune teller and more medical doctor. Instead of simply predicting what will happen, prescriptive analytics tweaks the variables to achieve the best possible outcome and then prescribes that course of action. While predictive analytics outline what is likely to happen in future, prescriptive analytics show how universities can make something happen now. Imagine, that's good news for my manager. We can make things happen immediately in real time. Accessibility, everyone has access to life-changing insights. So in the past, as lecturer, I had to lodge a request at my data department and ask them for an analysis. And now with the push of a button, I have access to simple and easy Excel spreadsheets and dashboards, and I don't need any technical know-how. The US Department of Education launched this report in 2020, and when they talk about data analytics and how lecturers and teachers will benefit from it, they talk about easy to use, easy reading, developing easy to use spreadsheets, no problem. But what it also means is the cleaning of the data. It means that they defined what noise are there in the data sets and they remove the noise, they remove the outliers, they remove the uncertainties, they remove the brokenness of data, and they made the data to fit for purpose and to fit for understanding. Pink and the co-authors talk about the fact that data are actually broken. And data is not necessarily accurate, complete, or full aggregated representations of what individuals or societal groups have done or able to predict what they will do. What are the implications for speedy and real-time analysis when our data are actually not accurate, complete, or full aggregated representations of what individuals or social groups have done or able to predict what they will do? What are the implications of this imaginary of speedy and easily accessible? The third characteristic of this data imaginary is we can show you the truth. So data reveals what is really happening. Data presents the truth, and the truth as objective, free from bias, personal interest, and of course, it's ideology free. Just trust us. And David B. in an earlier book says, we are created and recreated by metrics. We live through them and with them and within them. Metrics facilitate the making and the remaking of judgments about us, the judgments we make of ourselves, and the consequences of those judgments as they are felt and experienced in our lives. We play with metrics and we are more often played by them. So what are the implications for this data analytics as truth when there are things that cannot be counted, things that are rendered invisible, and those that can be counted achieve visibility? If what can be counted get to a place of visibility in our Excel spreadsheets, what about those that cannot be counted? Beer refers to the work of Eldon, who's quoted to say, when numbers are used alone, when the world is reduced to numbers, a measure to what is calculable and laid before us, when humans are summed, aggregated, and accounted for, then much remains forgotten, unsaid, and concealed. So what are the implications if the truth we are presenting to the world, the learning analytics dashboard that we present to our learners and to our faculty, are actually a truth with a small t, a truth till further notice, and where there's a lot that remains to be said and accounted for? The fourth characteristic of this data imaginary is we know what you did last summer, and that's scary. So then the data analytics is presented as all-seeing, omnipotent. Nothing escapes this professionalized and technologically enhanced vision. It provides 360 views and brings into vision that which we were not aware of previously, to see the unseen. So when I try to sell learning analytics or data-led teaching and learning to my institution, this is marvelous. I promise them 360 views of their students. Just a small footnote, not a 360 views of our lectures. That will be very deeply uncomfortable. But when I sell it, when I bring this data imaginary into play at the data frontier, I promise them that we will be seeing things that we haven't seen. Bright Bytes is an analytical provider who says that they're widening the focus of their student support. And just look at the bolder text. It promises deep insight into the mindset and social and emotional state across individuals, demographic cohorts, and the district itself. And this is what their platform looks like. They promises analytics on the whole child and on the social emotional learning. And look at the whole child. They will capture perceptions about safety, engagement, and the overall conditions for learning. And then with regard to social and emotional learning, they provide insights into how students communicate, but also how they resolve conflict and how they manage emotional responses. They will determine, they will give you a dashboard about how your students feel about their peers' social and emotional problem-solving skills. No pressure. Oral Roberts got to the newspapers in 2016 with this, where they required all their first students to wear grade issuing Fitbit trackers, and where Oral Roberts University claims to offer one of the most unique educational approaches in the world by focusing on the whole person with a tracker, and they will track your mind, your body, and your spirit. And then there's Social Sentinel with the latest news announcement of they now part of Navigate 360 family. That in itself is scary. So they offer a range of services. Just look at the bottom. They offer safety and security threat detection. That sounds like Amazon button or Amazon tracking. They can decode adolescent slang. They can uncover signs of bullying, self-harm, and violence. They can deliver social emotional wellness insights and image recognition and contextual analysis. They will scan students' social media. They will scan students' Gmail, Google Docs, Hangouts, and Microsoft 365. They really take the 360-degree surveillance very seriously. And this was on from 2018 that schools are using AI to track what students write on their computers. So when students went back to school in 2018, that's pre-COVID, and they were using a school computer, every word they type will be tracked. The fifth and the penultimate characteristic of this data imaginary is we know what you will do next summer. That's even scarier. So the data imaginary has both sight and foresight, the politics of possibility, future-proof your learning. So data become the producers and enablers of futures and outcomes. So those who analyze data own the future. And then the sixth element is a combination of the previous five. It's a combination, if not the culmination, of the other five characteristics, where the combination of these characteristics result in an imaginary of intelligent and active devices that are able to learn, adapt, and develop in the insights that they produce, allowing a picture of powerful intelligence to emerge. Smart analytics look like this. This is Deloitte vision of a smart campus published 2020, where everything will be smart. We will all have smart students. We will have smart colleagues. You won't see smart management there. But anyway, there's a lot of smart on that slide. And just look at the red circle. There's the blockchain, there's location intelligence, no place to hide. We know when you're in the cafeteria. We know you're in the toilet. We know you've left campus. There's venue analytics and there's chat box. There's a smart campus of Manchester Metropolitan University, where they shared this and said, we invest in digital technology, bring together the physical and the digital and actually merging them. And this is what they promise. We will track you on Wi-Fi. We will connect you with Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi, but we will track you. Lecture capture, and we will also capture your smiles or your frowns and your hand movements and whether you concentrate. We will provide you with a Microsoft operating system. Wow. And with Microsoft 365, we know exactly where you've been. And we will provide you with cloud access, and we will track what you access. This from earlier in 2019, these universities and others, when they speak about the future of higher education, there's a lot of things in this article, but the Internet of Things devices are being used to send alerts about students skipping classes, allowing school officials to help those who may be struggling academically. Now that's awkward. So they make this correlation between students skipping classes as those students that are actually struggling academically. But that sounds fairly big brother to me, that they will send alerts about students skipping classes. Of course, as a service to help those who may be struggling. You will use a digital device to pay for meals so that they can track how many calories you consume. And they will provide the digital devices to finding the time, the location, the cost of these various student activities. And then there's the issue about geofencing, surveillance as service, where they will be using global positioning systems and radio frequency identification technology to create a specific virtual geographical area, allowing software to set off a response on mobile devices when entering or exiting an area. And of course, surveillance as service to protect students. These are the universities. You have the source there. I'm not going to go into detail. This is Marshall University in the US, their view and their data imaginary of a smart campus built on the Internet of Things. So colleagues and friends, the stories we tell about the data imaginary, the stories that are told are one thing. I'm asking what other stories need to be told. Published in 2020, in this article in the EduCourse Review, talks about the post-academic evolution of student data privacy. And he talks about this data imaginary as a double-edged sword. On the one side are the data applications that improve the student experience. And on the other side is a potential for unethical, ill-advised, or even unlawful use of personally identifiable information. The Chronicle of Higher Education also talks about the surveilled student. It's a new category of students. We had students as customers, we had students as students, and now we have students as the surveilled ones. And then there's Pearson's, one of my favorite providers, that talks about the privatization of data infrastructure and data, of turning public goods into private assets. That sounds like capitalism to me. And then reducing the teaching profession into diminishing the broader purposes and outcomes of public schooling in favor of, and this is what we can do for you, ladies and gentlemen, if you buy it now, in favor of personalized learning that focuses on individual knowledge and skills. And this new Selwyn touched upon. This is a beautiful article by Fernando Velasquez, Indoctrinating Digital Surveillance, where he spoke about the move to proctoring during the COVID for summative assessment. And he makes a statement to say it's a deep mistake using malware, that's Proctorio, for dealing with fundamentally economic problems. And I was wondering, Fernando, where do you get that link from? And then it says, look at the bold text. For example, nobody is aware these changes acknowledge the painful reality that it's impossible to conduct fair online tests when some students are able to take them in sprawling home offices, and others take tests while crammed into a closet, a restroom, or outside the public Wi-Fi of a crowded Starbucks. These demands cannot be simply met by many low-income students, rural students, and students with challenging family situations, such as homelessness. And recently released is this report, where it found that 2/3 of public schools in the US in the sample were sending data from apps to third parties. No reason for concern. And 91% of Android apps send data to high-risk third parties. So it's not only sharing data, it's sharing data to high-risk third parties, compared to only 20% of iOS apps, and 20% of Android apps send data to very high-risk third parties compared to 2.6% of iOS apps. This news spoke at length about, and that was also raised in the chat box as well as on Twitter. Do we need a new learning theory? And from this article by Jeremy Knox and Ben Williamson and Sean Bain from Edinburgh, it seems as if we already have a new learning theory on the cards: machine behaviorism, entailing combinations of radical behaviorist theories and machine learning systems that appear to work against notions of student autonomy and participation, seeking to intervene in educational contact and shaping learning behavior towards predefined aims. In 2021, a few days ago, the surveillance state of education, we have a state of the nation, now we have a state of education. And it says that though we're going to increasingly using AI-based proctoring software to prevent cheating, but we need to overcome the privacy concerns and other problems, and technology providers need to listen to students. And this is then from earlier this year, data privacy. Yes, students care. Often there's this notion that students don't care if we collect their data. And this article and the research on which it reports actually says the contrary. Colleagues, we need a story of critical scholarship. We need a story of opening black box of database school monitoring. We need scholarship, as provided earlier today, about data infrastructures, about the flows and practices in state agency and other education agencies. We need critical data studies now more than ever before. And who will provide oversight over the ethical issues in learning analytics? And this comparative study was done in 2016, and it still applies, where we investigated how 3 different institutions look at the ethical implications in learning analytics and the collection of data. And we found that if you want to do research on student learning as a research project, you need ethical clearance and fill in 20 forms and go through 5 committees. But when you want to use student data for learning analytics, there's no one that look after the ethical implications. So outside of critical scholarship, outside of listening to students, we also need to think about the ethical issues. Data has become a dirty word to public education advocates, and Henning, the author of this article, says it doesn't have to be. And I think that moves to what Selwyn concluded with: alternative stories. So this author refers to the data walk method applied by a certain institute to empower local communities as partners in designing policies and programs to address their own needs, not the needs of the institution, their own needs. So during a data walk program, participants, community residents, and service providers jointly review and interpret their data in small groups and collaborate to improve policies, programs, and other factors of community change. Now that's a different story. That's a story that I think we need to explore. And this is how it looks, of people on the ground researching their own agendas and being part of the data collection and the interpretation. I'm wrapping up. So the stories we tell about data and data analytics. And I close with this quote by David Beard: data themselves come to life and begin to have consequences when they are analyzed and when those analyses are integrated into social, governmental, and organizational structures. We have to be very aware of the stories we tell of data, student data, and learning analytics. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Paul. Very interesting presentation, and always hearing your enthusiasm while presenting. I really felt that, and I think I see many people here are also congratulating you for this nice presentation. We have some time for questions, and I see I have two questions here. The first one is from Karen, and she says, great presentation, Paul. How can we stop this? How do we stop this? Or rather, how do we ensure that the technology that is now available is used appropriately? Meaning, how do we protect our students? As social media users, we are often not even aware of what goes on behind the scenes.
Thanks, Mohammed, and thanks, Karen. I think the answer is multidimensional. We need oversight, we need transparency, we need accountability. One of the authors I engaged with last week said that we just need one higher education institution to be taken to court to raise the awareness. So we need accountability, transparency, we need all of that. We need ethics. We must find a way how to account for the data decisions we make with our students. So I'm not sure how we protect our students and ourselves. I'm not sure. I think the answer is multi-pronged.
Yeah, we have another question from Yolanda Morkel, and she also thanks you for the presentation. And she says, do you think it is possible to achieve student and staff agency in data governance? And if so, how is that possible?
Thanks, Yolanda. And it's interesting when Abelardo presented his Spark model of the implementation of learning analytics, students were not part of the stakeholders. They were the data objects. And I'm sure, knowing Abelardo, the students would be there somewhere. But I do think it's possible. It's possible to talk to students about the categories we use to categorize them. What is the notion of the category of a household or income or gender mean for our students, and are they useful categories? So for me, student data is an invitation to conversation. And yes, that data walk, when I found it during my preparation for the meeting, I was very excited that the data walk and how they engage with the communities on which the data was gathered and where the intervention would have taken place promises huge potential.
Thank you, Paul. I would like to bring one question and then bring in Gabor online. One question from our colleague from Oslo, saying or asking, are there any examples that universities are being taken to court? You know, we are always talking, we're always talking about like illegal use of our data and surveillance and so on, but have you ever heard of any university being taken to the court?
I'm not aware of court cases. What I am aware of, that since the outrage on Twitter about the use of Proctorio and the raising of public concerns through public scholarship and public intellectual engagement, a number of institutions renegated on their contracts with Proctorio and decided not to use those proctoring services. So yes, at the moment, I'm not sure about an institution being taken to court. What I do know is that public engagement with these issues do make a difference.
Yeah, thank you. We have Gabor. Gabor, you may ask your question.
Yes, thanks a lot, and very nice presentation, Paul. Thanks a lot. I have one question, and something what maybe I missed between the lines is, what about dialogue and discussion between all the stakeholders? I think this is something fundamental in order to have like a common agreement on what should be monitored and what shouldn't be monitored. My experience with this issue, that usually these large-scale systems are introduced in a top-down meta way to enforce efficiency or make our work easier on paper. But it's hardly ever introduced after a discussion and the dialogue between all the stakeholders. So how do you see this? Do you see any good practices of such system? Because if you think about the quality, what this type of technology can offer for students and teachers, so that is significant. We can really help and focus on individual people, individual learners, help them to grow individually. And this is great. This hasn't been precedent in the past. And is it ethical not to help people the best way we can? But I think, so there are a lot of questions here, what we need to raise and discuss. But sort of this type of discussion and how to manage these discussions and the dialogue among stakeholders, I'm kind of missing from the field. What do you think?
Thanks so much, Gabor. You make me smile. Earlier, I don't know whether you were able to attend the session by Abelardo. He presented the implementation of learning analytics as finding common ground. And as he mentioned the common ground, I was thinking, but who is part of that conversation? And I think that's the issue you raise. How do we find ways to say to ask students, what data do you need in order to learn better? That they tell us how do they want their learning to be counted? What do they want to be counted? What does it mean for them? That we can tell them that what do we need to count? How do we use it? How do we define the counting? And then to have a common ground. I think that goes a long way. And then just lastly, the Open University of the United Kingdom was one of the first, if not the first institutions to develop an ethical policy on the use of learning analytics. And they involved students. They had student focus groups. They had student feedback. They had student input into the policy. They had feedback into the implementation of learning analytics. So there's a constant common ground between the institution and the students. Thank you, Gabor. Good question.
Yeah, thank you, Paul and Gabor. We have time for maybe one last question asked by Yelena. So Yelena, she says, thank you, Paul. As a student, I would ask the same. How can we put our voice at the center of rights or privacy, particularly when we finished our study at the university?
Oh, wow. I do think while Abelardo said a top-down or a bottom approach, both of them are not very successful. We need to find a common ground. We need to find a space in the middle. I do think that depending on your geopolitical context and the institutional culture, in South Africa, students have a very, very loud and a very activist voice. So if students raise their voices in the South African context, trust me, management listens. So I do think there are ways that students and staff can use their agency and actually talk back and return the gaze. And I think that's a powerful concept, not only to be the object of the data gaze, but also find ways to return the gaze and show the gaze back to the gazer.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. We can also take many of these questions together with Paul and Lesley in the last panel. Thank you, Paul. Now we move to the last speaker of today's symposium. Dr. Lesley Gourlay is a professor of education in the Department of Culture, Communication and Media at University College London Institute of Education. So so today's Lesley's speech is on documentation and performativity in digitized education. Lesley, are you here?
Hi, Mohammed. Thanks very much for that.
Hi, Lesley.
And nice to see everyone. I'm really pleased to be part of this day. But I was just smiling, thinking, gosh, going last, you know, this, such amazing speakers so far. You've left me with nothing else to add, it seems, but I was particularly aware that I would have quite a big overlap with Paul's talk, and sure enough, but it was absolutely great, Paul. Thank you for that. And I'm hoping to maybe build on and develop on some of your themes and also hopefully some of the other themes that we've been hearing today. So I'll try to share my screen.
Yes, you may.
Work, yes.
Yes, you may share your screen now, and you have like 35-40 minutes, and then we go to the panel.
Okay, thanks, Mohammed.
But
That's brilliant.
I'm sure you have still many things to.
I'll do my best,
Okay.
right? Okay, so can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Right. So as you can see, I've been paired with Paul for a good reason, because I'm also interested in many of the same considerations, and I've been very inspired by Paul's papers and others. So I'm hoping that we can kind of develop this and continue to think about these ideas. You can see I've got a couple of images there to start with, and one of them is the quote unquote traditional chalk and talk classroom, and the other one is a rather idealized stock image of a laptop in somebody's house. I think it's supposed to be. And this, for me, is one of the kind of important points I want to talk about today, because one of the things I'm very interested in is, as other speakers have alluded to, the relationship between the socio-material campus and material and artifacts and practices, and digital and learning analytics as well. So I want to kind of think about some of the connections and the contrasts between these different domains of practice. And I quite like the fact that in the classroom someone's sleeping there as well, which is kind of funny. But anyway, let's move on. Oops, or maybe not. Hang on. Sorry. Right. So that's actually where people were saying, where they are. This is where I am. That's what I'm looking at. It's from a different day, but it's the same place. This is where I'm sitting in my house, as I'm sure most people are taking part today all over the world, which is really amazing as well, but it's so international. But at the same time, as being very, we tend to have a discourse of the global, of the large, of the expansive when we're talking about these events and other types of higher educational practices. But one of the things that I'm very interested in is the micro, the situated, the particular, the fact that I'm sitting here, I've got a cold cup of coffee and I'm a bit worried about spilling it on the laptop. Have I got my charge ready? Is it light enough? All of these little details are always necessary and always part of practice. And that's something that I want to come back to later in the presentation. This is building on I'm sorry, it's a shameless plug for my recently published book by Bloomsbury. A lot of the ideas that I've been working on are in there, but I'm taking it into a different kind of domain. I'm very lucky to have been awarded a Leverhulme Major Research Fellowship, which is a 3-year full-time fellowship starting in September. And my topic is going to be, and is the Datafied University documentation and performativity in digitised education. And rather like Neil Selwyn was saying, I feel like a real fraud here, because I'm not a learning analytics expert at all. I'm not the technical side. I'm learning and I'm listening, and that's a lot of what I'm appreciated a lot about today is finding out more about the field of practice. But my interest is primarily theoretical, and I'll hopefully but hopefully it will be relevant to practice as well. My research questions at the moment, even though I'm sure they'll change, are quite broad. How are the technologies of digital monitoring, surveillance and audit being used in contemporary higher education, and what are the effects on students, academic staff, texts and knowledge practices? Some pretty large questions, so it's just as well they've given me 3 years to think about it, because I'm sure even in 3 years I'll just be scratching the surface of a huge set of issues there. But one of the things I want to mention, and Paul really set me up nicely for this, is that surveillance and audit is not only digital, it's across, it's constantly crisscrossing the digital and analog, quote unquote, analog domain or boundary, even though I think that's a questionable concept in itself. And I was really interested in the examples about surveillance in the physical campus, because that's one of the areas that I'm interested in. But when I talk about audit, I'm talking about audit and digital audit in the very broad sense of things like, for example, research excellence framework in the UK, teaching excellence framework and so on. So audits of surveillance of academic work more generally as well, which aren't always theorized as digital. So that's another thing that I'm thinking about is, what's digital, what isn't. Like Janja was saying, so much authority is, that in effect, that digital has permeated all areas of practice. So that's something I need to think about some more. So we've got the classroom. You might say, oh, this isn't a digital space, but it is a digital space. There's probably people looking at their phones and so on. There's digital practices surround, permeate, and are in constant co-constitutive dialogue with what are apparently material practices. And I think that's quite interesting. And the reverse is true, as I was trying to say before, with the example of my laptop. I was involved in a really fun project recently. Well, I should say fun, I mean, it's pretty serious stuff. This was at the beginning of the pandemic last year. The Moving Online project at my institution, there's a link there if people want to have a look at the website. We've had a few papers with some colleagues where we interviewed UCL academics about the impacts of the pandemic on their working lives. Working at home. This is a lovely picture, I think, of the little cat, but it's kind of serious as well because this is a senior academic. He's had to make this bricolage, this kind of emergent assemblage, you could say, in order just to be able to work. So he's got his laptop there. I've no doubt he's, in terms of the digital, projecting and interacting in a manner which would suggest a kind of free-floating sensibility and subjectivity, which is somehow unbounded. But of course, it's absolutely bounded into this quite fragile and constantly in need of remaking physical assemblage. And that's one of the first points that I really want to make today, is that there's about boundedness and unboundedness. I was trying to think what my theme is, because I wasn't sure if I really had a clear line through my presentation. I think it's to do with boundedness, unboundedness, and what is seen, what might be seen, and what should be seen, and what can't be seen, and that's okay. And I want to come back to Paul's thing about the stories that are not told, and I'd maybe add to that there are stories which don't need to be told and maybe even shouldn't be told as well. As you all know extremely well, but I'm going to throw this in the pot because it's important, that as in actor network theory, of course, objects are seen as context or tools or backdrops to practice, but of course I'm working from a point of view where the objects are actually part of meaning, and I'm particularly interested in how they work in terms of textual practice, and I mean that in a broad multimodal digital sense. And again, a bit of Catherine Hale's Never Goes Amiss. She talks about the way that objects are not static entities that are once created remain the same through time, but are understood as constantly changing assemblages. And this is a really important concept for me. She's writing back in 2012, but I think this remains extremely relevant about the sense of the emergence. And I think this speaks to some of the questions that have come up today about the extent to which systems can be said to be closed or open. And this brings me, again, sort of an older piece, excuse me, but extremely useful chapter from Karine Norsetina, talking about what her concepts of epistemic things, scientific objects of investigation at the centre of research process. In the process of being materially defined, objects of, I can't see for this, sorry, knowledge are characteristically open, questioning, generating, and complex. They're processes and projections rather than definitive things. This is the important part. Observation and inquiry reveals them by increasing rather than reducing their complexity. Now, I've used this quote in other contexts. I've used it to think about other forms of epistemic practice, but for me, I think it really chimes in with some of the points that have been made today about the epistemic violence, I'm going to say it, that can be affected by it, by what looks like efficiency and explanation. So I'm interested in the ideas coming out of people like Norsetina talking about what she calls an unfolding ontology, and she compares it, because she works in science technology studies, with a detector and a physics experiment performing a range of functions, but these are not representations. They're unfolding ontology. They are the detector rather than being the product of the detector. So the epistemic object is both meaning producing and practice generating. And I think I'm still thinking about this, but this to me is potentially interesting, because I think what we've got to think about here is, the whole notion of the gaze that Paul's been talking about so interestingly, and what the gaze does in terms of obviously objectifying, rendering into assets, as Janja, I would suggest even the student becomes an asset in her model. Maybe I've got that one the wrong way around. But the sense in which, the operations of gaze or detection change the ontology of what we're looking at in quite important ways. Again, I noticed Lisa Gittleman came up earlier, I think it was in Phil's presentation. She talks about, so that would be my first point anyway, and the next point relates to documentation. And Lesley Gittleman talks about documents as epistemic objects. They're recognizable sites and subjects of interpretation across disciplines and so on. And she's actually talking more about, you know, what we might conventionally think of as a linguistic or artifactual document. But I'd like to try, one of the things I want to do today is try to extend the notion of document. And I'm thinking about document the noun and also document the verb here. Okay, so I'm taking this thread through of observation, gaze, what happens when instruments are looking and so on, and trying to do something with that. And I'm also very influenced, I'm sure you're already very aware of the work of Tim Ingold, and he works in completely, at first blush, a very different field, but it's not really, I don't think. He's an anthropologist, and he looks at the concept of the line. So another thing that I'm interested in all of this is there's obviously a lot of discussion about the limitations of snapshots and so on, but I'm interested in trajectories and lines, and in terms of student epistemic practice, particularly Ingold talks about text as a journey made rather than an object found. So again, we've got the idea of a journey as a constant movement. There's no meaningful snapshot, in a sense, in Ingold's imaginary, let's say. That reading is not an act of solitary intellect. The reader is grounded in sensory immersion. Texts are always incomplete. Now, he's talking about text, but I want to extend that notion as well. And the idea of student epistemic and intellectual engagement as something like one of Ingold's lines. Now, you might think, what's the difference between that and any other theoretical model of process? It's a bit long, this, but I think it's worth looking at. Ingold talks about the notion of wayfaring as the most fundamental mode by which living beings, both human and non-human, inhabit the earth. By habitation, I do not mean taking one's place in a world that has been prepared in advance for populations to arrive to reside there. The inhabitant is rather one who participates from within in the very process of the world's continual coming into being, and who, in laying a trail of life, contributes to its weave and texture. These lines are typically winding and irregular, yet comprehensively entangled in a close-knit tissue. Now, that, of course, you know, Ingold's not the first theorist to have a model of unfolding, but I particularly like the way that he contrasts this, and he's not just talking about education in particular, with navigation. And one of the things that it reminds me of is the notion of the desire path, which, as you know already, I'm sure, is the type of path which is generated by, not by the municipal park authorities or whoever's in charge of the land, but by just the repeated footsteps of people who decide to go in a certain way. You might think, okay, so what, you know, desire path, what's that? But one of the things that I think is very interesting about the desire path is that it's to some extent unpredictable, but it's also very often not completely observable as well, as you can see with this second one. And you've got quite a famous image from Richard Long of the line made by walking. This isn't really a proper desire path because he walks up and down for about 3 days to make it. But I still like the idea of the line being made by walking, and walking being a metaphor for the type of journey and epistemic set of movements that students might make. And Ingold talks about the meshwork, and he describes that as an entanglement of interwoven lines that may loop or twist around one another, weave in and out. What distinguishes the meshwork from the network? That should be a question mark. The lines in the network are connectors. This is really important. Each is given as a relation between points, independently in advance of any movement. They lack duration. The network is purely spatial construct. The lines of a meshwork, by contrast, are of movement and growth. They're the lines along which things become. Every animate being, as it threads its way among ways of every other, must perforce improvise a passage. And I think that's an incredibly important phrase in Ingold. And doing so, it lays another line. Now, I don't have time to go in my own desire path into what improvise a passage might mean. I've written about that elsewhere, and I'm thinking about it at the moment. But all of this, I'm trying to suggest, is are potentially useful ways of thinking about how student activity is not predictable. It doesn't, it's not or should not be observable fast movement between the most efficient, quote unquote, 2 points that we can observe. And I think this is, for me, it's a way of pushing back against these discourses of well, throughout the day, we've been talking about these discourses of efficiency, of observable performative action. Underlying it, I would argue, is a very neoliberal notion of the student as a subject. I think it's my last in gold idea, but it's a good one. He also talks about knots as places where many lines of becoming are drawn tightly together. Every line overtakes the knot in which it's tied. The end is always loose, somewhere beyond the knot, where it's groping towards an entanglement with other lines and other knots. So the idea here that, again, that there's always a constantly retreating complex of movement. So any attempt through technologies such as learning analytics, I think it throws into radical question, as Neil was saying earlier. I don't think this invalidates learning analytics, and I'm not trying to make that point. I'm just trying to disturb the idea that this is somehow a straightforward process of observation. He talks about tracing responses in passages and asks questions like, how do human actors join in with things around them and correspond to what's happening around them? What kinds of passages are being improvised as entities thread their way through the ways of others? So I think that for me as well, this to some extent helps with this, the problematic about the individual versus the collaboration that we've been talking about. I think it's neither. You can't possibly separate the two. There's no such thing, obviously, as being working as a entirely sovereign and separate individual in any kind of social setting. So for him, mesh working, he asks what lines of movement can be seen, what kind of knot making or temporary bringing together of human technology energies is going on. How are lines of movement or becomings being redirected? How do they loosen or tighten a knot? And I think when Paul was showing that last, towards the end about the data walks, it made me think about mesh working, even though I have to think about that some more, but something about the messiness and the human, non-human movement of that process of data walking. It makes me think about desire paths. Maybe Paul, we can have an email chat about that or something at some point, because it seems interesting. So then we've got that contrasted with this rather sterile, idealized notion of what digital working and digital engagement is like, which of course no one actually has a desk like this. And so why do we have these images? Okay, it's to sell a laptop, but it's not just to sell a laptop that we have these images. That's a big pile of books that I had when I was on my sabbatical a year and a half ago, happy days before the pandemic. And that's just to illustrate how messy, and that's actually much neater than it really was. I had to pile them up to get them in the picture. But the messiness of, for example, intellectual engagement and writing, meaning making, stands in, I think, quite stark contrast to the kind of the neat, tidied up images of digital engagement. So, the old walled garden, we've talked about that for years in terms of VLEs. Here's a nice walled garden. It's up in Scotland and it's really lovely and you can walk around, but of course you only have to stay in the paths compared to wayfaring in the wild in Gould's terms. So that's some of the ideas I want to think about, but I want to push it on because I believe I have time to think a little bit about the current situation. I was looking at this document quite recently published from the British Academy about the COVID decade, which attempts to address what should happen next in terms of the post-pandemic age, but also JISC, which was mentioned by Janja earlier, UK government body responsible for sort of the digital and higher education. This is a guide for managers, written for managers regarding learning analytics. So I'm looking at these a wee bit. In the latter document, and by the way, I don't want to be particularly critical of this document because it was produced in the middle of a crisis to help people, and I think it's got some really good ideas in it. But at the same time, it does reflect some of them quite sort of powerful mainstream discourses. So it's worth having a quick look at this quote, where the authors suggest that every time a student interacts with the university, etc., they leave behind a digital footprint. And we know this is very familiar to all of you as specialists. But I did think the footprint kind of resonated again with the walking metaphor, and it made me think some more about, what are we recording the footprints? Are we corralling them into paths? Where does this sit in the navigation / wayfaring kind of model. Of course, there are lots of claimed benefits. I'm not going to bang through this because you're all very aware of it. And these are all, you know, I'm not disputing these benefits. These are what is in that GIST document. This is addressed to senior management at universities. So this is what it's trying to sell, as people have said earlier, as important potential benefits. But I think it's really, really interesting that in here, there's a strong sense of evidence for audit. And it's that you'd have to look at the document to see that in detail, but the curriculum analytics provide information for effectiveness, but there's also you know, the language of business processes and so on. So it's a funny old mixture of projections and imaginaries of you know, who would be who might be the beneficiaries and stakeholders. But as you know, and a really nice paper by Wilson and colleagues, there's lots of risks. And again, I don't have to labour these points because I think they've been touched on quite thoroughly today already. But I won't bother reading through these. These are just the headlines from that paper. But again, of course, you know, many critical points. And I think this one is really important as well, because this takes us back to the point that I think Neil Selwyn was drawing out very interestingly about what we're talking about when we're talking about personalised, and Janja also, and all those other speakers have talked about this, and the notion of, is it reifying the notion of the student as the individual customer, or is it helpfully recognising difference? You know, I think both of these discourses are interwoven in here in a really kind of interesting and very contradictory mix. You start to unpack it. And of course, as we know, the empirical studies are inconclusive, and that doesn't mean that there's no benefits being accrued, but that is the case. So yeah, and I think Neil made this point very strongly about structural bias actually being reproduced in these settings. And again, of course, you know, the other problems here. So for me, anyway, the most important point in this critique is the kind of missing aspect very often of this collapse back into a sort of reification of some sort of so-called disembodied realm, which we've been kind of, several of us have been pushing back against for, you know, a long time in the field. This is we're back to the imaginaries again. Yeah, I'd end up repeating what other people had said. But this is I mean, Ben Williamson's written a lot about this, and he's drawn on Sheila Jasanoff, I'm not sure. Her work is really interesting, and she talks about the socio-technical imagining as a collectively imagined form of social life and order. So I work with Kim. Williamson, I think we may have seen this already today, actually. In his take on it, looks at, again, the notion of the desirable future, which is seemingly attainable. So this sort of slightly utopian notion. And of course, we've seen, you know, this utopian discourses saturating the fields of education, digital education for decades. Now, in my view, you know, there is an avenue to be explored here about transhuman fantasies of disembodiment, immateriality, transcendence of human limitation. And I actually think that what Paul was showing us about the smart campus would be quite interested to put that through an analysis like this as well, this notion of the kind of the dominance of the entire space and all the bodies in it being subject to that kind of you know, sort of panopticon like surveillance. And what Williamson, of course, as you know already, I don't have to go through this, I'm sure everyone knows this paper, points out, you know, the effects that this type of dataism kind of imaginary can have. This notion that data becomes proxy, you know, it can speak for itself. But of course, as Kitchen and many others today as well have pointed out, it's not neutral and it always has ideological interpretive power. So this is all important. Now I'm going to try and make one more main point if I've got time. And that is, and it's a bit of a gallop, I'm sorry, it's because I'm just at the start of this project, so I'm pulling together quite a few threads, some of which may or may not make it into a knot. You can let me know if you think it makes sense in a minute, but The other area that I've found very interesting is, and I don't know how you pronounce this, if anyone, I think that's a Polish name, and if anyone wants to tell me how to pronounce it later, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to say Kosygiu, but I'm sure that's wrong. Anyway, very good paper coming out of library and information science, and he looks at documentation, and this is a concept which I'm finding really, really helpful in my initial thoughts about all of this. He makes the point that the document does not just record this. I think echoes points made already today that the document does not only record its constitutive, it makes the subject. It constitutes different things, ideas, entities, and materializes them in order that they can be analysed, classified, placed, routinized, viewed, and used. So we're back to the notion of the gaze. As he says, documentation, he's talking particularly about library and information science, but he says documentation science can eliminate bureaucratic tentacles, now this sounds familiar, that actually do, in a material sense, reach into and control ordinary lives, helping to ensure the effective functioning of governance and governmentality to manage embodied subjectivities. And I think this fits extremely well with Paul's discussion of the smart campus. I wish I couldn't find a nice picture, but when Paul gave the example of the woman who's taken and viewed as an exhibit, this completely chimes in with Kosygiu's, refers to Suzanne Bright, very interesting figure, early theorist of information. And she talked about the notion of an antelope being a catalogued antelope. A hypothetical antelope is captured, put in a zoo, taken to Europe, analysed, displayed, and discussed. And he argues that the antelope then becomes surrounded by material assemblages and practices that render the antelope into a document. It's no longer just an antelope, it's a document, which is an object. It's not simply an object of surveillance, its ontological status has actually changed. And I think this is extremely important because it's not just about observation and recording, as others have already said today. It's about the changes that are rendered in terms of actual subjectivities. I'm interested in students, but also academics as well. So the students, I would argue, also may become documents under surveillance and normative force. And that would chime in with other critiques such as Bruce McFarlane's work around cultures of performativity and surveillance. And he's not talking about the digital, he's talking about the face-to-face classroom, but things like technologies of surveillance on campus, face recognition has already been mentioned, attendance records, entry gates, being able, as Paul was just saying. To me, this links in with Hert Biesta's work on learnification, the idea that of the performance of collaboration, the performance of student engagement, and particularly narrow normative disciplining form of student engagement. So I suppose what I'm saying as a kind of gambit is that, you know, learning analytics is not only a data find, but also documenting practice with students and staff rendered into potential, not simply objects of analysis, but something slightly more fundamental in terms of the change. Paul's already written, I love that paper, Paul, by the way, about the algocracy, drawing on sources such as Anish, algocracy being a regime in which code appears to have taken over the managerial function of supervision and guidance, and that algorithms are not technically neutral. Obviously, as people have said, they're inherently normative and political. So I think this takes us back to this, you know, where we're sitting now at the end of, hope at the end, I wish, in the middle still of this pandemic crisis, where what I feel we're experiencing is that we're saturated with discourses of inevitability surrounding the digital, as I think others have touched on, you know, this idea that, oh, well, you know, we're halfway there already, you know, why bother going back to the campus? And it's all working so well, which we saw in the project at the beginning when I showed you the picture with the cat and everything. That project actually reveals some, you know, pretty extreme stories of stress, of overwork, of hidden work, of unfairness in terms of women working at home and taking on more of the work. That's just one example, but just the idea again is I think we're at a point of danger where an artificially cleaning up set of discourses can scoop across what looks like the surface and say this is all working well, and then start, you know, the university management could be heavily seduced into this imaginary. The report says pandemics are as much social and economic events as they are health and medical ones, and that the temporal, scalar and place-based dimensions of our response play a significant role in understanding how interventions could interact with the observed effects. Relationships, lives and livelihoods and interconnections between them will all play a role. To grapple with this, we need insight across all stakeholders. And this is great. I mean, of course, you know, and this is a quite nice, nuanced call for depth and for interdisciplinary action, which I found quite useful, actually. So I've probably finished a bit earlier than I needed to there, but we have more time for questions. Some of the questions that are in my mind at the moment are, well, obviously the first one, which is my kind of big research question, which, you know, obviously many people at present today have been working on this for much longer than I have, so I'm in learning mode here. But also the second point, you know, slightly more kind of granular attention to, you know, what effects is this having on the ground, or in front of the laptop, or on the screen, or behind the screen, and what are the implications in terms of the post-pandemic period. So I'll stop there and hand back to Mohammed, and I don't know if we've got some time for questions.
Thank you, Lesley. Thank you for your time.
I'm trying to see how to stop sharing my screen, and I can't see it actually.
Maybe if you look at the top, you will see a red button. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is that gone now?
Yes. It's, yeah.
Okay, good. Right.
Yeah, it's now gone. Okay. Yeah. So we have a one comment or question by Day Griffiths, saying, if the footprint is the domain of learning analytics, what is the domain of paths of desire? And then he says, our discussion of paths of desire for the future of institutions, and often for society as a whole, is, in my experience, largely suppressed in education institutions. How do we create opportunity for these conversations in the context of our data? What do you think?
Well, that's a really good question. And I'm just reading it again as well. You know what? This is going to sound a bit. This is what I mentioned at a certain point in my presentation, that I think there are some stories that don't need to be told, and I sometimes think there are some dialogues that can't be easily had either. I think we've always got. I think a lot of the work that we do seems to rest on the assumption that everything is available, amenable to observation and critique and analysis if we just find the right methodology or the right forum for dialogue. And I think that's a really worthy quest, right? I'm not saying we give up on those aspirations, but I do actually think that there's something about, I don't use the word learning very much because I just, for all sorts of reasons, I don't know. I'm interested in educational practices, let's say. And I think that there are necessarily educational practices that are inherently mysterious, that we can't communicate, that we can't put into words, that we can't really map, record or observe. And I think that's actually quite important to preserve. So sometimes I think what we need to do is stop looking at certain things rather than look more carefully, which sounds a bit counterintuitive. But I don't think that's really the question. So I think the questioner, Di, is asking, I suppose, you know, how do we find a way to sort of find, you know, make a compromise between these sort of strongly navigated ideas and the more loosely articulated forms of engagement? For me, I think it is about what Bruce McFarlane calls student academic freedom. You know, we talk a lot about academic freedom of academics, but in parallel, there's not much conversation about the freedom of in higher education as adult students being able to. Okay, I'm not saying it would affect. It would refer to schooling as well, but I don't look at that area. But I think what needs to happen is far more student voice. That's such a corny phrase, but more. I mean, you know, opportunities like at Open University. Paul was saying they've done some really great work. I think it's Bart Rientus and his team have done a whole bunch of really interesting work, where they have really worked closely with students to try to get to think about what matters to the students, how the students have experienced learning analytics. It's intensive, slow work, and he said that himself in a presentation I saw recently, that, you know, it's painstaking, slow work, and it doesn't give you a big revelation. But I think you need to have that slow dialogic work with students and also with academics over time, with an expectation that things will reveal themselves quite slowly, I think is my answer to that, which is not a very sort of snappy answer. But I think that if I were sitting in a management position, that I would be trying to facilitate that type of work rather than a large scale rolling out of something without very much, it's not even consultation, it's dialogue and understanding ethnographic work. I don't know if that answers the question, but yeah. Paul, you should come in and you should join in my questions if you want, if you've got ideas.
Thanks, Lesley. I'm fascinated by the notion or the domain of paths of desire. I'm not quite sure I understand, guys, what that entails. On the one hand, it seems as if it's the desires for faculty to realize their aspirations and their stories about what their institution can be and should be, and those are suppressed. But I'm not sure whether there's something in the paths of desire that I don't get.
Yeah. I mean, Ingold's talking about it, you know, the way my reading of how he uses the idea is to, because his scope is really large, actually, although he's an anthropologist and, you know, does a lot of detailed work. His scope of reference, I think, is social practice quite broadly. But I think what he's trying to say is that, in a sense, there's, you know, all social practice is like that. That you, in a sense, there's not really much point. No matter how much you try and corral people's paths, they're still going to find their own way through things, as it were. And that's actually, in a way, it's sort of, we talk a lot about criticality and self-regulation and independence, but then we're afraid to let the students just unseen, you know, if explore those avenues, I suppose, is my kind of take on that. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean?
I would like to invite Dai, maybe if he has to comment more on that.
How do we work this? Hi, am I live?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I was very interesting, all of this. I think your answer makes good sense. And I think that Paul understands what I'm trying to get at. Really, I'm saying, okay, so if in learning analytics, we're looking at the footprint, and that I think is the case. We're looking at something static, and it's quite hard to, I've always found it hard to have the conversation about how those footprints are gathered together, where people are going, and particularly what we want to have, where we want the institutions to be going. So if that's the domain of the footprint, I'm asking what's the context where we can have those conversations about our own futures and the futures of our institutions in the context of data. I mean, it's related to the data walks that Paul was talking about, but I feel that there's something structural that we need to change in institutions, something to do with the regulation, management, structures, the legal frameworks, the funding frameworks, which are preventing these kinds of conversations happening. So I'm just looking for chinks of light, which we might be able to work through to work towards a future.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if that's any more coherent than my initial.
It's you know, there aren't any straight answers. I think Janja probably has a better take on that part that you've raised. Simple answers, I don't know at the moment what the answer to that is, but I think it's something incredibly important.
I don't think any of us know.
No.
Yeah, thanks, Dai and Lesley and Paul. Yeah, since like we are now here, I think I have one comment, and then maybe we can bring anchor and question to the panel. But one comment from Yelena, she says that she's a fan of Tim Ingold's work. I think the one that you showed us, Lesley, of wayfaring, which popular idea in creative and digital ethnography. My question is, how can we simplify Ingold's idea in the marginalized communities?
Well, I think because Ingold's idea is not simple, maybe that is a reason why it is useful for marginalized communities and for any student who's like, I think it was Neil who was talking earlier about, the kind of the sort of the danger of reinstating a sort of a particular type of student through learning analytics, the privileged, and I've written a little bit about this myself, the idea that it's sort of the default human, as it were, is brought in as the sort of middle class, probably white, heterosexual man who's got access to a lot of resources and so on. I think Ingold's notion allows for difference by a sort of non-prescriptive account of practice. That's a really probably not very full answer, Elaine. I'm sorry if I can't give you more on that. I don't know if you want to come back or reflect on if that makes sense or what you think about it.
I'm not sure if Janne is here. Maybe she's not here. Maybe.
But yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Yelena. Thanks, Yelena, and as well as Lesley. Okay. Yeah. So I think we can now continue this discussion. We have another 20 minutes or so, or maybe we can finish a bit earlier. We got a couple of questions in the web form. Maybe Paul, if you want to comment on that, is that how does datification of education could inform learning and in which capacity? What do you think, Paul?
I think, firstly, teachers throughout the ages have used data and institutions use data. We made sense of the data. If it was a physical classroom, we notice behavior. We made mental notes of disruptive behavior. We made mental notes of students responding or not responded. We knew who were in the class or not in class. So we always made use of data. And the data was really, really helpful to make sense of where learners are. And at least when we were in a physical classroom, when I respond to a learner or bring him or her to attention, she could have responded to say, no, I am concentrating, or I'm just thinking about A, B, C, D. Now with the learning and teaching becoming increasingly digitalized and datafied, we don't have that interaction. I cannot reach out to a student to say, I notice A, is that what A means to you? And is that where you are in your wayfaring through the text? And Lesley, I love that, and I want to think about that. If learning is enmeshed and if it's wayfaring through the text, and then thinking about how Phil in his first presentation then could actually track the learner from A to B to C to D. If it's really, I'm looking for a way through this text and how I work with this text does not resemble how I actually work with text. It is just, I'm wayfaring, I'm walking through the text. So what are our assumptions about people between A, B, C, D? Is that now the rule? What do we know about wayfaring through text? So just to get back to that question is, I do believe that data can inform teaching. I do believe data should inform teaching, but what data? What are our assumptions about the data? What are our imaginaries about the data? What do our students think about the data they produce? And maybe lastly is, I always, if learning analytics is to become a commons, if we have to think of learning analytics as where we all meet, human and non-humans meet to make sense of learning, then it's the issue of that we can ask learners, what data do you have that could help me understand your learning better? And guide me through this, help me help you. There's a saying in the African context is, if you've come to help me, please go. But if you want to walk with me, please stay. And I think that's something about the relational aspect of data and of learning in the sense of wayfaring together.
Yeah, and I think, Paul, it's really interesting that you picked that up, because in Phil's when Phil was showing his diagram with all the different little bits and stages of textual practice, that actually, although it's a very different derivation, it really reminded me of some of the work that I've tried to do in the past, which was actually quite ethnographic, or sort of, you know, ethnographically influenced. Diagrammatic representations produced by students about textual practices, and drawing on work like Kathy Kell's work around text trajectories, bringing together some of the work out of like linguistic ethnography. So I think, I think Neil said, or sorry, it's been such an absolute, you know, there's been so much to think about. I might be forgetting who said what, but I think Neil said that, you know, there's yeah, it wasn't. There's, you know, a strong influence, and there's no criticism, of course, but, you know, because it's coming out of people maybe with more like, you know, IT, engineering, computing backgrounds, you know, unconsciously, you know, there's these, what counts as data then maybe is, you know, produced in a certain way, but maybe what we need to do is think, when we're thinking about learning analytics and data, is just start loosening up what counts as data and slowing up. For me, it's about loosening up, widening things out, and also slowing down. Because actually there's a false speed. I think there's a false impression of speed that's sometimes very seductive, and you think, wow, all this data. But I think some of the work that I've been reading by people working at, you know, with that set of methodologies, you just can't, there's too much data, you can't do anything with it. So maybe it's about having less data, which is more in-depth, more student-generated, more qualitative. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense, or if that just takes us back into kind of, that's just qualitative educational research. I don't know, but.
I'd like to hop in here because I had my eyes opened a number of years ago. One of my master's students was a gamer, and she would use the metaphor that when they play games, they get a lot of data out of the games. They would send them to services that would come back and analyze their data, and they would get a lot of insight. She'd say, why don't I get that on my learning? Why can't I get that, you know, from my classes? And she even went, in her master's thesis, she added eye gazing to it, because she wanted to know where in the process was she looking at the wrong place in the game, and getting that kind of, you know, process data back. And, you know, I think about that when we're thinking about how can we help students. And if we think back as your examples of documents as, you know, as being constitutive, so are almost all data is. I mean, teachers make tests. The tests are representing what the teacher thinks is important, etc. So I think one of the goals, at least I hear in the rhetoric around learning analytics, is we try to look at the process and not just the final products of what we see at the other end. It opens up this access to data, and we don't know what the good data is. And I think, at least in my center, I try to talk about we have to minimize the amount of data, but we do have to go through the process of finding out which data actually gives us insights. You know, in one of the projects, we have Anna Karin here wanting to have a question, but, you know, if you can give insights into the design of a course by an instructor, that maybe some parts of videos students stop at often, or things like this, it can give them insight to maybe that's, you know, a concept that students find difficult, etc. So I think for me, it's part of, you know, and also being aware that the data is only part of the picture. And I really like Paul Kirchner always use, and I've stolen it from him. You know, if you have a street light and you lose your keys on the ground, you're going to look for them where you can see, not where you're outside. And the interesting, it's probably outside the light, you know. And I mean, that's part of the data as well. So where does the data fit into the story of the student, and how can we use it to help them back? And then come all the big questions we've had today. What actually are we doing with this? And it's really, really, mind-boggling to try to get your head around all of this.
Can I respond to, thanks, Barbara. Can I respond between what you've said then, and combine that to what something what Lesley said? If the emphasis in one particular data imaginary is speedy, fast, accessible, just in time, versus, or in contrast to slow, broken, uncertain, wayfinding. If I think of the example Phil shared, and hope I don't abuse the example, but if we would have had prescriptive or predictive analytics on the way a student was wayfaring through the document, it would not have allowed for growth and reflection to say that actually the next time a student engages with a document is different. So if we would have presented the student immediately with a prescriptive analytics to say, oh no, you're working wrong, or the rest of the class is not the way you're working, we may have missed a wonderful opportunity for slow. So, and I hate to think in binaries, but I think there is something for just in time. There is something to see which of our students have not finished the video. There is something, but I would almost beg for slow as well, slow and small.
I think also what I like about what Tim Ingold's lines is it gives me a different meaning of the word linear. Right? Because like if we talk about linear, and this for me comes back to the contrast between network and mesh work, because is it about getting from point A to point B as quickly as possible? So there's a sort of, there's an ethos of and an ideology of efficacy, speed, rationality. I mean, you start unpacking that, you know, you'll be there all day, right? In terms of what is the epistemological set of assumptions about what is valued, what is education for? Or is it, and I think this comes back to Neil's point about, you know, like the humanities and so on, you know, bring in those kind of voices about different types of learning, which is not straight, which is slow, which is back and forward, which is round and about, which can take a long time. And even in the context of undergraduate studies, that's important, right? That, and, you know, as far as I understand it, you know, I did philosophy as an undergraduate, but, you know, there was no rush, as it were. It was about depth. So maybe part of it is that whole thing about the constitutive nature of maybe being quite a lot of emphasis on, let's say, kind of substantive accumulation of substantive knowledge or skills as opposed to something slightly different, which requires a different type of linear, if that makes sense. Don't know what you if anyway, I'm rambling. Sorry, we should take more questions.
No, it's okay, Lesley, thank you. I mean, it's just like a panel where we really discuss, I mean, these questions and the ideas around datification. We have a question from Ankaran, and after that, we will invite Mohammed Sakar to also have a comment. So Ankaran is asking about curriculum analytics and whether there are some critical examples from that. Do any of you, Lesley or Paul, want to comment on that?
Well, I mean, I don't know if, like, loads of examples of it. It was one of the categories of learning analytics that was critiqued in the paper I was referring to. I mean, curriculum analytics is where the analytics is used to attempt to establish or argue for sort of causal relationships between features of curriculum or design or pedagogy and outcomes. But as I understand it from the papers that I've read, there's a fairly weak evidence base. But Paul, I think you're going to know more about that than me. Do you want to comment on that?
Thanks, Lesley. I think it refers to the work that Bart Rentes and the group at the Open University does with learning design, is when you actually put a course online or a module with a number of activities and assignments, readings and engagement, that you can actually track the intensity of the curricular activities over a period of 8 weeks. And then if there's a particular period where the cognitive load is very high, or where there's high demand or high engagement, that you try to spread the curricular elements in a different way. So it's not necessarily about, no, it can be that if there's a particular element that students keep going back to, it's as if they revisit it, then there may be a need to supplement the curriculum on that point. So, and I think that's what I would understand.
That's right. And also that it is, I mean, I think Bart Rentes is very aware of this already, but the sort of, I would argue the slight weakness in that sort of evidence is obviously that you're using online activity as a proxy of some sort. But then I suppose you could say any kind of data as a proxy for something. So yes, thank you, Paul. That's so much. So yeah, Bart Rentes, and there's lots of great stuff online. Their website is very rich. The Open University in the UK. So if you want to know more about that, then that would be a good place to start, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Mohammed Sakar.
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed, and thank you, Barbara, for this amazing, and thanks, of course, for all the speakers. One of the problems that I really encountered so much when I transitioned from the medical field to the learning analytics and educational field, is that people ask so much from the data. Usually, for example, in medicine, they study very basic phenomena like the association of HMGB factor 7 and people having headache. That doesn't have anything to treat headache. It's just like, telling people working in physiology or in genetics or in DNA analysis or something, what's the value of your work, how that is supposed to improve health. Every study that has been published in learning analytics is or claims that it improves learning or will impact learning. In fact, none of these studies would impact learning in any significant way, because we are supposed to study data or to look at the data and then understand learning, improve learning, and have impact in learning in just one study, which is, I think, so much over-promising and so much that cannot be delivered with this kind of an approach to not study the basic phenomena and then thinking of ways to improve the basic phenomena, but study the whole thing. What do you think about that?
Can I come in there? Great question. I do think there's two comments that I would like to make in response to that we should not forget learning analytics, and hopefully learning analytics don't forget that. But the successes that we have in learning analytics are context bound. They in accounting in a European university, first language English speakers. So context matters. So to transfer or to generalize what we found in the teaching of accounting at the University of Bergen, where with second language English speakers, may not be applicable or transferable in another context. Yeah, that's sure. So context for me is, and I think Selwyn, and I think even Abelardo said this morning, we should not forget context. The second thing is more dramatic with regard to comparing the medical field and the way you are able to identify variables and proxies, is that the work of Gert Beesta says that education is an open and a recursive system. It's not a laboratory. You cannot exclude all the other variables and just focus on one variable. It's open, it's recursive, things happen unexpectedly. So to claim that one variable or one intervention or a range of interventions will be applicable to all fields, I do think is dangerous practice, because education is context-bound and open and recursive. That does not mean that I can learn from what the University of Bergen is doing or what the Open University is doing, but I think that my learnings are more on the basis of principles and practices, and then to indigenize it, and then to contextualize it and look for what does it look like in my context. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I totally agree that it's so much more complicated than just linear way. A leads to B, and then B can be applied generally and widely, and that's what we can expect from the data. So thank you so much.
I think also, if I can just add something to that as well, I mean, thinking back to the points made earlier about machine behaviorism, and the point I was making about transhumanism is, I think that if we're not careful, that not only is the student rendered into a document, but the student is rendered into the sort of cog in the machine, and therefore a set of expectations is generated regarding, and then we're sort of we're gone full circle back to a rather sort of behaviourist set of understandings of what's going on when people engage in higher education, which as we know as practitioners is I think it renders it's a form of kind of methodological violence. I think if we're not careful, we can strip out, in the name of seeming efficiency, a lot of the important stuff that's much harder to see, like Barbara said about the street light.
Great, thank you, Lesley and Paul. Actually, I also from your presentation, Lesley, something that really got my attention, which is students may become documents under surveillance. And then I tweeted that, and someone said, Yelena said, I feel that I am a subject for exhibitions after like reading that. It's like, this is maybe called like a reduction, like people are not only numbers. And this maybe in education now becomes we are documents under surveillance. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's been a lot of work done more broadly about, you know, algorithmic cultures in society, and obviously social media is the well-known example of how, you know, we become, as it were, documented by our activities and preferences and so on, and all that gets harvested. And Janja knows much better than I do all the technicalities and the implications of that. So I think it's the same sort of thing, that as soon as you start rendering, I think the problem for me is the steps. If engagement is seen as only what's observable, and not only observable but recordable, then at each stage something gets stripped out. And if you take that to its logical conclusion through quantitative data analytics, all that's left is, I can see Paul's nodding. I'll let Paul, but I want to say something about this as well. What you have left is, in my opinion, a sort of impoverished set of recordings, which standing as proxy for you know, a complex, you know, obviously, you know, human non-human flow, which gets stripped down. Paul, you were nodding.
No,
like that.
I think that article I shared by Pink and her colleagues about data is broken, they actually share 3 examples of where we start cleaning data and taking out the messiness and the layeredness and the noise. How what we have at the end is a very cerebral, so she actually, or they actually use a term that I can't lay my brain upon now, but it's a very dead text. It's a very reductionist version of what actually happened. It's clean. It fits in our spreadsheet, but the messiness, the richness of the voices and the noise and the mud are missing. And I think that is the danger, that when we look at the dashboard and make evaluative judgment on what we see in the judgment on the dashboard, there's so much more behind that. And we should be not make normative statements about students' behavior without engaging with them, to let them tell us about what is not there.
Also, exactly what is not there. And I mean, one of the things that I'm trying to think about quite a lot at the moment is the sort of notion of absence and presence and alterity, and what is not seen. And like Bruce McFarlane writes about reticence and silence. And also, you know, the way that lurking, supposedly, you know, going online but not immediately declaring your presence by typing things in, is seen as some kind of problematic practice, you know. So I think that's why I talk about performativity, because I think if we're not careful, the constitutive element means that everyone thinks that in order to be a good teacher, for example, you just have to make the students make a lot of noise, either through in the face-to-face situation or online, through sort of online noise, you know. And then it has a really severe distorting effect on education itself. You know, so it's not only at the level of the individual, because it sort of starts to reify. We see this in teaching and learning discourses of student engagement, which are, you know, heavily implicated in this notion of performance as being a proxy for learning. So I think that, you know, of course we want to move away from the good old chalk and talk, but if the pendulum goes too far the other way, then we've got a situation where it's just noise, but recordable noise. Yeah.
Mohammed, can I come in maybe on a very personal level? Peter Jandrik, the editor of Post-Digital Science and Education, they compiled an edited volume last year about how teachers responded to COVID, and everyone that participated were now invited to share a year later reflection. And in my reflection, I reflected upon all the reports that I had to generate during this period to prove to my managers that I was research productive and that I reviewed so many articles and so many. But then I pose a question, so what do I report on? I report on the application for a European funding grant. My mother died. I got an article back from the editors that the article was rejected. I completed the report. I'm busy with draft 3. My sister died. I buried my mom. And that all happened in a year's time. But there's the silences in my report on my productivity outputs does not account for the death of my mother or the death of my sister. And there's a huge messiness. There's a huge trauma behind the fact that I only had 3 outputs. But there's a lot of missing data that they don't care about. And I think that's the danger of learning analytics, that there's a lot of data that we don't care about. Absolutely. That's a really powerful example, Paul, but precisely so. I mean, I know that obviously we can't, go around doing, a full fine-grained ethnography on hundreds of students every year. It's the same set of dilemmas as any research methodology, because it is research. I mean, that's how these conversations are very similar to the conversations we have about, the relative merits of different research methodologies. There's always some sort of compromise to be reached, isn't there, about what we account for. But as you say, the sort of the notion of the whole person. But we don't want to collapse into a whole student surveillance model either, because that's not acceptable or ethical either. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Paul and Lesley. The same person actually, I didn't document his name, but then he asked about if we want to move to another topic, he asked, can datification be certified? Maybe he means accredited in a way. What do you think about that? How can we, in a way, certify, accredit datification, the process of datification, documentation?
Can I say something? I was just in a meeting with our data protection organization a few days ago, and this is actually dialogue going on, at least in the European Union, about being able to certify products, companies, etc., on the compliance to regulations. That's one way that people talk about certification, so that we could know that, for instance, the apple being used in Norway is certified according to GDPR rules or something. And these are apparently discussions that are going on within the data protection agencies in Europe. That's just one take on it.
Yeah, I don't know very much about that, I have to be honest. Just, I mean, I think somebody like Janja, I don't think she's still here, but she's strikes me as somebody who would know a lot about that. If you're talking about in terms of, I don't know quite what they mean by, this questioner means by certification, I suppose. Certification of ethical practice. The OU are, like I think Neil mentioned, they've made a lot of interesting progress around that. I'm not quite sure.
From my perspective, I think something may be certified as ISO certified with the data processes or the analytical processes. We may meet the standards or the legal requirements, but that does not mean it's ethical.
Yes,
it's legal. So an institution can still be certified or accredited as the processes are transparent, the processes are documented, no one has unauthorized access to data. So there's this criteria, but it still doesn't make the data or the collection ethical. And I think that's why this is really great data. What do we do with that? How do we ensure that educators across the institution, when they look at student dashboards or intervene in students' learning journey, are professional and ethical? And that's why we need the student voice to be able to talk back, to return the gaze, to question practices.
Yeah, thank you. I think we can take one more question or comment also from the most active participant, Yelena. She says that, Paul, as a student myself and a former president of a student club, increasing students' engagement in what way, in which way? So I think she tried many strategies to raise student engagement in collective learning, but if we can connect that within learning analytics, what What do you think of that?
That's a very, very interesting question, Mohammed. I think from a South African context, and there's a specific context of UNISA, my institution, with 380,000 students, data privacy and data analytics are very, very low on their list of wants. I don't say they're not concerned, but as a student body, there's issues about funding, there's students about access to technologies, there's issues about decolonizing the curriculum. There's so many other issues in the developing world context other than the privacy of my data or having input. So I do think we have a very active and very activist student body, but not yet about the privacy of their data. Unfortunately, it may be different in Italy or Germany, where one can actually rally students about their student data. I think what will get our students involved if there's evidence that my institution used race as a category for admission, then there will be a student process, a protest, and then there will be engagement because it's a very lively issue.
I think another point, just briefly, we haven't talked about much, is the engagement of academic staff and teaching staff. But Bart Rentes himself, has acknowledged that, quite often there's, the dashboards and so on are available to academic staff, but they don't necessarily use them, and because they're too busy, they haven't got time, they're not convinced it's useful. So I think that's another, in terms of stakeholders, there's a whole set of conversations there about, should academic staff be kind of coerced into using these things, or just to have them as an option, and do they have time? I think in the case of OU, there was a question about where they're being paid, that for the time it was going to take extra for part-time staff on maybe, adjunct type contracts. So there's a whole bunch of other kind of like equity points and hidden labor points that need to be drawn out in the whole process as well, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's it. If there are no comments from you, Paul and Lesley, any further comments?
Just thanks for inviting us. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Lesley. Just maybe lastly, to get back to Leslie's point, I mean, it's one thing to make the data available to students or to faculty, but if there's not a desire to learn from the data from the student side, and then the resources to respond to the data on the lecture side, our lectures, especially during COVID, they were just overwhelmed. Yeah. So for the institution to require lecturers to actually respond to which of your 14,000 students hasn't logged on for a week, forget it. It can be a very, very important proxy that we're losing the student, but our lecturers are just overwhelmed. So even though they may see half of their student registration body has not logged in for 2 weeks or have not submitted an assignment, they just don't have the resources to respond.
Exactly. So just as a final point, you've got this kind of, sort of hyper-rationalist ethos behind a system, but underneath that is a deeply unfair, messy, poorly paid, unfair set of work conditions very often in higher education across the world in different levels. But somehow there's this imaginary that they themselves are almost part of that machine that are going to snap into line and start using the system. So that's yet another problem, I think, that needs to be thought about more carefully.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Lesley and Paul. And yeah, I think we're closing this session now. We're now closing the symposium. I will just share my screen just to finish everything, like wrapping up very quickly. You can stay with us here in the panel. Yes. Yeah. Can you see my PowerPoint slide?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So yeah, thank you very much for Paul and Lesley from session 3. So yeah, just to wrap up, me and Barbara, is that today we had 3 sessions in the morning. according to the time zone of Europe and also South Africa. We got the session 1, Learning Analytics, Supporting Feedback to Students by Professor Winne and Abelardo Pardo. And then a panel discussion. After a break, we got into session 2, The Future of Data-Driven Applications and Supporting Learning in Higher Education by Professor Neil, Selwyn, and Janja, as well as a panel discussion. After the lunch break, we were in session 3, talking about datification and education by Professor Paul Prinsloo and Lesley Gourlay, and panel discussion. And now, just like closing, I just like get the final statistics. So we saw that the peak point where we got many people with us were around 160 participants. I know many people were coming to join specific sessions, but at the end we have around 395 registered participants from 65 countries. And we're really very happy about that. I also, everyone can go to the Twitter and use the hashtag to see what were happening at that time. We have been recording this symposium, and we will do our best to upload it to YouTube or Vimeo or even SLATE website. What else? We might also get the presentations from the speakers and maybe share with the with all the participants for people who missed some, because it's actually unfortunate for the people in USA to join because of the time difference. So that will would give them the opportunity to see and watch all these nice talks. Yeah, so from my side, I would like to thank all of our speakers, even though they are not now here because of time differences or any other commitments. And it was really a pleasure to have you all here with us. And also, I would like to thank all the participants that were with us, and also the active people who were in Twitter or even here in chat or even joining the live questions to the speakers. We also would like to thank University of Bergen and the Spira grant for giving us the opportunity to organize this, as well as I would like to thank Martin Hickman by the name for staying here and being aware of any technical issue. And also would like to thank SLATE and Barbara. Yeah. So yeah, by this, Barbara, if you, do you want to say anything? Yeah. Okay.
No, I just want to thank all the participants for staying in. It was a very, very exciting day. My head is spinning. I don't know where to start thinking anymore. And I'm sure other people have found it as stimulating and interesting. And hopefully we'll be back with another seminar next year.
Yes, exactly. So we hope to maybe organize another one next year. And yeah, so now we are closing the symposium. Thank you very much. And I wish you a nice rest of the day. Thank you.